Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. It is Saturday and it's like 27 degrees here. So I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's probably, I don't know, what degrees is it? Is it nice and warm and sunny? Because that's what it is here. And don't forget I'm from Vancouver, Canada area on there. And hi Sharon, hi Peggy, how are you? So I didn't do a live last night, you guys, so sorry. I was just really tired and I had a headache. I was just really, really tired. I literally stayed in bed pretty much all day, besides to get up and get something to eat and go to the bathroom. That was pretty much about my day yesterday. But today I was up at 6:30, went to Costco, went to, where else did we go? Costco, dollar store, and No Frills. Correct. And hi Amethyst, how are you? So happy Saturday, everybody on there. So yeah, my apologies yesterday. Just wasn't up to doing a live yesterday. So then I thought I'd do one today since it's earlier and stuff like that. And with my, honestly, too, like next week, I probably will barely get a live in next week, maybe towards the end of the week and stuff like that. But other than that, my schedule doesn't really allow for it. Like, I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, my shift is like 12 to 8, 12 to 8, 12 to 8 my next week. And then 10 to 6:30 on Thursday or something like that. Or yes, or 10:30 to whatever. Anyways, so yeah. So I'm just going to do lives as I can do them. No set Monday, Wednesday, Thursday or Friday so much anymore. It's 97 degrees. I got to figure out what that is. Let me just see what that is. So if I'm 20, okay, so 27 degrees into Celsius, into Fahrenheit. Okay, so we're 80.6, Sharon, is what it says. Indiana here, yeah, on there. So today we'll talk about Sebastian Rogers and Rex Heuermann. And I know that there's been stuff going on with both the cases. Of course, Rex Heuermann, 2 new charges against him, and Sebastian Rogers, just more drama. 12 degrees. Oh, in England. Yeah. My mother-in-law, she lives in Nuneaton. That's where my husband's from, in England there. And so when we were talking to her today, actually, you know what? So as I went into the dollar store, my husband doesn't really like going into the dollar store too much. So he just was waiting in the car. And then I thought he said like, whoa, 15 minutes later. And I'm like, 50? I wasn't gone for 50, maybe 20 tops. And he's like, no, 15. Speak English. But anyways, so he was talking to his mom as he was waiting for me. And then he's like, finally. I'm like, 15 minutes for me in a dollar store? That's like racing around, to be honest with you, on there. Like, that's pretty good. Normally I could spend a lot longer in a dollar store than 15 minutes, but I was there for a purpose. And then my purpose got a little bit more of a purpose. Not too bad though. Anyways, yeah, so she was saying it was kind of sunny, but then it was rainy and muggy and stuff like that. Vancouver weather here and England weather are kind of similar. I still think that we have the better weather altogether, but Vancouver is very muggy and rainy, and we only get maybe two times we'll get snow in the wintertime for like a day, maybe a couple, and then the rain just comes along and takes it away. No, Miranda, I just got here like 5 minutes ago, six, maybe five, once the intro was over, probably four on there. Yeah, so hope you guys are doing good today. Should be warmer weather here in June. Yeah, you know, here, Amethyst, um, like you can have decent weather in February and January sometimes, you know, but there is usually a lot of rain if it does happen. It's like April showers bring May flowers. So it did rain a lot of April for sure. But like say when wintertime comes, it will be more rain than snow for sure. We don't get a lot. When I lived in Alberta where Charmaine is from, um, then you're gonna see a lot more snow. But I would say that over the years that definitely there's been a change in how the weather goes. Um, anymore. I don't think that there's as much snow, the longevity of it in Alberta as like it used to be. It's overcast here today. Yeah. Here it's like just, there's a little bit of a breeze because I'm looking outside of my bedroom window right now. I see like the trees are taking over. So it's more like all I'm looking at is like the trees. But it's like a little bit of a breeze. It's just a nice day. It's a nice day. Yeah. On there. It's only 75 with a breeze. Yeah, there we go. We're pretty much having the same weather then. Okay. So glad you guys are all doing good. Don't forget to hit that like button if you could. And again, sorry to Aspen and Charmaine, for us. Well, I'm not sure what Charmaine was doing, but to do a live yesterday. And usually Aspen is busy on Saturday, so I don't usually bug him on Saturdays because usually he's doing something on Saturdays. And I'm not sure what Charmaine's doing. I messaged her, but I wasn't sure what she was doing. And yeah, and thanks to Alexa for sending me last week the Gilgo Beach update for that on there. So let's get into Sebastian. Now, I'm probably gonna say this. I'm probably not going to be covering too much with Sebastian Rogers anymore because, well, I'll make sure that, we show his, like, I'll make sure that when we're doing a live, that will show his picture. 1 second. Let me just find that one. This one here. Okay, so there's our Sebastian. Of course, it's been well over 100 days now since Sebastian's been missing. So Sebastian's case is really having no movement on it at all. And that's very sad because, you know, um, for any parent, let me put it this way, for any normal parent, this would be like your worst nightmare come true on there. I noticed that there's a lot going on, and I, for one, find it very offensive, that this case has turned into such a circus and a mockery between the parents. And I'm going to say from both sides now. Before it used to be really more lopsided, very lopsided, everyone going against the Proudfoots versus Seth. They created that entire mess themselves. The internet, basically uh, kind of like can very much see for themselves when they're watching something and that. But it was very lopsided towards the Proudfoots because obviously Sebastian Deer disappeared from the Proudfoot home. And of course, Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot have done absolutely to me what I would consider, my opinion, what I would consider a disgrace as a mother, as a stepdad. Um, I consider a disgrace. Actually, you know what? I was listening to JLR a little bit yesterday and a little bit today. And honestly, we're on the same wavelengths when it comes to this case in a lot of ways. When I listen to him talk, he's saying things like, for instance, I always like call something the Twilight Zone whenever something's funky. He was he even said the other day, like, this is like the Twilight Zone, and that's what it reminds me of. It's like, is this for real? Are these parents literally making them embarrassing themselves, really, and making this such a joke about a child that is missing? Like, I just honestly, personally, cannot believe the way, like, when you look, and everyone uses this as their guide, but when you look at what the Petito case was doing, and two divorced parents that, had remarried, and they come together to do what is best for the child, right? And in this case, it's just been an utter joke from the get go. And they have nobody to blame but themselves. They can blame the internet all they want. Honestly, the perception to the public, everyone has the right to their opinion and to think what they want. But the perception that they put out there to the public is just an utter joke of what you would think, how someone would talk to the media, talk to channels. The language being used is an embarrassment. The F bombs. Like, honestly, it's just unbelievable to me. And I just happened to notice when I was creating this live, it's right here actually. It says, I see Web Sleuth has had enough or something like that. Now that's Trish from the Web Sleuth, type of thing. So just like me, for instance, too. Yes, Seth, feel like has definitely let us down as well, honestly. And this is like a two-way street here now. So, hi Allison, hi CJK. How are you guys both? Happy Saturday. And fighting amongst themselves, and it's ridiculous. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, there's some creators that make a mockery out of this case as well, and just I don't know, just the level that it's, each to their own, but just the level of just, I don't know, morals, as you're covering something, and just even just the way that they speak too. It's like watching a dirty channel in a sense. Like, I don't really feel like going over to a channel and constantly listening to F bombs and just almost like immaturity, just immature. It's like, how old are you? you know, type of thing. But whatever, right? I mean, either you watch them or you don't watch them, either way. But the creators, at the end of the day, regardless, um, I've always remembered this about like celebrities: good press, bad press. It's still all press, right? It keeps it out there, regardless. It keeps information out there. Um, they have the cease and desist order coming out. So let me be clear on, let me sound like Christopher Proudfoot. Let me make this crystal clear, if I could, right? Let me make this crystal. I don't, that guy uses that term a ton. Let me make this crystal clear for you. Okay, like it's almost like his go-to phrase and stuff like that. I like, yes, right. You know what? First of all and foremost, this case will always be and has always been to this channel about Sebastian. Tried not to get into the drama of the, the, what was it? What searchers were those? Those searchers that people started attacking, whatever they were called. I tried not to get into the drama of that, all that stuff, because honestly, what's the point? unless you're trying to bring facts or sorry, like something that's like factual to the forefront. And if you hear like there's this rumor going on, like I don't know about this one rumor, for instance, but I'll show it to you in just a second, actually. And I don't know if it's true or not true. It doesn't seem like it's true, but I sent it to myself. Hold on a second here. Okay, let me just download. Forgot to grab them from my messenger. What's okay, I'm getting messages or something. One sec. If I turn off my phone. Okay. Usually don't have my phone on. Usually don't hear it. My husband always gets pissed. He's like, "What? I was going to call you on Messenger because you never answer your phone." Well, it's because I don't even hear it vibrate, to be honest with you. Okay. Cajun Navy. Thank you so much. CJK, let's get this. The 3 family members have lost sight of what matters, their words, actions, and lack of proof of this. Absolutely agree. It has become toxic to my ears. Cajun Navy, thank you, Miranda. Seth is going down the wrong path by his words, alliances, possibly shady dealings, and this going to turn people. Absolutely, absolutely. Some will stop. Some will stop looking for the sweet kid. As you know, this cease and desist letter. So let me do a couple things here. So let's go to the cease and desist letter first, and bring that up. One second here. Present, share screen, Windows. Okay, so let's bring that up. Okay, so let's see. Dear Mrs. Smith, please be advised that I represent Mr. Seth Rogers. And if you guys are following JLR and other people and stuff like that, you'll know that it's a divorce attorney. Tara Carter is the name of this lawyer, right? And please be advised that I represent Mr. Seth Rogers. Please let this letter serve as a formal notice to cease and desist any and all activity of dissemination of information pertaining to Sebastian Rogers and or Seth Rogers. Okay, we all know that that's a frigging joke in itself. Any and all information surrounding the disappearance and efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. Offensive. Offensive beyond belief. Because then that makes me want to say to every YouTube creator out there that's following Sebastian Rogers' case, you know what? There's many other missing children in this world. There's a ton more. There is a ton more than Sebastian Rogers. Yes? So if they want to play games like this, I don't mind showing Sebastian's face at the start of a live. And after that, go do it yourself then. You know what? You want to send out letters like this? Honestly, you know what? Imagine if no YouTubers wanted to cover any of those cases, especially when watching the Proudfoots, watching Seth now, and Robin Rogers as well. Who would want to even cover this case after being insulted like this? Like, honestly. Like, I get the fact that there's some YouTubers, creators out there that push their, push the levels, of decent, maybe morals and stuff like that. At the end of the day, drama does keep stuff out there for sure. We all know that these cases come and these cases go. Why? Because there's no movement in them. So it is a parent's dream for YouTubers or media to keep a story alive. Not because it's our child, it's because it's your child, not our child. So Sebastian Rogers, sadly, but just truth be told, he is another number in the multiple of hundreds of people, well, thousands of people that are missing out there, that some parents could only wish that they could utilize the YouTubers because they actually don't know that they can access media through all different outlets nowadays. And I'm just keeping it real, okay? I'm just keeping it real. But when you have the ignorance of this, that says any information pertaining to Sebastian. And I agree when I agree, same thing, right? Why are you putting Sebastian in this? Why not Seth? You know, Christopher Proudfoot? Why would you even include Sebastian's name in this? Considering Sebastian, they have no right at all to say that you cannot talk about Sebastian Rogers. Like, are they flipping kidding me? Right? A news story is a news story is a news story. And if anyone actually truly knows, like I said, JLR, he knows a lot of his shit. He spent 10 years in the prison system, right? Doing up freaking lawsuits against people. So if anyone knows a lot about the law, well, he had 10 years to sit there and read books or get to know the system. So when actually JLR is speaking, it's probably there's people that are lawyers that have never spent a day in their life and they just know the law. And there's people that have spent time behind the bars that know their rights and stuff like that too. But any normal person, I would think, reading this is like, what? You can't stop us from talking about Seth Rogers or Sebastian Rogers. And like for me, I never got no cease and desist. Why? Because I'm not a creator that sits there and is going on the attack of this and that of Seth and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. And even then I'd probably crumple up the paper and throw it away anyway, because it's a joke. And that's what JLR was saying. Like, really? Like, this is a divorce lawyer making this, freaking thing. But anyways, my client has been informed you are engaging in such behavior without his express written or oral consent. If you have obtained any documents, recordings, and other information pertaining to the disappearance and efforts to locate Sebastian, you have obtained said information without the consent of Seth Rogers. Like I said, biggest joke in the world. Like, just reading it, it's almost like it was written by somebody off of the internet that tried to make it sound real, but yet it comes off as laughable. Honestly, it just is laughable to even read these sentences. You do not have consent and or authority from Seth Rogers. Don't need it. Don't need it. Okay. To use his or Sebastian Rogers' name. Don't need it. Don't need it. Seth Rogers, Sebastian Rogers, Robin Rogers, Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot. Don't need it. And it says, please note that all activities regarding the dissemination of said information will be reported to the proper authorities. Woohoo! Is required by law. Continued activities, as previously stated, with a result as Mr. Rogers exploring with all that money that he has, right? That he's going to explore legal remedies to which he is entitled. Okay. This letter is almost like it's actually quite embarrassing to actually read. And then when JLR pulls her up and it's a divorce lawyer that's literally writing this notice to cease and desist. But honestly, this is like kindergarten stuff right here. Like, what a joke. Are you allowed to report about a story? Are you allowed to talk about a story? Absolutely. Right? Our freedoms. Can't, right? It's just disgusting. So what do you guys think about this? Like, so my opinion is this. I held Seth in a lot higher regard, for sure, than Christopher Proudfoot. And I know that Christopher Proudfoot is enjoying every second that people are on the attack of Seth versus himself. He is loving this because Christopher Proudfoot, if you gave two shits about Sebastian Rogers, I'm surprised, like, honestly, because he has shown that he would rather almost talk about how his perception is and how people are perceiving him. And he's more pissed off that everyone was liking Seth versus him and stuff. Like, he was more concerned about that. Plus, he's not the natural father. That in itself is not the same when you're looking at a personality such as Christopher Proudfoot. Okay. There's some really good stepdads out there that would probably more act definitely like a biological father. But I don't think we can say that Christopher Proudfoot is out there, with the big tears going down. And, him and Katie, honestly, to me, everything that you shouldn't do in a case to look for somebody, to me, that's just here, Chris. They should just picture now, Christopher and Katie, what not to do when you're actually really concerned about a child and where that child is. Hi, Phil. How are you? It's ignorant. It's a joke. So, for me personally, I'm just personally offended by this whole case when it comes to like not Sebastian, because the whole point is that a child's missing, and we have grown-ups acting like they're playing in a sandbox, sitting there having a freaking throw the bucket at each other war about, oh, this person said this, and then you have Seth going off on YouTubers channels and going from, he had the backing of the people, right? He had the backing of the people. And then it is turned for many reasons. Tony Mathis, a lot of people just dislike him. Okay. Seth was doing just fine on his own, but the minute Tony Mathis came in, then it became about him not passing his first polygraph, and it was inconclusive. So he took another one, type of thing, and it just kept turning. And then he was going off on people, and you can't go off and then apologize, and people forget what you said. Then you have Christopher Proudfoot calling, on a recording, calling a woman a bunch of B, like this person a B and a C and all this stuff. And you could really see. So when the R word that a neighbor said that Christopher Proudfoot said, I can easily see Christopher Proudfoot saying, the R word, that word. Okay. I could easily see him saying that. Absolutely. I think both him and Katie have like the sailor mouths, to be honest with you. So does Seth, actually. So does Seth. But Seth was controlling himself until he lost control of himself. But when you're in the public and you're looking for people to help you and you're going off like you're freaking a maniac yourself, what good's it going to do you? He had some good people behind him, some PIs. He had the world at his fingertips if he wanted it, for people to help look for Sebastian and work on the case. Honestly, if that guy could take almost every wrong path about what he's doing now. So in saying that, like I said, where is that boy Sebastian? Well, I don't know. Ask Katie, or ask, I guess, Sebastian if he's ever found. They should be great. That's why on my thumbnail, okay? That's why on my thumbnail I literally put that. Present, share screen, come back to that, okay? Right here. See? Be grateful people cover cases. Absolutely. I try to put myself, and I bet you guys do too, right? You put yourselves in somebody else's shoes. Anyone that would help me or want to help me look for, my child. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's Christopher Proudfoot doing? Okay. In his own twisted, warped mind, if you want to have me on your show and you want to talk about Sebastian, well, I expect all of those funds to go for Sebastian as if it's his right. No, it's really not your right. If people want to bring out coverage and they happen to get donations from viewers in there, who is Christopher Proudfoot to say anything? Then don't go on somebody's live. Oh, guess what? No coverage, right? So I find it offensive that he's going around basically saying, well, hey, if you're going to profit from my stepson's name, to be honest with you, I mean, granted, some people ride, the thing like Idaho and stuff like that, and they ride it and whatever. But at the end of the day, honestly, if that's their job and they are a creator and they cover cases, you can cover whatever case you want to cover. And that includes Sebastian Rogers or anybody else's. And if people get donations from their viewers, or gifted memberships, great. They don't have to donate nothing if they want to. But for Christopher Proudfoot to basically say that people are making money off of Sebastian's name, okay, granted, like I said, if somebody's making a thumbnail to drive in and their viewers want to dish out money to because they watch that subscriber, then go right ahead. Who says it that they're donating it for Sebastian? People donate all the time to different streams and stuff like that. But who is Christopher Proudfoot to sit there and go, well, hey, if you want to have me on your show, then I want you. And then all of a sudden he'll backtrack and go, because Smiley World was like, well, hey, I get copies of Sebastian's. I drive around. JLR drives around and da. Like, this stuff costs money. Absolutely. But I just find that so ignorant that somebody literally is trying to get money and act like it's like a good thing. Like, hey, if you're doing a live about Sebastian and I'm on it, that money goes to Sebastian, right? Because he's thinking that that's the way, in a sense, that it should work, and that somehow that's like, okay, that makes it somehow better for, I guess, coverage on Sebastian, that I'm coming on your thing, so the least you can do is donate. Or how about the fact that somebody's just covering the darn case? How about you just keep the money to the side, because it shouldn't be about money. But Christopher Proudfoot made about money when he started talking about the GoFundMe. Everything seems to piss off Christopher Proudfoot when it comes to Seth. And honestly, some of it's realistic, and other times it's just a joke. How many times have they said that they're going to work together? What happens, right? So Seth basically says, you know what? I don't care about anything anymore. The Proudfoots and us, we're working together now. So basically F anyone that doesn't want to be part of this movement. So it's almost like everyone that, was standing behind Seth, now he's like, well, F anyone that doesn't want to follow this path. This is my son, my child. I'm doing this. Like it or lump it. If you don't like it, basically go away. Well, that's pretty much what you're doing, is making everybody go away, because who's going to want to cover two families that can't work their own shit out for a child that's missing? Grow the F up. Seriously. Like, you guys are adults and you guys are acting like you're two. The YouTube creators are acting more rational and more adult-like, for the most part, than these parents are. Sounds like they might be trying to take off the focus off themselves when it does just the opposite. Hey, Grunge, thousands of missing kids. Absolutely. Show you some in a second. You don't see Sebastian Rogers' face on there, I'll tell you that much. See Elijah Vu's face. You know what? It is possible, Grunge, that the searchers simply missed Sebastian Rogers. It is. We've seen it happen time and time again. We've seen it happen with the Nicola Bully case, that this lady disappears, right? Nicola Bully in England in the Riverwire. And this creek, if you want to call it that, it's like, it's a weir, and it's not even that deep or that far. How could drones, dogs, searchers, divers, everything miss Nicola Bully? How? All their expert opinions did shit, right? A psychic medium found Nicola Bully's body 3 weeks later, 1 mile from the bench. Okay? No boat, no dog, no people, no humans, no police, no nothing found her. So whenever I think about Sebastian, I think about Nicola Bully's case, because there's so many cases out there where they've searched and searched and searched, nothing. And then lo and behold, the body is found within that same perimeter that they were actually searching, So it would be nice if they would do a full, just like maybe, I don't know exactly all what they've done. They do have the, Equa search in there, doing drone search and stuff like that. Hi, Citizen Sleuth. How are you? On there. So, as for, so like I said, you got Seth, honestly, stop. Actually, Christopher Proudfoot, Katie, you guys just stop, honestly. And heck, there was another interview that I totally forgot about. I knew about it. So I got my orders in order, but out of order still, because there was another one with Terry Lynn on March 20th. So there's like 2 on March 20th then. Smiley's World, and Terry Lynn. It's like there's two in there that I forgot about. It's where Christopher Proudfoot's talking, and the one and the second interview talks about the spaghetti pancakes and the niece and stuff like that. But honestly, just go on a channel, parents, act like you're a freaking adult, and just talk about your son's case. Nothing else, right? It's up to them. They can direct the chat. If they want to go on a live or a YouTuber's channel, you know what? Just keep it about talking about Sebastian stuff, or things that need to be cleared up and stuff like that. But no, it has to get all dramatized and all this stuff. And then all these questions about stuff that's really not even important to Sebastian's case. And the focus gets taken off of Sebastian in a sense, because when you're listening to them, it's like, like especially Christopher Proudfoot, honestly, uh, it's like, honestly, it's like Pussyfoot, honestly. Like, those little pussy willows. It's just like, if I could, you know, I mean, narcissistic, full of himself, and you can see that he just he loves it when a female is giving him attitude. Oh, like, I mean, honestly, it's like he jizzes or something over it. I swear to God. Oh, hey, Charmaine. Charmaine, if you're bored and want to come up, just let me know on there. I'm in the UK and the count of it is BS, I'm afraid. And well, that's a case that was very close to this channel's heart, on there. And I think that the whole, what did they want to call it? What did they have? What was that thing at the end that they called it? That whole, oh, I can't think of the word. Like that's some summarizing, where they basically had the experts come in to basically say, like, look, this is what we believe happened to Nicole. We don't want any side opinions. We just want to give you, okay, case closed, done. Okay. And they just wanted you to believe their narrative on how she or that she basically fell into the water, tripped over her dog's leash, fell into the water in 3 seconds. Basically, she was dead, right? From cold water shock. I call bullshit on that part of it. Now, I'm not saying that there's a third party involvement. I'm just calling bullshit on that. Either way, it's one of those things that, there was never anything to prove that somebody did anything to her besides her ending up in the water with her dog and cell phone left on the bench. It has been suggested they start from the Proudfoot's house and search again. A better search of the dump grounds should be done on there. 1 second. Let's see. She could have been found early if the police had listened to the external volunteer BS. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, remember? And then they gave the YouTubers and TikTokers shit, for coming into the area, the one that they didn't cordon off. That was a joke in itself, too. Actually, they were too busy patting themselves on the back, from what I remember now. Going, wow, God, we're just awesome. We're just so amazing over here in England. Like, we're just the best, in the river, on the river wire. Those ones that were handling the case, and then the governor guy or whatever his name was sitting there basically saying, like, all the other news media is trash and ours is only the good media. Oh, it was such a joke on there. Proudfoots don't want them researching their home in the area on there. Do. 1 second here. Boom, 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 boom. Do. I agree that stuff is dodgy. I always found dogs' behavior. Okay, so let's bring up this thing, because this one, this does. I mean, come on, this really doesn't sound right to me. But let's take a look at this one here. So I seen this, I don't know, a week or so ago. But this one's hard, because it says, from Crime Line Lies, We have worked so hard for the missing this weekend. Unfortunately, we couldn't do much for Sebastian. Joe Petito spoke with him, and Seth wants money for appearances. John Ramsey wanted to have a coffee with Seth, but he refused. I promise, we all tried. I don't know. Like, I'm torn on this because this is not anything that Seth has ever shown. He willingly goes on people's chats. Maybe not that Mr. Tony's around now. Uh, what do you guys think of this? Because this just doesn't sound right to me. Come on now. Joe Petito spoke with him and Seth wants money for appearances. Come on, Seth has never asked for money for an appearance. Seth just goes on and on and on and on different shows. And John Ramsey wanted to have coffee with Seth, but he refused. These two people can't stand each other. Gail, Crime Line Lies, and Seth. Because this to me, I'm sorry, but this to me is just a crock of crap. Let alone, Dolly said that he never even saw Seth at the crime con. But this just oozes bullshit to me. I don't believe any of this for a second. Seth might be doing some really stupid things right now, or for a while now. But Seth goes on shows, never, come on, unless, and Tony doesn't even get paid by Seth. Like, he doesn't even get money from Seth. So, like, meaning, okay, just because certain things may not, like maybe Seth isn't doing himself any favors, and, especially with Tony, and maybe he's saying things or whatever, but let's just keep it real, honestly. And this is just, if someone to me this to spread this, I call bullshit, crock of shit. Come on now. Seth refusing to have coffee with John Ramsey, bullshit. Bullshit. Hello, lovelies. On there. Anyways, give me a second, be right back. I don't think Seth was at Crime Con. I don't think he was. Dolly said if he was there, he never seen him, and he was all over the place. I think that I don't think that Seth was there, to be honest with you. I'm a bit behind on what happened with C&D. Did you say something? Well, I don't believe that Seth was even at CrimeCon. I just think that this post here, it oozes crock of crap to me. Like, I'll be a monkey's uncle if this is true, to be honest, because this Seth has never asked for money to do it. They're trying to, like, I'm not even sure. People are trying to say now that he's trying to profit off of Sebastian's t-shirts. I think people now are just getting petty and trying to cause drama, uh, where some of the drama is just a joke of rumors and stuff like that. Yeah. To be all honest with you, okay, so hold on a second. 1 second. Sorry, one more second. Okay, so to be all honest with you on this, so Tony, I agree, is probably doing Seth no favors. He's not popular. It looks like someone trying to manage a puppet in a sense, but the thing that got me is how Tony was saying, um, like he's trying to, stop the chaos and that. But yet I see him making kind of like, um, we'll call them threats, but more like, hey, if you want to come at me, then come at me. You want to start something, da 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 da. And I'm like, I can't remember which live I was or what show I was watching that on. I think it was on his TikTok, but I don't know. I remember three people, and I just remember going, hold on a second, aren't you supposed to be the peacemaker? And yet you're acting like you're part of the drama. I just remember that. And it was about 2 weeks ago that I saw that. And, it's just never left my mind because I'm just like, hold on, Mr. Peacekeeper, Mr. Kumbaya, bring people together. And you're acting like, like you're giving a crap what some other creator might be saying. Like, who cares? Why don't you focus just on Sebastian? So Betty, Bullhorn Betty did, the interview with Seth, and Tony was sitting down. Now that was a good interview. That was a good interview. Um, Even the one that we watched the other day, the second interview, where they're asking a bunch of questions in regards to either clearing up something, with the Proudfoots, and stuff like that. When they're just kind of like, here's a question, and they give an answer. Here's a question, but when it turns into all this drama that this creator is saying this and this other creator is saying, I kept everything to my vest, but hey, now you guys, everything was fine up until me and Seth aren't friends no more. So you know what? He tried to get me to buy him a gun. I was holding that to my vest, but and so how that crap goes, right? You know, they're all fine and dandy up until, right? Up until something happens. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, I didn't tell you this before, but let me just tell you this now, right? And then the drama just keeps going on and stuff like that. But why do they care? What do they care? Like even Christopher Robert, what do you care? What do you care? What other everyone, no matter what, in regular life, on YouTube life, on internet life, there's always going to be the people that attack and always going to be the people that care. It's just a given. Why do they care so much about what's being said? Who cares? Who cares? That's not your focus. Your focus is Sebastian going on a channel, going on the news, and then talking about Sebastian and, the timeline of events, any information that you can put out there that you are allowed and you don't, do all this HIPAA crap and all this, well, like the stuff that honestly, if they were asked not to be say something because Ali told them to, then fair game, fair enough, right? But if there's a lot of information that you can put out there with regards to Sebastian, then go for it. But all this drama and attacking of people and channels and Christopher Proudfoot and channels attacking channels, and then you have Seth now with cease and desist, and Robin Rogers. If you're listening, Robin, at any point, you're actually one of the biggest contributors to blaming Christopher Proudfoot. She was in this channel, if you guys remember, right near the start. And she was sitting there saying all this stuff about Christopher Proudfoot, So it's okay if she bashes and trashes and blames the Proudfoot for Sebastian and saying that, hey, you know what? Sebastian told me stuff, but I'm not going to, if, hey, you might force me to go talk to the FBI and tell them things that I know, you know. So, Robin, honestly, that's like calling a spade on that one. So, all I know is that Robin Rogers and Christopher Proudfoot's sister, as well, Miss Big Mouth herself, were going around to channels. Christopher Proudfoot's sister, she was just going in and out of channels, basically, basically attacking people. Like she came into this channel, and if you guys remember, I just didn't put up with her shit because we never had accused Christopher Proudfoot of having anything to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance and stuff like that. But she came in there all gung ho, and then Robin Rogers had come in, talking about Christopher Proudfoot and like how he's not a good guy and he's and this and that and these and those and that. But honestly, it's like she was one of the biggest ones that was stirring the pot with information and making these posts and then taking posts down, and then she doesn't obviously know how to handle social media worth nothing. None of them do, to be honest with you. But yeah, like honestly, they're all just as they're all it's all looking so stupid. And honestly, for me to continue a Sebastian Rogers case, not like to sit there and do full live episodes on it unless there's some absolute breaking news on it. Honestly, you want to send out cease and desist, and try to tell people to stop certain channel creators. I didn't get one because why would I'm not one of those channels that sits there and was acting like some of them are, and other ones that are just trying to cover the case, or put, say, Robin Rogers or Sebastian or Seth's name in their mouth all of a sudden. Now we want to cease and desist from a divorce lawyer, which is the most ridiculous thing, that letter, like an absolute joke, honestly. And because JLR got an email from Robin Rogers about the whole stop talking about this, like, but not the official, say, piece of paper, even though the official piece of paper, it's like a freaking 2-year-old wrote that and said, you can't talk about this or say Sebastian's name or say Seth Rogers. Say it all we want to. It's free freaking country, right? There's a difference between defamation. Like, so if you want to talk about defamation, Robin Rogers should really look at herself about what she was accusing the Proudfoots of. If you want to talk about defamation, it's one thing to sit there and say that, like things are plausible, just like when we've talked about on here. Katie Proudfoot's the last one with her son. Obviously she is to be looked at regardless, right? Is it plausible? Absolutely. Did she do it? No freaking clue. On there. Yeah. Well, bottom line is that if they want to play games, because creators that are covering the content of Sebastian Rogers, like I said, maybe they should just all stop. You know what? Sorry. You know what? There's tons of other kids missing out there. We don't need to deal with all your drama and crap going on. And you want to send out these letters? Great. Have at it. Have at it. They are doing the most absurd stuff between Christopher Proudfoot, and him sitting there just beaking off all the time. Yeah, he answers things, but with Christopher Proudfoot, because he lied about the polygraph, and he's like, I've caught him enough times where he references back to that and acts like he didn't lie. Again, he's a narcissist. He thinks that he's smart. He thinks that he plays games. You don't go on in the midst of a child missing and then act like you're freaking an imposter from a TV show or movie or whatever, and then go, like, seriously, I'll never forget that, because I just remember I had clicked on it, the live, and the first thing I heard was this person going, like, just before he came on, was like another call coming in. He's like, yeah, I just want to talk about, like the Sebastian case, and, why are people attacking the parents and stuff like that? And I'm like, hey, only a fool would not know that wasn't Christopher Proudfoot. It was so apparent by his voice that it was just like, really, people? Like, there's people that could obviously tell, and then there's other ones that were just like freaking clueless. And I'm like, how? It's not like it was this voice changer thing where, oh my God, that voice is so different than Christopher Proudfoot's. It was clearly Christopher Proudfoot trying to put a little twist to an accent. And, oh, so why are they talking about the parents? Why is everyone... But to sit there and actually play the games that man has when a child's missing, you don't give a shit. Every interview you see, we can just hardly wait for him to walk through that door. whole world's gonna celebrate. The neighbors, kumbaya, they're all gonna come running, and Sebastian's gonna have all these new amazing friends that he didn't have before, and stuff like that. And Seth Rogers is going off on people. Now he's hanging with Tony, TikTok Tony, and it's just, and cease and desist letters going out and stuff like that. Just saying, crock of crap. It's okay. You should be thanking us for covering this case. Thanking us. Not, oh, well, thank you so much for joining a live about your missing missing child. Like, honestly, it's not my child that's missing. It's theirs. And then they're doing shit like this. It's just ridiculous. So I don't care personally. Not my kid. I'm just covering the case because Sebastian needs the voice, not those three morons. They're shitting on people that keep. Well, that's just it, and I find that offensive. I find that totally offensive to be sending out that cease and desist letter. It's just highly offensive. Like, honestly, like, Seth had the world at his fingertips when it came to people helping him. And now, like I said, he keeps making these wrong choices and it's costing him. And it's to the point that nobody really, besides maybe some people, are even going to want to help with Seth. People were helping him on the GoFundMe, through Cash App, through different ways to help support it, because he has come off, and he still does, don't get me wrong. He still comes off like a parent that truly is trying to find their child. But now he's mixing it up with these stupid decisions constantly now. And now with this whole cease and desist, great. You're lucky that people are still wanting, you're lucky if people still cover your case after this crock of crap. I mean, but hey, if people want to still play on the drama of it and keep Sebastian's name out there and stuff like that, hey, you know what? Then go for it. Me personally, I just find it offensive that these three morons are sitting there acting like this over a child that's missing. And it feels like the Twilight Zone, that is like, am I really watching this happen? That a child's missing and this is how the parents are acting? Like, is this really happening? Because I find it absolutely embarrassing, that they should be embarrassed, to be honest, by their actions. 1 second. You guys feel the same way, or 1 second. So this, I'll put this back up again for anyone coming in. This is that cease and desist letter on there. I don't think Seth sent out those letters. Oh no, it came from his side. It came from some attorney, like, meaning he would have had knowledge of this. And Rogers sent JLR basically the same thing. So they fully well know about this. Absolutely. This letter ain't coming out. Like, if Robin Rogers, she sent JLR about cease and desist, okay? So he didn't get this specific letter, but the same thing. So if Robin Rogers sent that to JLR, we can't claim that freaking Seth and Robin are all clueless and that some internet twit, put their name of Tara Carter on the letter from Tennessee. I think that they would have used like a defamation lawyer or something like that. Support with Stefan, true, a heck of a way to keep Sebastian's name alive. It's just that it's a joke, that thing. There is good ways to keep the kid's name out there, and Seth was doing a good job initially. Okay, but now, I don't know. Is it a tie between how many people don't like Seth and how many people don't like Christopher or the Proudfoots? Yeah, absolutely, Miss Wee Lassie. It's embarrassing. Honestly, it's embarrassing. And the thing is that it's never leaving the internet. Yeah, definitely, Miranda. There's those ones. There's always those people that are gonna ride every ounce of that freaking horse, or that freaking donkey, just to keep a case out there. If I keep it, for me personally, like, everyone has their own thing, okay? For me personally, the moment I feel like I don't have anything to offer, I can't even pretend to try to do a live that I'm trying to do it for the sake of a click and a view. I can't morally do that. Some people can. People know where they're paid. My payday is very nominal from YouTube. And for any supporter that has been supporting along the way, it has been obviously greatly appreciated, since I wasn't working for a year and a half and stuff like that. But my paydays are absolutely nominal change. But for those people that do lives 3 times a day, and that's because that's their job, that they go on YouTube and they create and they do stuff, they know what their payday is. If they're getting like freaking 25, 40, 50,000 views off of a live, in a sense, now, well, what they get during that live stream is really where their revenue comes from donations. Once the live stream ends, it turns into a video, and then any person viewing it after that, like you can have ads run during the live, okay, and you get whatever some YouTube ad revenue and stuff like that. Um, but for all those people that have a huge following, they know where their payday's at, and they know how to get it. A lot of them, and a lot of them do it what I would consider morally correct. And there's a lot that literally will just ride the bus, and however money ends up in their pocket, they're only too happy about that. Some people just do things for money, you know, more care about money than the actual cases. But that's them, and they have a right to do that. And people, that want to donate to those people or whatever, so be it, right? Can't really stop someone from doing whatever they want to do. If they want to help somebody out and stuff like that and donate, so be it. A cease and desist letter is not non-binding, does not have legal effect, but it can serve as a yeah, exactly. Um, Honestly, Seth came to YouTube and wanted help. Then when channels took sides, he became offended. Now, remember though, CJK, right? They didn't take sides in a sense. They did, but not because of YouTube really deciding to take sides. They took sides really because there was no cohesive parents that were working together. So when you have divided and you have these two parents, stepdad, mom, doing basically shit all, and then you have a dad that's out searching, it's hard not to take sides in that, because and that's really what it was. It's because even when they said they were working together, what did Seth do? Every time they said they were working together, Seth went on and live on somebody's channel and started dissing the Proudfoots again. Now, in all fairness, right? If you're trying to make amends and say, look, this kind of got out of control, let's put it back together. Remember, Christopher Proudfoot's the one that went up to Seth in the truck and said, like, hey, like let's work together. Well, no sooner did that happen, Seth was on a live basically dissing Katie already, so, right? Like, zip it, work together. So there's part of me that can't really blame the Proudfoots for being pissed off, because this happened more than once, that Seth was going on lives and literally shitting on Katie, basically saying that, hey, I believe she has something to do with it, type of thing. And yeah, it's like, Seth, come on, you don't sit there and try to work together and then that happens. I'm not a fan of the family at the moment. Just want Sebastian home. Yeah. No, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really care about the parents. Meaning the parents are there, but the whole point is that it was about keeping awareness, a timeline, and some information with regards to what happened that day, right? I mean, obviously, the truest information is going to come mostly from Katie, and that's if she's telling the truth. Um, and Seth, well, he didn't live there. You can only go by his information from the time that he got his message to when he drove over there, and then what he saw after that. That specific person has put over 1K. Yeah, are you talking about the Duchess, girl next door? I think you're talking about Duchess, right? On there. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Hey, Elizabeth. Um. Yeah. So like I said, there's a lot of people that are doing good things, for Sebastian, and even if there's drama involved, it's keeping Sebastian's name out there. The parents just need to shut up. And obviously, Christopher Proudfoot has found his little nest, his little nest uh, for channels to go on, in a sense. But why aren't they sitting down back with the news? Like you know, eh, like I'm telling you, a YouTube channel from the get go is the last thing I'm ever going to think to go on if I want someone to find my son. It might happen after the fact once I realize, and that's only because I'm a YouTube creator. I might not have ever thought about it if I wasn't, about looking at a YouTube channel type of thing. But saying that, like Christopher Proudfoot had the most stupidest answer, for that. But at the end of the day, if my son's missing, I'm not going to think to go sit on a YouTube channel right away. And again, no offense to Duchess, the YouTube channel, because hey, if they wanted to go on there and she was sure, yeah, you know, but I would never think to go sit on a YouTube channel after a week of not. I go to the news if I want my kid's face out there, right? Yeah. Did she? Oh, Cluminati. Well, again, there's a lot of good people in this world. Now, Cluminati, now she's more on the Christopher Proudfoot side, if I'm not mistaken, on there. And again, it's really not even about that, really. It's about Sebastian. So, um, and so another of her subs, Angels of Virtue, put up another 1K for the to help with the billboards. That's beautiful. That's amazing when people do stuff like that, and they don't have to, but they do it. So the parents, they just honestly just need to pipe down, like if you're gonna go on YouTube channels, just have regular everyday conversations, not the freaking drama and shit that goes with it. From the start, the police should have shown full control of the case. They seem to have remained in the shadows, and the parents have run amok, not being guided properly, or who knows, honestly. Like when it comes to even them, like I just want to show you too. Stop screen. Let me go here. So okay, so there's tons of other people that are missing. Okay, remember that Seth and Christopher and Katie, as you guys are going off on your rants about, stuff, and or this cease and desist stuff. Many other cases out there. Be grateful. Be grateful that people cover your cases. You might not like everybody, but be grateful that actually they're bringing awareness. So it's kind of like, look at, like, I just went here and all of a sudden, right? I don't even see Sebastian on this thing at all. I see Elijah Vu, don't see a picture of Sebastian. But anyways, like all these people are missing. Okay, and this is like the newest. Okay, newest. But it's like, look at all these faces of people that are missing. And you can just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It's actually very sad knowing that you're looking at people that are all kidnapped, missing, very sad. And then when you get down to the bottom, 1 of 116, I guess, results for this. These are all, like I said, the newest. Well, I can't say they're the newest, really, can you? Because some of these pictures look like they're freaking really old. Like, They look like they're taken back, like some of them years ago. But it says newest. Anyways, all these little faces. And like I said, I hope one day they find Elijah Vu. You know that poor Elijah Vu, this little boy right here. You know, you can even click on it. Elijah Vu. Download missing poster. You can. Such a cute little boy. So crazy on this. Um, One second. Um, it's ridiculous and ludicrous. It's just ridiculous. I've been following Lori Page's case, or lack of one. She was 15 minutes when she went missing well over a year ago. Her parents are doing little to nothing to find her. Oh, that's sad. Because then you have a case like Karina McClurkin, who's the grandma looking for her grandchild for like freaking 5 years just before the Delphi murders, you know? Especially. Okay. So as for well, I'll put it up there one more time. 1 second. Um mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Oh, Lacey, I'm not gonna lie. I uh what is that one? Late Lori is on that page that you're showing, Sunny. Oh, she's from the Tallahassee area. Oh, okay. Hold on. Lori. Am I spelling it right? Right here. I think that sends me to a download on there. Uh, let's see. Lori Page. 12, date of birth, April 14th, 2011. Age 12, black. Hair, eyes brown, 5 foot, 120 pounds, female. Black. Oh, okay, been missing since June 3rd. So just over a year right now on there. Oops. 1 second. So that's the Lori Page case you're following. Yeah, and sorry, Lacey. I absolutely forgot about it. Charmaine did send it to me. And like a couple, like, I don't know, she said something like Lacey, and I actually did look at it. And then I absolutely forgot about it after I'd looked at it. Like, meaning I meant to, but because I haven't done live, like as many lives, honestly, it just left my brain. I actually remembered it prior to you saying this today. Like, when I was doing the live, I was like, oh, Charmaine sent me something with regards to a friend of yours that's missing. Suspicion, and they still haven't found her. I'll have to look at that one again, because I did watch whatever video or whatever Charmaine sent me there. Gail heard exactly. So I'll look at that one. Yes, I meant to, Lacey, like, meaning I meant to show it or talk about it on the live. Then I forgot. I forget a lot of things when I'm working, to be honest with you. She was 12 when she went missing. Very, very strange how she just disappeared. Parents live miles apart from one another. Yeah. And most of these outcomes are not going to be good for most of these people. Some people just disappear and want to. This page of a girl missing from Ohio many years ago. On there. Okay. Um, okay. So as for um, share window. Okay. So as for Sebastian's case, again, um, unless I have something really important I want to share, other than that, Sebastian's case will just be shown like on the start of the live. Um, so at the end of the day, um, the timeline, I put all the effort into it. The timeline of events that happened that day, we'll never know the answers unless Sebastian is ever found, either alive or if he's dead. If there's signs of, you know, um, like a homicide. Other than that, honestly, we can sit there and do a ducktail like and keep revolving the same story over and over and over again. But I, there's always a point in a case where there's no more movement, right? And it's kind of like Delphi. And then after a while, it's kind of like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to do like a full live on the case anymore because honestly, it's just talking about the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Um, and that can be deemed as awareness for sure, whatever. But for me, it's kind of like this case has turned into a joke. Um, it's supposed to be about Sebastian. Seth, Katie, and Christopher, grow the F up. Seriously. Act like you're freaking parents and adults, and on social media, quit embarrassing yourselves. Honestly, it's just my advice and opinion. But hey, just know that you truly are embarrassing yourselves. All of you. Okay. You got parents that don't look like they're looking for their child whatsoever. I don't even care. The perception is there. Okay. I've watched multitude of actually experts. Um, like, okay, it's not that I'm not saying that they had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, but anything I've personally witnessed in this case myself, I find strange and odd when it comes to the Proudfoots. Okay, it's just weird. Like I said, if there's to me any case of how to not look for a child, this is pretty much up there with a lot of the other ones from the Proudfoot side to me. I find you would never see me acting so loud. You would see me screaming. You would see me begging people to help, and all that stuff. And I'm not going to sit there and go drop off all these F bombs and act like a moron on people's YouTube channels and stuff like that because I'm getting frustrated. I just can't even think that somebody acts like that. I can understand it if somebody's tone raises and they might drop like a little shit or whatever type of thing. But to literally like lose your shit and stuff like that on these YouTube channels, it's just embarrassing, honestly. And you can't take back what you've already said in a sense. So, just for me as a whole, the three of them, just quit making it about yourselves and whatever. Make it about Sebastian and who cares if other YouTube people or who cares if anyone's uttering anything you don't like? Who cares? Who cares? That's like me caring if someone in chat right now says that they don't like my face or my hair. Do I give a shit? Absolutely not. Am I going to think about it after this live? Absolutely not. Don't give a shit. If I'm focusing on my child that's missing, am I absolutely going to give a shit? I'm going to think that there's a lot of people out there that are something to be desired as human beings for people that always try to bring each other down instead of building people up. Okay, right? But at the end of the day, I just can't believe that they care so much what other people are saying or doing. And then making it full blown on social media as well. It's embarrassing, honestly. But anyways, at the end of the day, the focus is just Sebastian. So we'll bring up his case to say it on lives. But as for the case, they can take their cease and desist letter, they can shove it right up their buttholes on that one. It's a joke. Don't care. I can say it all I want. I never got one, and if I do, trust me, huh? Frick, delete, whatever, crumple it up, whatever. I don't care. At the end of the day, not going to be covering Sebastian's case like we have been. There's nothing going on. There's nothing more to add. Christopher can keep talking till he's blue in the face, and Seth, and do whatever they're going to do regardless, and bring awareness and whatever. But honestly, from Seth Rogers' side, what's going on right now is just absolutely embarrassing. Just embarrassing. Whatever. Hi, Robin. On there. So we're just going to leave that at that. Let's go over to Gilgo Beach. So prayers for Sebastian Rogers, you guys. At the end of the day, who knows? Who knows what the story is? Who knows why he disappeared? Would I be shocked if this child said, you know what, I want out of my life here? You know what, hide me or something like that? Would I be shocked after watching what's been going on? No. I don't think I'd want to live his life either, to be honest with you. If I had to deal with that crap that's going on, and that's just the thing, right? Okay, always remember this. People's true colors take a while to come out, usually within, like half a year, 4 months, the true colors. Okay. Seth's true colors are starting to come out. He might be frustrated, but meaning the words he uses and the way he's getting angry and stuff like that. And when he's swearing, that's because, in real life, he typically probably swears an awful lot, to be honest with you. I can see him saying something like, hey, Sebastian, get your ass on over here. Get the hell over here. Stuff like that. That's true colors coming through. Christopher Proudfoot, his colors shone through and keep on shining through. His personality. He might be a big ass dick, but, Katie Proudfoot and him are, well, whatever, fifth marriage and stuff like that. But that's his personality. That's who he is. Like it or lump it type of idea. That's his personality. So you pretty much have seen his true colors almost right from the get-go, to be honest with you. And it was just, well, it was kind of like you were given a taste of it, and then it was like, oh, there it is right there. Whereas Seth took longer to come out because he's trying to please the social media and say things better. But now the truer Seth has come out. Either way, just prayers for Sebastian Rogers, and those monkeys can keep doing whatever they want to do. But hopefully he's found. Okay. Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't pay attention to Facebook, to be honest with you. Facebook is too much drama crap for my liking. I just don't, back in the day maybe I would have entertained all that crap more, but honestly, as you get older, you know what shit not to. I don't care to sit there and go to somebody's Facebook and watch all these moronic comments, and there's some good ones in there, but I couldn't be asked. Honestly, I would just rather, listen to people, see what's going on. When Christopher Proudfoot's talking, when Seth is talking, just see if there's any information that might be able to add more to a timeline or more understanding to the case. That's about all I need is the information that's coming from them. And I know that Christopher Proudfoot was in Facebook groups. Oh, you guys, just quickly, here was the other freaking 11-hour live on the 20th of March that Terry Lynn did with Christopher Proudfoot. So in case anyone does want to go watch that, that's the one. So there's about 7 interviews, I guess, altogether. 7? Yeah, on there. But anyways, it was on Terry Lynn. Yeah, like I have my own Facebook, but it's private. On my Facebook group for It's a Crime and Shame is private, so I don't have time to deal with a bunch of morons that go in there, or trolls that don't like you, and then, and people fighting with each other, because I don't care if it gave me more viewers or not or whatever. I just don't have time for drama. So I just keep it private, and whoever wants to become a member, who's ever a member of this channel can go into that. They just have to, answer those 3 questions that they do. And then they can email me and say, hey, look, I'm a member, can I come in the group? But honestly, I don't actively, besides posting the lives, I don't actively go in there because honestly, I don't like Facebook groups, let alone my own. I'm just not a Facebook type person, really. I use Messenger, but and besides posting are the things, you're lucky if you'll ever catch me in my own Facebook group, to be honest. Okay, so let's move on to Rex Heuermann, and I figure that we might as well watch Vinny. Charmaine, she knows she wants to. I figure we might as well watch Vinny. Yeah. I had a bad taste of one group from Delphi and a bunch of evil witches. Even the men, right? The women. Oh my God. If I could jump through a computer and use my freaking fingers around, seriously, the viciousness of some of those groups is just absurd on there. And I just don't got, honestly. And it's like, okay, look, loser. Okay. It's like you got nothing better to do but make stupid Facebook posts all day. Go on and tell me how you have this great life that you got going on, but yet you could put Facebook posts in all day. Tells me you ain't working. You're sitting on your ass at home, and all you're doing is attacking people that come into the group because you got nothing better to do with your life. That's personally my experience with most of the groups. And it's just and I can't be asked, honestly. It's like if I read it and I see somebody making stupid posts like that are going on an attack, I can't help myself. So I'm a better person for not being in those type of Facebook groups, to be honest with you. Because I will sit there and be like, so what? Kick me out. See if I give a shit. I don't care. Honestly, you guys are a bunch of little vultures anyway. I think her name was Sarah Osbrook was one of the leaders of that Delphi one. Yeah, her and her little vultures, her little piranhas over there. And the funny thing is that Sarah is the sister of the girl that was the mistress of, what's his name now? Fouts, from Delphi. And I'm like, well, you're nice. Your sister is just a bee on there. That was the group. That one, bunch of freaking twisted ass people. Okay, so this was Rex Heuermann. I'm just gonna watch this. I haven't seen it.
Joining us this hour, I am just telling you up front, we're gonna get into some details that were revealed connected to the suspected Long Island serial killer. Some of it is gruesome, is tough, but it's the reality.
1.25.
It's the reality of this case right now, where we're learning a whole lot more. He was back in court today. He's in New York, so you're not going to get video cameras, but there were some still photos taken of the accused killer inside court today.
Okay,
in the meantime, I want you to take a listen to the DA who spoke and gave us an idea of what they've uncovered and how they have now connected this accused killer to even more people. Take a listen.
We have an individual who we are alleging, and again, these are allegations, meticulously planned and executed 6 separate murders.
6 murders, not 3, not 4, we're up to 6. I don't think the number's gonna stop there. I think there's a whole lot more.
Neither.
And we learned a whole lot more today.
We're here today to announce additional charges in the case against the defendant, Rex Heuermann. Obviously, at the onset, I would say these are just allegations. The indictment has just been filed. The district attorney's office filed a superseding indictment charging the defendant with 2 additional murders. Those charges pertain to the 1993 murder of Sandra Castilla. and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor. So that's in addition to the previously charged murders of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello, which occurred in 1997, 1999, June of 2010, and September of 2010, respectively. With regard to Jessica Taylor, that her body was recovered on July 26 in 2003 off of just west of Halsey Manor Road in Manorville. She was found on her back. She was decapitated, and her hands and arms were severed just below the elbows. Notably, a tattoo that she had been obliterated with a sharp object. 8 years later, her arms and skull were found on Ocean Parkway. Those remains were found on the same side of the road on the Ocean Parkway as the Gilgo Four. They were found less than a mile away from the remains of the Gilgo Four, and all of the 5 remains were located within 50 feet of the roadway. And I think you see that the graphic on page 5 of our bail document illustrates that. Jessica Taylor was last seen on July 19th in New York City. She was working as a sex worker. We know from from our investigation, from a number of financial records and other records, that the defendant, Rex Heuermann, was in New York City on July 19th. Jessica Taylor last spoke to her mom on July 21st, and then that was about 8:41 p.m. Then less than 2 hours later, her phone call made its last outgoing call, and we heard no more from Jessica or from her phone. The family alerted law enforcement on July 25th when she failed to return to her home for her mom's birthday, and then shortly thereafter, on July 26th, Jessica's body was recovered. With regard to the hairs found in this case, Jessica Taylor was found laying atop a surgical drape. A male hair was found between the body and the drape. That was recovered back in 2003. In 2023, we brought that hair was brought to the mitochondrial testing lab for mitochondrial DNA analysis, and was able to the result of that was able to exclude 99.96% of the population, but not Rex Heuermann, the defendant. With regard to the 1993 discovery of Sandra Castilla, again, on November 20th, 1993, 2 individuals, while hunting in that wooded area of Southampton in the vicinity of Old Fish Cove Road in Northsea, discovered her body. She was lying on her back with her arms outstretched over her head. Her legs were uncovered, and her shirt was pressed over her head. The victim suffered numerous sharp force injuries, 25 in all, which we believe were post-mortem. And these were injuries to her face, torso, breasts, left thigh, and in her vaginal area.
Now, we've also learned a lot more from notes from the defendant, his process for doing all this. And we're going to go through it, but I need some help. So joining us tonight, psychologist and author of The Minds of Mass Killers, Understanding and Interrupting the Pathway to Violence, Siobhan Scott is with us. Also joining us, serial killer expert, criminologist, author of the book, Why We Love Serial Killers, and the star of the one-man show, Serial Killers, with Dr. Scott Bond. Dr. Scott Bond is with us. Thank you both for being here. First headline for me today was connecting this man to a murder back in 1993. Siobhan Scott, your thoughts about that, going back that far? Are you surprised? Because I think he's probably about 29, 30 years old around that time.
Yeah, it actually doesn't surprise me, because what we know about serial killers is they often start in their 20s, sometimes earlier, but these are fantasies that they're enacting, and the fantasies start often in childhood or in their early teens. And when they have those angry, sadistic sexual fantasies that go on for years and years, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that he started at that age.
And Scott, I'm thinking about the way this was discovered, how it started in Gilgo, but then they have to put pieces of a body together. We're talking about scattered remains here. And I think what we're really learning is that he thought about this. This was not spontaneous stuff. There was a plan.
Absolutely. You have an individual here that falls into a category of serial killer known as an organized power and control killer. So this is a meticulous planner. And as I think you know, Vinny, I profiled this unknown killer for the New York Times newspaper back in 2011. And I predicted that he would be meticulous, highly trained, and educated. And if you think about it, he's an architect, right? He's trained in engineering, mathematics, design. Who has to be more meticulous in their organization than an architect? And he's used those same skills in both the abduction, killing, and disposal of his bodies. crimes.
Now, something that was revealed in some of the papers that were filed in court today, what they uncovered from the suspect, we got to put this up on the screen. This is like his pre-prep, prep, and post-event like checklist that he had. Pre-prep, vehicle inspection, engage T1, which was target 1, recon for DS1, dump site 1, locate DS2, weather report, recon for video cameras, meaning surveillance videos, recon the pickup zone for the video cameras, then the prep, set up the stage, a holding area, build a table, crossbar, hard point, then the post event. He refers to it. And he's also misspelling words here, which is fascinating. Destroy the file, change the tires, burn the gloves, dispose of pictures, have the story set. Looking at these checklists, what jumps out to you, Siobhan?
The obsessive attention to detail. You know, we sometimes think that these guys are getting their pleasure out of the actual murder. Well, they actually get pleasure in the planning phase, and they get pleasure in the post-murder phase as well. And so this is something that makes me think this guy spent an inordinate amount of time thinking about this and planning, and he had this obsessive quality to his personality.
Scott, what did you learn going through his checklist here?
Well, similar to what Dr. Scott said, you have an individual here who is absolutely obsessed with the planning phase. And rightfully, as she said, I don't believe it was the killing per se that was the ultimate thrill. It was all of the anticipation that went into it. And so he's like a power and control killer on steroids. I mean, he's even more of a planner than BTK was. And BTK also would plan and make drawings and anticipate and fantasize about his murders. And by the way, BTK also, his correspondence, especially with me, was fraught with misspellings. So there's an interesting little parallel there as well. So yeah, this is a man for whom this was an all-consuming process and lifestyle. This was his great work. In his mind, I'm sure that this was the body of a great work for which, in his psychopathic mind, I'm sure he is truly proud.
You know, I'm looking at this prep part, and to me, it sounds scary what he may have done to these victims. Set up stage, holding area, build a table, crossbar, and a hard point. I don't necessarily know what's going on here, but it sounds absolutely horrific, Dr. Scott.
Yeah. We're talking about somebody who was into sadistic torture. And I think if we saw this in a horror movie, we would say, oh, that could never happen in real life. Nobody could be that sadistic. And this is just absolutely horrendous. As a woman, it horrifies me that there are people like this that can walk among us and have wives and kids and appear normal. You know, it affects the way we all move through the world.
Dr. Bond, I want to put this up on the screen. This is his takedown pickup, as it's referred to. Hunt too long, seen an area too long. Remember, don't charge gas. Recon for vid cams in pickup area next time. He doesn't want to get caught. I mean, that's super clear here, right? You're thinking this through. Sometimes we think these people want to get caught. He doesn't want to get caught.
No, absolutely. In fact, that's one of the great, I frequently talk about myths and debunking myths when it comes to serial killers. And that's one of the great ones, is that they somehow secretly want to get caught. No, they don't. They love killing. This is his great work. As I mentioned before, he doesn't want to get caught. And clearly he's learning, he's evolving, he's getting better at it over time. And that's the hallmark of an individual like this. They will evolve. They may learn, for example, that if they start out by trying to tie up their victims, it becomes too difficult with rope. So maybe they evolve and start to use handcuffs. So you see here in his own correspondence and chilling diary almost, that he is an evolving individual and an evolving killer, which is particularly chilling.
Okay, our experts are staying with us. When we come back, perhaps the most disturbing thing that we learned, which is what he referred to as his body prep of his victims. We'll take a look at that and the search of his home and what they found inside.
Okay, we'll come back to that in just a second. Gotta say hello to my friend that I ditched on you guys. I mean, it's this Thursday that you leave or something, correct?
Well, I'm leaving Wednesday. I fly out really early Thursday morning. So yeah.
On there. Yeah. On there. Yeah, apologize for yesterday. I literally went to go message.
Actually messaging Aspen outside, like, what should we do? What do we do? What do we do?
You guys, honestly, like I said, so I went to go message. Like when I woke up, I was like, I can't remember what time it was, 2:30 or something, and I was like, went to go message. iPad crashes because it crashed all the time because there's not enough memory. It crashed. I was like, fuck it. I turned over, went back to sleep, woke up. Can't remember what time it was again. Should have messaged. You know what? Bottom line is, I was being a bad friend. I didn't even look at Messenger after that. I didn't even.
Everybody needs a break, and you were
Yeah,
tired.
no. But
and-
normally I'll say if like so I went to go say it and then it crashed. But meaning it didn't stop me from later on when I was on my iPad. You know, once I did restart it and shit to message, and I honestly I just couldn't be asked to message or do anything. To be honest,
Mhm.
just had a headache. I was tired, and I was like, oh, they know, but no, but I was being bad because I should have let you guys know that I wasn't doing a live yesterday, and I didn't, so I was being bad. So my apologies to you and Aspen.
It's
For
all
not
good. I'm
being
glad
a
you're here, and I'm
better
glad
friend
everything is okay.
on there. Yeah, I literally stayed all day in bed besides getting up to go to the bathroom, grabbing something to eat.
Sounds like a perfect way to spend an evening to me.
Yeah. Then I got up and it was like 6:30. Woke up and it was like 6:30. And my husband even came to bed early too. He came to bed at like 9. I
Wow.
remember. And then I don't know, just remember passing out, waking up 6 o'clock, and I was like, oh, we're gonna go because we were talking about going to Costco and that today shopping. So that's what we did. Went to No Frills. Oh my god, can I just say this? The ridiculous amount of people that like you would think that Costco was having the biggest, like Black Friday ever. And you're like, it's not even time for them to open. And it's lined up as if there's like a huge sale on. And I'm not even going to lie. Costco, you can kiss my ass now. I could, like, after going in there today, besides a few things that you can get, their prices aren't that much better. Like for the headache of dealing with the people in aisles and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
like for the stuff that I buy. But you know what gets me is you see these people lining up to get in that store, and then within minutes, these people come to the front and they got like 3 things in their cart.
Yeah.
Really? Like 3 and 4 things, and you're like, woo! You stood there for half an hour before the door opened just for those 3 to 4 items that would have been there anyway. But it was so I was expecting because we went to No Frills and it opened at 8, so we got there at about 1:45. So we just waited, and all I wanted from No Frills was just canned stuff, like their canned corn and that, because that's really the best place to typically get the canned items.
Mm-hmm.
And then Costco was just, well, let's go in there and see. But honestly, um, their grapes are like 10.99 for a freaking plastic container of them. Great, I can pay that same absorbent price over at IGA across the street.
Yeah.
Like nothing that would make me want to keep going back there at all to deal with the
I
parking.
get toilet paper and paper towel and Cheese Whiz. Other than that,
Ooh.
I check for sales and stuff, but those 3 things, you can't get them anywhere else cheaper. But again, that's like once every 2 months.
Yeah, so what I find funny about that was that I was literally looking at the paper towels and I was like, yeah, I ain't spending $24. I know it's a good price for all these rolls, but
Mhm.
I only need a couple of rolls. Like
Yeah.
seriously. Like meaning if it was like a big shop and whatever, normally we'll buy like it's like $16.99 at Walmart or something. But anyways, Cheese Whiz, just so you know, it's on for $6.99.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
the
why I
big
buy
ones.
it there.
I know. My husband doesn't like Cheese Whiz. I don't know. Do you guys
Oh,
like Cheese Whiz? I like Cheese Whiz. My mom used to put it between the celery sticks.
yes, delicious.
Or bubbled up cheese. Did you ever have bubbled up cheese?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah,
delicious.
exactly. Anyways, so I'm the only one that eats the Cheese Whiz. My husband's like, I ain't eating that processed shit. Okay. But anyways, $200. Didn't buy a lot. Just pop is 32 cans for like 15.69.
Mm-hmm.
Husband got one of those for him and his brother. I bought a thing of water, 40 for like $9 when you include all the recycling and econo fees and stuff like that. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went to the dollar store to go buy myself some of my Zero Gatorade. Ha! I ended up picking out the ones besides 2. The rest of them weren't the zero because they're all in the same spot. I just look at the coloring going, oh, I'll have 2 of those. Then I realized they were all just regular sugar ones instead of the zero. Diabetic, by the way. So, anyways, But yeah, it's like yeah, get a few things, didn't go far. Yeah, you. And then back home, and then I thought, you know what? Now I feel like doing a live. You know, I'd already showered for the day and everything like that, and did groceries, and I was like, now I feel better today.
Well, I'm glad.
It's 27 here, Charmaine. What's there?
I woke up this morning, it was 4 degrees, and right
Yeah.
now I think it's like 9 and raining. It's terrible
Oh,
weather this year.
oh,
Yeah.
that's a far different outlook than
Mhm.
what's going on over
Yeah.
here.
Hence my winter clothes are back out.
Oh, yeah, no, 27, hot, little breeze. It's like one of those like really nice days. Yeah,
Yeah.
on there. But anyway, so Charmaine, of course, welcome. And it is cold. Yeah, that's cold. Wasn't
Mm,
expecting that, but that is Alberta sometimes, eh? You
you
never
bet.
know. Um, Let me ask you just quickly, going back to Sebastian's case,
Mhm.
bunch of drama, this whole cease and desist thing going on. I find it really offensive myself. Have you paid any attention a little bit to what's going on there or no?
So I thought the cease and desist was directed at one creator. Because no, I haven't really been paying attention. I've seen things, but I've been just saturating myself with this LISK
Gilgo?
stuff.
With
But
what stuff?
with the Gilgo,
Gilgo. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what I saw, I thought, because I didn't know details, and I thought cease and desist. Maybe it was one of these people that was just making stuff up to, cause drama and stuff. I didn't realize that it was kind of a blanket thing. It was it. 'Cause
Well,
I also came into your live late. I had to work this morning, so
so in saying that, so um there's probably been about 5 YouTubers that have received it.
wow.
JLR did not get one in paper like the other ones, but uh, Robin Rogers sent him an email, which they have talked before you know, um, obviously coverage of the case at the start and stuff like that. So meaning it was Robin Rogers that sent out basically telling JLR same thing, stop and whatever. And JLR is probably basically like, who the frick are you to tell people?
So
Go ahead.
what's the legality behind that? Like, it doesn't hold any water. You can say what you want. I mean, there
It
are
doesn't.
people defaming other people left, right, and center on YouTube all the time.
Well, I was gonna say, like, it's again, it's kind of one of those things. It's like unless you're specifically saying that that person's the murderer and stuff like that, okay.
Mhm.
Um, but talking about Sebastian, talking about the case, if people want to talk about, anyways, the whole thing when I read it is just stupid. It honestly is just stupid.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, in my head, I'm just like, you know what? Fine. Like I didn't get no letter because I'm not one of those channels that would be considered where those letters were going to in a sense.
Mhm.
Um, so we talk about it, but anyways, I've never got one or whatever. But regardless, I'm offended by that whole. Actually, I'm just offended by how the parents are acting and all this. But hey, if you don't want people talking about Sebastian, whatever, you ungrateful people, like that's just so ungrateful. If you want to
Yeah.
send off YouTubers and cherry pick and say stuff like that, if nobody's talking about Sebastian, good fight then. Good fight. If you don't want people to talk about Sebastian and you're putting that in there, it was the stupidest letter I could have read, honestly.
Mhm.
Once you actually listen to it and read it, it's the most stupidest letter, honestly. And then coming from a divorce lawyer.
It makes me wonder, not so much because it came from Seth's side, correct?
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if that lawyer took any time to reflect on the possible consequences of doing that. In that now, if
Mhm.
people listen to that letter, then the the mainstream media was not reporting on that case, not nearly enough. It was YouTube, it was social media.
Yeah.
So if they're trying to put a stop to that, then this case it's going to get buried, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, like, what was her end goal? Just a paycheck, or do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
nothing, no good could come from that.
No.
Even bad publicity is still publicity.
Yes. Absolutely. And Robin Rogers is really the one that stirred the pot with Christopher Proudfoot information. Like she's the one that was going channel to channel, basically accusing him of doing something to Sebastian. Anyways, she actually really stirred the pot from the beginning. So it's like the pot calling the kettle black. So she's telling JLR and that like not that she that he can't say her name, use any posts, Facebook posts. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Let me put it this way. If you ever want something to backfire on you, keep going from Seth's Corner. Keep going because you're doing a really good job at making people turn on Seth Rogers and Sebastian Rogers case when you offend people like this. It's kind of like Christopher Proudfoot when he's basically was saying, "Hey, if I'm gonna be on your show, I want all this money to go to Sebastian Rogers," type of thing, as if he had a say in what people should do with their YouTube money. It'd be as if we should be, just graced by his presence. That if he's going to be on a show, then and he wants, as if he's some sort of fan, that's dictating. Like that's like honestly, he's trying to act like it sounds like. Well, like, yeah, like people should donate the money then, did it? No, people don't have to do shit for nobody. Remember that. Covering a case in itself is enough, in a sense. And if people want to donate, they can. But Christopher acts like, like, hey, it's just Christopher Proudfoot. If you want me on your show, I mean, just so I look real and legit and look like I care. I just want all the proceeds to go to Sebastian Rogers, type of thing. But that's not really kind of even how he's more offensive as he was saying it. And it's just kind of like, who the fuck are you, dude? Seriously. Exactly. But anyway, the whole thing, to me personally, I find this whole case a joke anymore. Like Sebastian Rogers it was the point of this case. And I will show him at like the start of a live or something like that. But as for the case, there's nothing more to add to it. Honestly, I'm not going to add into their drama of crap, meaning the parents. They can piss off with that because they're embarrassing as heck. Like everything that's going on with this case from, this Tony guy becoming involved with Christopher Proudfoot, with Seth and him going off on people and stuff like that. And Robin Rogers, the grandma, just beaking off like this and that. Christopher Proudfoot's sister beaking off. It's like, how embarrassing.
It is. It's embarrassing and it's beyond tragic that Sebastian is. He is truly lost in every sense of the word.
Yeah. Bullhorn Betty's interview. I remember when I watched that, I was like, good interview. This is exactly it. Ask questions, get answers, right? You feel like you're just, okay, here's a question. Seth answers it. Here's another question. Seth answers it. Then you walk away feeling like you felt like you heard different things about Sebastian or whatever. And nice questions, good questions. And then that's how I felt when I watched that one. And a couple
I felt the same about Coffindaffer's interview with Seth. It wasn't so much about him being missing, but we just got to hear about what the boy was like growing up and what he's like as a teenager and his likes, his dislikes, and nothing to do with drama or anything. We just rehumanized this boy. He's not just a story. He's not just a face on a poster. Yeah. And that to me that was around the same time that the two families were going to try to team up. So that was a turning point. That there was a fork in the road, and unfortunately, it just went sideways.
Well, I'll tell you though, because I remember this, and it went sideways a couple times, to be honest with you, is that after that whole truck thing where they showed the picture of the truck, and a lot of people kept saying it looked like Christopher Proudfoot was like going in on Seth, but it was more that Christopher Proudfoot had said to Seth, been out of Seth's mouth, like it was Christopher Proudfoot that said to him, like, let's try to be bygones, let's move forward. Next thing you know, Seth is on a freaking live, basically blaming Katie for the disappearance of Sebastian outright. And I'm like, dude, you literally just told the Proudfoots that you guys are going to work together. and
Mhm.
you're going to go on a channel and start bashing Katie, like, meaning if you want to think it, but shut your pie hole on a channel when you're sitting there accusing like that. And
Mhm.
like after saying you're going to work with them, how is that beneficial to then attack Katie? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of Katie's or Christopher Proudfoot's, but how do you make it? That's like me making an agreement with you and then going and bashing you, Charmaine, on the
Mhm.
next breath, and then
Yeah,
expecting you to not be slighted by that.
that's right.
And he did that a couple times, and the thing is at the end of the day, like I said, the, who cares? They want to think certain thoughts. Who cares? Just work together. Just
Yeah,
work
I mean,
together.
there's obviously a history there, and nobody expects everybody to get along and eat ice cream together, but you should be
Mhm.
able to come together for a common goal of finding your son, finding your
Right.
missing son.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
the
it's
thing is,
just bizarre.
I mean, Chris, you could tell Christopher and Seth had a decent relationship. They did. Seth made it seem like it wasn't as nice as what Christopher did, but honestly, in hindsight, looking back at the interviews, you know, you could tell that they had a very, cohesive. I don't know, like a good
They're like
relationship,
amicable. They could work together.
amicable. Yeah, like hey, right, and that's why he said he didn't like dealing with Katie because it was easier to talk with Christopher.
Yeah.
So the way he made it come across was like he was putting shade to Christopher when
Yeah.
really, if you look at the interviews later on, you can see that they did have a pretty decent relationship for biological versus whatever. And now, I mean, the true colors are coming out here and they're just like flinging shit at each other and different stuff. And it's like, you know what? No one wants, well, people, the drama people want to hear that.
Absolutely.
We just want to see like Gabby Petito's case work together, grow up, get out of the sandbox. You're adults, and quit embarrassing yourselves on national TV and freaking because this shit sticks.
That's right.
And so to me, it's like, and then these cease and desist letters. All I'm going to say is this: be thankful that anyone covers anybody's case that it has someone missing and gives exposure to it. Be grateful. Be
Yeah.
great, even if they're slagging Seth or whatever. Be grateful. It's about Sebastian, not Seth. It's about Sebastian.
That's
So
right.
stop making it about them damn selves all the time. Who cares if somebody says something crappy about Seth? You got big boy pull ups on, don't you? Like freaking, it's just
Yeah.
like people are gonna say shit. But at the end of the day, you're like, well, at least they're stupid enough to keep Sebastian's name out there, even if they want to talk shit about me. You
Right.
know?
Right. Exactly. And that's how 99% of the parents are out there.
Yeah. Anyways, so all I can say is I'm good with Sebastian's case. There's nothing going on with it until there is. We will show and talk about it a little bit here and there throughout lives. But as for anything else to add to it, I don't give a shit about Seth's and Chris's Proudfoot war that they got going on. It's about Sebastian, and so that's will just be the focus. Show Sebastian's face. It's been over 100 days now. There's no movement, so just we can just keep showing his face and hope that somebody or something there is some movement in the case at some point.
Mhm.
Regardless if you feel like they missed him, that he took off himself, or that the Proudfoots had anything to do with it, or Seth. Some people think Seth for that matter, but at the end of the day, there's nothing, no proof of anything at all.
Exactly.
So, anyways, so let's go to this one. So Rex Heuermann, Gilgo. What's your thoughts? You said you've been diving into it. This is one that's close to Alexa's heart because obviously she grew up in Massapequa Park there. Um, what's your thoughts on what's going on?
Well, I mean, when he was first arrested, we kind of all, I think, had the idea that this was going to be big because this LISK case had been very well publicized and an old investigation. Everybody thought it went cold. He is what I refer to as like a classic serial killer. He is one of the mythological, horrible people that everybody's afraid of, like hiding in the shadows, like a Ted Bundy or BTK
Mm-hmm.
or Dahmer. He's one of those. And now to see some of this evidence that came out on Thursday,
Yeah.
His planning documents and just the things that he wrote, the things that were in his head, the way that he meticulously planned things,
Yeah.
like his checks and balances for things. It just, and knowing that he was like a fanboy of John Douglas and read the same books that I have, but for a completely different reason.
Right. Right.
I mean, it's so chilling and so eerie. And like that, was she a doctor or something? She had said it's this kind of stuff is what shapes the way women live and move in the world today. And
Yeah.
this guy takes me back to, like the days of Ted Bundy or, these famous, infamous serial killers. It's got a different level of terrifying to it.
Yeah.
It's just next level. I cannot believe some of the things that you can deduce from the evidence, like what these women went through,
Right.
because it wasn't quick,
Mm-hmm. Now,
that way.
what do you think? Okay. Is it from 2014 onwards that there's no charges between that time period?
What do you
It was
mean?
2014. Well, all the bodies that he's been charged for is between
93 and 2014.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
but there's
he just didn't stop.
absolutely not. And that's why I say, and I can't remember the exact dates, but I did a podcast episode on it like over a year ago. But Eastbound Strangler in Atlantic City, it's close by. He was a gambler. He was a traveler. He has timeshares all over the country. I really think that this is literally just scraping the bottom of the barrel with this man, because you cannot be this brutal
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and be able to stop. And
Right.
like the thing with the women who were killed in his home, or the ones that we know about, they can track the family, like the wife and the kids, and they were out of town or whatever, they weren't around. But what about when he was traveling by himself? Like you'll never convince me that he didn't do anything anywhere
Right.
else. Of course he did.
Mm-hmm.
It's chilling.
Well, I think Sherman, and I'll be back on camera in a minute here, just vaping my face off and drinking and finishing my cookie. But there, to me, it's very clear as day that this is a man that is like to kill people, to do this. It just didn't stop. That he has these sick, twisted desires to keep doing it, planning it out. It's just so
And learning and
yes,
evolving and changing and
like it's a
adapting.
game, like it's a
It's
game.
literally a way of life for this man. And like
Uh-huh.
1993 is the earliest one that we know about at this point, but he was 29, 30 at that time. You've got, I mean, some start younger than 20, whatever, but they usually start in their mid to late 20s. But I mean, it, it leaves me speechless to think how many people there could be, how
Yeah,
many lives were lost.
yeah. There's Carl. He heard Seth's name. He heard me backslashing him. He's like, "Here's Carl." Hey, Carl. Sorry to be using so many, but my mind's blown since going over the new charges affidavit yesterday. Stunning. He's the Long Island Green River. Okay.
Yeah, like, and just because he may have changed dump sites,
Mm-hmm.
you see in that evidence that he meticulously planned, and that is a result from learning from his mistakes. So how long was he either fantasizing about doing something like that or doing it and making mistakes? Just so happened that he didn't live in that state or whatever. How long could he have possibly gotten away with it? And if a case goes cold, are they Are they pulling that evidence out and testing it against, maybe now, against this guy's DNA? But
Right.
there are probably a lot of cold cases from 30 or more years ago all around the country that, you know.
Lone Pony said, and supposedly New York doesn't allow DNA into the CODIS. You got to spell it right if you're going to spell CODIS. So KOTIS, isn't it?
That's very interesting.
Until he's convicted. Is that true? Where did you hear that or read that? I mean, it could be true. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
It very well could be true.
Yeah.
But they're still able to compare his DNA from victim DNA that's in this. So I mean, that's kind of that would be more concerning to me if the entire country was like that. So then they had to pick every single cold case and test their DNA against Rex Heuermann.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like that. It could be in New York. I don't know.
It's so crazy to me. Like, obviously somebody's brain is wired like really deeply wrong to literally enjoy creating almost like a game of, like at first you're learning, then as you learn, you grow from killing people, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. To think that somebody's mind is literally tick-tocking like that, and then you work with that person.
Mm-hmm.
That must be the most effed up thing, or to find out that your neighbor is the SK for these people. But it's just like, there has to be something wired wrong in the brain, obviously.
Oh, there absolutely is. And like, I remember when he was first arrested and everybody was talking about all of the remains that were found in Gilgo Beach area. And a lot of the news anchors and stuff, they were saying, well, that might not be connected because some of the remains were
yes, Carl,
dismembered. And that's not how the Gilgo 4 were found. But my thought at that time was, well, these SKs, they evolve, they adapt, and they age. So back when these other remains were killed and they were dismembered, he could have been younger. It could have been too messy. He could have decided, I'm not doing this anymore, and then changed his MO. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because it wasn't the same
right.
At that time.
Yeah.
Didn't mean there wasn't, and now here we are. And he even says in those documents, like, his aftercare of the carcasses, he calls them, remove hands, remove head. And the one in 1993, no hands, no head.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it'll be really interesting to me to see what the defense decides to do with this evidence, if there's not some kind of a plea, but if they decide to say it was fantasy or he didn't write it or whatever, it'll be really interesting to see what direction this goes, legally speaking.
I'd like to see a plea deal with a list of how many people he did actually kill.
Yeah. And I think because these men with the minds, once they're caught, like even Ted Bundy, at the end of it, the only reason he didn't confess is because it gave him a playing chip. He knew what the perception was of him. He knew that people were afraid of this monster.
Yeah.
But he held on to all of his information until he needed it. Yeah. But for the most part, once they're like BTK, once they're caught, they want everybody to know what they've done.
Right.
So for me, if there was a plea, I would think that he would cop to all of it and finally tell like everything that he could remember. What was that one's name? I can't remember his name, and I should because I studied this case too, but he had like upwards towards 80 women, but the detail that he remembered so many years later about every single one of them, he had a thing for necks. And he could remember the color of their skin and how their neck felt. And he was in his late 70s when he was confessing to all of them. And he was able to tell the exact scenario, how he met them, the last words that these women had, what he was feeling, what he was thinking. Like they log this stuff. They remember this stuff. It is important to them.
Yeah.
So he knows everything that he did.
Well, I was going to say, I think Miss Wee Leslie, I'm going to disagree on that. Someone that's meticulous, I think every serial killer knows exactly how many people they've killed and how they killed each person.
Mm-hmm.
I like, especially someone like Rex Heuermann, that probably prides himself in being meticulous.
Mm-hmm.
Like
even Ted Bundy said at the end, like add a digit.
Yeah.
So does that mean 34 or 134, 334? But I mean, he left us with that.
I mean, Rex Heuermann, yeah. And, like Rex Heuermann, right? I mean, he's literally looking up these cases, his own cases that he knows and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, to me, there's absolutely he knows how many he's killed. And how
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
And if he didn't remember it all then, since he's been in jail, you bet your baby he's been sitting there just thinking and reliving and relishing everything that he did and how they're never going to find all the evidence till they start finding stuff like this. And to be a fly on the wall in his cell, I mean, maybe he'll be feeling some anxiety.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play more of this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being
guilty
framed.
or not guilty,
After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
I'm going to be shunned for life, but I haven't paid attention
The
at
Killer
all.
or Cover-Up Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
People that are watching them, guilty or not guilty for killing.
The task force believes that this is a planning document, and it was utilized by Heuermann to methodically blueprint and plan out his kills with excruciating detail. We allege that this document evinces the defendant's intent in committing the charged crimes, that his intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them.
These new details from this handbook, or whatever you want to call it, from the accused Long Island serial killer is disturbing. What I'm going to go through right now, perhaps the most disturbing part of it all, and it's the body prep of his victims. Okay, let's put it up on the screen. Wash the body inside and all cavities. Remove trace evidence, fingerprints/hair. Remove trace DNA. Remove ID marks, tattoos, and marks. Here's the one. Remove marks from torture. All these women were tortured. Remove head and hands. Package for transport. Let all this sink in for a moment. What we're talking about here, about what he is doing to his victims. Still with us, Dr. Siobhan Scott, author of The Minds of Mass Killers, and Dr. Scott Brown, who has an incredible one-man show. He's traveling and touring right now. You need to check out Serial Killers with Dr. Scott Bond. This body prep, Dr. Bond, this, to me, it says he's doing all the things that we suspected he was doing, but he's come up with a way to try to erase any evidence of it ever happening.
That's absolutely true. And as as I mentioned before, serial killers are not all the same. Some of them will dispose of a body and they don't care about whether or not there's trace evidence or physical evidence available. This is a guy, as an organized, highly meticulous power and control killer, who wanted to erase any trace of his involvement. And this just demonstrates the nature of his pathology and his psychopathy, that he would go to such an extent in his planning, even more so than BTK. I'm very familiar with with Dennis Rader. He's also a power and control killer, also a sadist, also a torturer. But I would say that Heuermann appears to have gone to even greater lengths than Rader, which is almost mind-boggling.
Dr. Scott, washing all the cavities and then removing ID marks like tattoos. He doesn't want the victims to necessarily be identified.
Yeah. It was interesting to me in this report, this document that came out, that he was basically a John Douglas, the author of Mindhunter, the former FBI profiler. He was a fanboy of his and was reading his books and his material. And I think sometimes, when we read things and we think, oh my God, this is horrible, we have to keep in mind that there are certain kinds of people who are reading the same thing and they're using it to get ideas, or they're using it to become better criminals. So that I thought was also chilling about this.
Now, I'm going to go through a list of items that were recovered from the home, and listen closely. And I'm going to ask both of you, what from this list really kind of jumps out to you. So you've got 15 different types of cameras recovered, 27 computers, 58 internal hard drives, 22 external hard drives, 46 cell phones, 9 Wi-Fi routers, 44 SD microcards, 17 tablets, 42 USB devices, 8 laptops, 50 hotel cards, 4 GPS devices, 11 music devices, 36 SIM cards, 33 miscellaneous items, and 647 CD floppy disks, VHS, or miscellaneous tapes. Dr. Scott, I'll let you go first.
I'm just absolutely fascinated to know, what is he recording with all of this? What other evidence are they going to discover, or have they discovered? Obviously, again, his tendency to be obsessive. I understand he had over 300 guns. I mean, this guy collected.
Dr. Baum, we have about 30 seconds here. What are your thoughts about this list of what was recovered?
Well, the need to document, this, once again, this is his life's great work. He needed to document it. He needed to have it for himself and to prove to the world just how grandiose and wonderful his work is. So it's his grandiosity that really jumps out, and the need to document and be a historian.
Dr. Siobhan Scott, Dr. Scott Bond, incredible insight. Thank you both so much. We appreciate your time. We'll speak again. When we come back, we're going to continue on this story. We're going to speak with the attorney for the children that were living inside that house. Next.
This is what this case is about. We don't ever forget that. This case is about the victims and their families, and hopefully providing them with that small measure of closure. And the families have been nothing short of incredible. The way that they continue to support their loved ones and each other is really inspiring to us, and really helps us to keep coming in and working this case as aggressively as we've been doing.
So as we learn more details about this suspected serial killer, we have to continue to keep in mind that these are real people, real victims, real lives that were taken. We're talking about torture. And now these families are learning many more details as we're learning all of these details. This is real. This is not something that we're watching on a movie or a television series. This is actually happening. As hard to believe as it is, as we learn these details. Now, another part of this story, another huge part of this story, is that this accused killer had a family. Still has a family, but trying to put this together, how does that work? Well, here's a statement from Asa Ellerup, the estranged wife, that was released today. Let me put it up on the screen and read it for you. Today's indictment further illustrates that Asa Ellerup has no involvement in any of the alleged crimes that her estranged husband, the accused killer, has been charged with. Ms. Ellerup married the accused killer in 1996. She was not residing with the accused killer in Massapequa Park domicile in 1993, the year Ms. Costella was murdered. Moreover, according to the government, at the time of the death of Ms. Taylor, Ms. Ellerup was once again not in the jurisdiction. As we have previously stated, if the accused killer committed these homicides, he was living a double life that Ms. Ellerup was unaware of. After 27 years with the accused killer, Ms. Ellerup maintains the belief that her estranged husband is not capable of committing these heinous acts. And all this still in light of the charges, the basis of the charges, things that were taken from the home, all of this, still not believing that he is capable of it.
Okay. Shamin?
Yep.
Okay. What does she need to realize what her husband is being accused of? I was thinking about that today before about what is her name again? Asa. I was thinking about that today. You know, like when somebody commits a crime and they're charged with it, you know, so many of the wives are gonna stand by their guy, believing that he didn't do anything. You know, like, but this is like 6 people, and it's almost like she thinks it's like, nope, couldn't have done it. This isn't the person I know.
I think it's easy to say that as, you know, a spouse, partner, whatever. But like you say, she's heard the same, probably more than what we have. And there has to be questions in her head. And just because there's a statement that was put out by her lawyer doesn't mean that's how she truly feels. It could be the standpoint that they want public at this time.
Right.
Potentially connected to some kind of a documentary that may or may not be happening.
Right.
So I wouldn't put too much thought into that particular statement for what she really thinks and feels, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think of your husband or your partner or whatever. When you start hearing all of this stuff, you're going to try to believe them. You're going to try to trust that they would not be capable of that. But in your mind, you're human. And if you're a logically thinking human, you're going to start questioning, how did my hair get there then?
Or how did that stuff get on my computer, on his computer?
Right. And where was he at this time? Why did he have so many phones? Things start clicking.
Oh my goodness.
That doesn't mean she's going to come out and say, oh, I can't believe that I was married to this monster. Some of them do, but some of them don't.
I was going to say, so the computer amount, cell phone amount, beyond ridiculous.
Yes, but he was also,
they're also hoarders.
27 years or more in that, or no, his entire life in that house.
I know,
but he's a hoarder.
You're going to find, right, they're hoarders, to be honest with you. But in saying that, himself, yeah, he's a hoarder. You can tell, but in saying that, I can go back at least 20 years, at least, and go, I got maybe 3 cell phones in my home that I've had.
I mean, I don't. When I get a new cell phone, if I'm not trading my old one in, my old one is on buy and sell. Like, I don't want that stuff.
Yeah.
I've got an old laptop.
But cell phones didn't exist 30 years ago.
Right, exactly. And so just to be clear, the evidence that they found, like these documents, they were deleted, and they had to recover them. Forensics had to recover them. But how stupid are you? You took so much time to read into all of John Douglas's books and his hard work and try to understand how to become a better killer, but you didn't read the part about technology and how things are never actually gone when you delete them. You didn't read that,
right?
You know, it just thank heaven he's stupid.
And keeping the 50 hotel cards. Those are memories. Those are.
I mean, I've got a couple of them too, but not because of memory.
Just you know what? I freaking ran a hotel, and I have maybe a key card around, maybe a couple, but you know that key card more represents probably something that he did while he was there.
Oh, for sure.
For the most part. But he's a hoarder too. Like, you can tell, like, that house was disgusting. They're hoarders. And what do you think about Asa? Do you think that? With Asa, do you think that she had no knowledge about this and she was just totally oblivious and he was leading? Because she kind of reminds me of that bumpkin that puts her head down and just kind of does her simple wifely duties and doesn't really know how to clean a house that well either. But
right. And from what I understand, she was a gamer, and I'm not dissing gamers or anything like that, but they can be very focused and engulfed in their own little world. And she would go to comic book conventions and all of these different things. And she seemed to take trips, and Rex funded this kind of stuff. So she had her own life, and it's not. And if he was doing all this stuff when she wasn't around, I mean, we don't know the inner workings of their relationship. I mean,
well, you know what was in, you know what was let me just put it this way. I'm just sure it was one of those ones that I'm sure there were, like wasn't this deeply mad love for each other still. It was more probably a relationship that is more of a convenience and,
I call it a beard for
you know,
a man like this who probably doesn't have
okay.
the capacity to feel love.
Yeah.
Having a wife and a family is a beard. It's disguising yourself.
Mhm.
It's trying to fit in and look normal. And
Well,
I mean, it worked for this guy, and not any doing of his own, but they had enough evidence to find this guy in 2011.
yeah.
And because of
Right.
police corruption and the rest of it, he was left to do more for so many more years. But yeah,
Well,
yeah.
darn well, because I've been a gamer for a long time, so I know exactly how gaming can take over people's lives in a sense. So I kind of knew the balance, but a lot of people really get involved in depthly, and it's because they can be something that they're not. So I bet you any money, in Ella's gaming and any game she role played in and whatever, she was probably the most beautiful, had like a princess outfit on, and do you know what I mean? Because you can
Mhm.
become whatever you want, and you almost these people in the games become almost like your real life friends per se, and people get caught up in it. That's always the part that always got me. So, like in my household, my son is the one that taught me RuneScape so I could help him out. Now, over time, when my son decided that he was going to go to RS2, which is RuneScape 2, I just kept his account going because I'd worked for 3 months so freaking hard on it. And then I thought, it's a cute little game, and I kept playing it. So, my ex husband, we all played RuneScape. And so it's one of those things that as a family, we enjoyed it. But it becomes like every day, like time goes by super fast. And basically, like for instance, when my ex-husband would come home from work, like pretty much we just gamed all night, and it was fair enough because we all gamed. So Matthew's the one that taught us the game. I started, then my husband or ex-husband made an account, and then and so I was just floating between my account, their accounts, and doing the work on each of their accounts to build them up and get these things, and you just become very absorbed. And I'm like I said, I met this one person, freaking holy freaking guy with many disorders, I'll tell you that much. But anyways, it's almost like, I'll say it this, I bet you in Asa's life, it's like her virtual second life that you
Right.
just like some people just don't know the balance between
And it
that. But
becomes more important than your real life because it's not.
yes,
There's
yeah,
no there's no real stressors there.
no,
It's fantasy,
it's
but
fantasy, and
you've
you can just,
sucking yourself into it so
yeah.
much it's almost your reality, and I get it.
You know what? It's one of those things when you're gaming, typically, you're not thinking about your world life bills or problems going on. It's a place where you can frickin' mine stuff, make jewelry, frickin' build yourself a frickin' house and have a butler and all these different things in it. And you can kind of just create your own world, and then you meet friends and you guys meet up all the time at the general exchange and stuff like that, hang out and whatever. And it's fun. Like, it's fun when you know that it's just a game. But some people get so absorbed, and it takes over their life. Now, I don't want to sit there and say that at some points it didn't take over my life, because it did at points. I had played RuneScape on and off for like 20 years. Sometimes I'd quit for a year or two, go back to it, and because it was just because I don't like change. Meaning, I used to play Ages of Empires. Once I stopped playing that, then I had played RuneScape. So I'm like a one person thing. I don't like to play multiple different games. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, so I would keep going back to RuneScape, eh? And even to this day, I was just talking with my husband now, because my husband I met on RuneScape, and that's where we met, was gaming. And so, like I said, 9-year anniversary coming up, and it's kind of like, as long as both partners, in a sense, are both aware of life, for real life first, games are secondary. in a sense and stuff like that. But sometimes we forget that along the way as well, which I've done with my ex-husband and stuff like that, because he's gaming down there, I'm gaming up here. Then
well, especially if you have two completely different lives and interests, and he's away at work and she's at home and she's
and
gaming
she's just entertaining herself, and online's a good way to avoid life. People can determine it how they want, in a sense, but some people know gaming and know that it's like a game. But honestly, a lot of people that game, honestly, a lot of times it absorbs their life. It's what they do day and night and breathe and live, and but like me and my ex-husband and my son, that's what we did, and we enjoyed it as a family, type of thing. But like I said, so that really didn't have anything to do with our, say, divorce per se. It wasn't like the kind of, but not really. That was just his whole mindset was more about money, where he should have been. I don't even know, because we each had our little boyfriends and girlfriends, but we all knew each other still and stuff like that. But let me put it this way: when mine and my ex-husband's marriage was going south, and I knew that, I remember him saying well, why don't you change, and then I'll think about changing, as if I'm the one that needed to change for our marriage to somehow get better. Go fuck yourself, dude. Seriously, what do you mean? I'm not the one with the anger issues and stuff like that. But you go ahead and change, and then I'll think about changing and stuff like that. And honestly, so that's when I actually just dived in. And that's when I met this more freaking disordered person that I'll ever probably witness in my entire life. Because I'm a fixer. And so during that time that the marriage was going south, and Steve, my ex-husband Steve, was with his little group, and I was with my little group of friends in a sense. But that's when I met Aaron, Mr. Freaking Dysfunctional in Life. And I was like, oh, somebody I can fix. So I was putting all my energy into trying to make this person see that, when somebody hides, the narcissist that hide behind a mask, but you don't know it at the time. You're just like, dude, like, why are you so down on yourself? Here, let me try to help fix you and stuff like that. But then it just becomes, like I said, then it became like I don't know, a place to go all the time. So during my divorce, or when the marriage was going south, like I said, those two were still playing RuneScape. I just kind of buried my head there and was going, it just took away from thinking about how sucky my life was at that point in my life.
Exactly. And if you're lonely, to boot. And do you know what I mean? You're married, but you're alone. You could get lost in another reality. Absolutely. And I don't think, and law enforcement, the DA has come out and said they have no reason to believe that the wife or kids had any knowledge of any of this. So, and that's the side that I'm on. So I listened to, what's his name? John Ray, I think the attorney for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, John Ray, right.
And some of the others. And he's convinced that she knew and was involved. I
don't feel it.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I just don't.
Just because
the fact that he listed, and Vinny makes a big deal out of it too, that he listed hair nets, plural, instead of just one hair net. They're making a big deal with that right there. That means that there was an accomplice. Well, no, it doesn't, because he was probably planning on doing it more than once. I don't know anywhere where you can go and buy one hairnet, or he could have just been reminding himself, use hairnets in the future.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not as concrete evidence as John Ray and Vinny seem to think it is.
Yeah.
To me, it's not even an interesting slip.
My gut says that, like, my just gut says that she didn't know. I just think that Asa is a very simple person that is that her probably home is her castle and whatever, and gaming is her reality, and she just does that, and that's her enjoyment and hiding, however you want to claim it, as hiding or a type of thing. I just,
and
but
if
I
she was
never
doing all of this when
like
she was gone, how would we expect her to know? other than maybe possibly maybe not realizing that her husband had burner phones or that he was addicted to ladies of the night or however we put it on here. There's certain things that probably hindsight is 2020 with her, and she's probably piecing things together. But I don't think that there's any culpability there or any kind of inclusion or anything. I really don't.
I was gonna say, what do you guys in chat think? Do you think Asa knew or didn't? I don't. I don't.
Also, with the 1993 victim, if I'm not mistaken, Rex was living with a different woman.
Yes, he was living with a different woman.
And her hair was found.
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, that just tells you you can't say sloppy because leaving behind a hair.
Yeah.
You know, it happens, especially when you're a slob.
Especially back then.
Yeah.
Like, well, you're not even thinking about DNA like we think of DNA. Like you are, but not like DNA that we think of today. And so, so if a hair, like, you know, because they were taping, using tape to pull up hairs. I remember them saying off of like her hood or something like that, of the hoodie or something. Anyways, bottom line is that was before Asa. That was with another chick that he lived with. And then that, I think they like, that was for about a year or so that they lived together or something like that. So he was doing this well before Asa. And honestly, I just think Asa just comes off as like a bumpkin, simple, you know, like, you know those wives where they're freaking clueless to what their husband's doing, and you know, and he's doing his thing, and like I'm sure
we know from other serial killers' wives, there's certain aspects to these men's lives that their wives are strictly not allowed to know about, not allowed to ask about, just accept it as none of your freaking business. You know what I mean? Like,
how do I feel about her doing the documentary? Honestly, I personally don't feel any way about it. I'm just like live and let live type of thing. Honestly, you know, it doesn't offend me at all. It doesn't bother me. You know, let me put it this way: if someone were to offer me $500,000 and I found out that I was living with an SK or whatever, and someone offered me that, and I needed it for my future to provide, you know, and whatever, and honestly, I would take it. I would take the deal, to be honest with you.
I would too, but at the same time, it's no different than any other documentary out there. I used to love watching documentaries, and now not so much because half of it is bullshit. Half of it is fun in a way and edited in a way that it's and the people, they get paid this money to follow a certain narrative. So I put as much stock into that as I would, you know, a television show.
Yeah.
Like a story, a created story. I mean, it's too bad that somebody in that family is going to make money off of it, but at the same time, I don't blame her for doing it. And again, I'll probably watch it, not going to lie, but I won't believe it. It'll definitely be one-sided, geared towards whatever narrative is going to make them the most money.
Yeah. I just, when it comes to stuff like this, like, okay, I have my own certain morals, right? Charmaine has her own certain morals. My morals might not be the same as Charmaine's or somebody else's. I like to think that I have decent morals when it comes to why I do things, but I wouldn't be above not taking $500,000 if it meant that my life was all turned upside down and shit, and everyone knows who the F I am, and if it helped me secure my future because I needed it to, because
and your kids' future,
hey,
and your children's future,
you know, like for me, like I said, I try to do things as morally as I can, and it's not about the money, but honestly, if it was something like what Asa was offered and stuff like that, and they said, here, like, let's offer you this for whatever, chances are I'd probably take that too, to be honest with you. I just kind of like live and let live, and people can judge all they want, and you know, but we all know people are hypocrites about everything, including myself. You know,
and that's where I say that whole statement. I mean, maybe it's how she really feels, but I think it's more this is what her and the attorney want the public to think that she feels. That's her opinion. That's her public opinion, more than likely based on what the narrative of that documentary is going to be.
I couldn't even, like, I'm not gonna lie, okay, I can understand somebody's hurt and pain, you know, when it comes to somebody dying or killed at the hands of somebody. I can understand that pain. What I don't think I could ever understand is so let's say Asa had absolutely no knowledge. I could never understand the full extent of how her life would be impacted from just being seen and people talking about you, from not being able to even almost show your face half the time, you know, unless you want, because you know there's going to be people that are going to be supportive, and there's those people that are going to yell shit at you, going, "Your husband's a serial killer," yeah, you know, type of thing.
Not just her, his
the kids.
daughter.
Oh yeah, yeah. But like, so I could never understand like the full impact of somebody that's going through something like this, because it's beyond my own comprehension of all the details, you know. So if Asa took $500,000 to do a documentary, enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to knock her for it, to be honest with you. Live and let live. Doesn't mean you would do the same thing, but, you know, at the end of the day, each to their own.
I can't say what, I mean, to me, $5 is $5, but I can't say that I would do that. You know, I have
to be in those shoes.
I do have a moral compass, so that I'm not going to get on and tell the entire world a complete lie and a narrative when so many lives have been lost. I don't know that I would do that, but I can't say. Offer me $1 million, maybe I would.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, unless I'm walking in those shoes, who knows exactly what I would do, but
it's $5 is $5. Yeah.
Yeah, but right, but again, I'd have to walk in those shoes, and I hope that I would never walk in those shoes and find out that my husband is some sort of SK in Canada here or something like that, because that would just, like, if somebody told me that my husband was an SK, I'd be like, no effing way. He never leaves the freaking house. He goes to work, comes home.
That's your gut reaction, but then maybe, possibly, if there was something to that accusation, he would be able to sit there and say, wait a minute, he does spend a lot of time going to the store by himself in the middle of the night,
or he was out of town during this death, and he was this, and he did have this on his computer with the list.
Right. So like I said, she could just be sitting there with her head in the sand saying, nope, there's no way, and I'm not even going to consider anything. But if she's a normal, logical thinking human being, she's piecing things together, and maybe they're not making sense in her brain. Maybe she's not seeing the connections, but she probably is, just like the rest of us.
I don't think she's dumb as a skunk. Don't get me wrong. You know, I just think that, but I wouldn't say she's the smartest person in the world either, for sure. I just think of her as kind of like that simplistic type of living person that was living a lifestyle, you know.
She's been in a different reality for gosh knows how long, and now all of a sudden she's crawling out of her gaming world
and everything,
into this complete nightmare.
Yeah.
So
at least in the gaming world, you can pretend like you're somebody you're not.
Yeah, you can like create a new character and start over if you wanted to.
Be no worse for it, right?
Yeah.
Has she ever done an interview? She has, like meaning she's talked to reporters that have asked her some questions. So yeah, she has. Anyway, okay, let's play this again. More of it.
Joining us right now in Stony Brook, New York, family law attorney and the attorney representing the children of the accused killer, Ves Midtev is back with us. Ves, thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm sure it's been an extremely busy day. Everyone's calling you, everyone's knocking your door, so we do appreciate you coming on. Reaction to these new developments, the children, what are they thinking tonight? Where are they in all of this?
Well, thank you. And as always, as we've said from day one, I think that the most important thing that came out of today for my clients was, again, that the district attorney said in no uncertain terms that it had nothing to do with these alleged acts. And maybe that's small comfort to some, but it's a very vital part of their existence because, again, this is it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. As we've said from day one, they're not only innocent bystanders, but they're very real, visceral examples of what happens when something as unfathomable as this takes place and plays out, as you said, it's real people, real lives. Well, they're two young adults who also have had lives, and those lives have been completely torn asunder. And that's happened since day one. And every time they think, it's sort of getting their lives back together, something like this has happened. And they know that. And they're quietly resilient. They have the small unit, the small family unit that remains, the two children, Miss Ellerup, the small dog, Stewie. They're trying their best to keep it together, to put one foot in front of the other, and to not be so hasty to get caught up in the flotsam and jetsam of what's going on, but to, be a cohesive family unit and do their best to weather the storm.
Are they in the same place as Asa Ellerup, who was saying, listen, 27 years, I still do not believe that he's capable of committing these heinous acts? Are the children in the same place as mom?
Well, I'll say this, when we look up at the night sky, and here in Stony Brook, it's obviously nighttime, and we look up at the stars, these are not the stars that are there today, right? That's the light of a million or billion years coming back that we see now. So the only connection that they have is that they are children of Mr. Heuermann, and they were not part of these acts as alleged if and when they happened. And all they have now is that these acts are coming back from the past, and they're tied to that because of the family ties that bind. But their part in this dark vortex is only because they're his children, and the only person that they've known their lives is him as their father. So until and if there's a conviction by 12 jurors in a Riverhead courtroom with all the protections of due process, that's what they're gonna. That's the stance they're going to take, because they have to, because he is their father. And it's multifaceted, right? It's not as simple as we want to make it. And we can prognosticate and speculate on why allegedly these were done or what involvement he had with these people. But at the end of the day, he was also an architect, a businessman, and the father of two children who are now young adults. And I, my heart goes out to them, and my hat goes off to them, because, you or I, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again, I think lesser people would have crumbled. They would have vanished into dust by mere fact of being associated with this. And they have not. They have bravely faced every kind of searing adversity, from the media camping out outside their house to their whereabouts being tracked, to the police ransacking their house, turning it upside down, not once but twice, and removing vital items from their house that they needed. They were refugees in their own front yard, basically. So what they've gone through, what they continue to go through, I don't think we have the time here. Many hours, it would take us an untold amount of hours to unpack what's actually happened. And we have a front row seat, and they'll continue to do that. As I've said before, it's a grim marathon. They're going to continue to play their part, and their part is to be a cohesive family unit and wait for this process to resolve in a courtroom, not in the court of public opinion.
The searches, and we've received more information that was released in some documents that were filed with the court about computers and electronics and things that were seized from the home. And it just seems like massive amounts of cameras and computers and cell phones and everything else. What was the situation in the house? Was part of this house just like off limits to anyone else in the house?
Well, the situation, it's a very small house. I think it's been widely reported, so I'm not saying anything new here, but it's a very, very small house. And as far as the second search goes, again, although it was much narrower in scope and in time, and it was conducted with, a much more nuanced approach than the first time around, which was obviously, that we've said in the past what we thought that search conducted, how it was conducted, and we took issue with that again. All I can tell you is, again, that, even this, oddly enough, I would say, oddly enough, nothing in today's press conference, nothing in today's bail application that was produced by the people has anything, sheds no light whatsoever on any additional items that may have been removed from the house the second time around, which is curious in a way. And again, more items were taken, things that have nothing to do whatsoever with the investigation, such as, brand new books that Victoria bought, things like that, so again, the house that they're going to come back to at some point is, again, a crime scene, and it was a crime scene, and it might be a crime scene in the future, and they have to deal with that uncertainty, which is paralyzing. Not knowing what tomorrow brings. It can be absolutely demoralizing, as we all can imagine, but not knowing what tomorrow brings in your own house, and whether or not you're going to be able to wake up in your own bed or behind yellow police tape, is, again, nothing I'd wish on my worst enemy.
I want to take a listen to a little bit more from the DA here mentioning the family.
Among other things that we were able to establish with regard to the murder of Jessica Taylor was, once again, family travel. We were able to determine that at the time of the disappearance and death of Jessica Taylor, once again, the defendant's family was out of the state. They were staying at a resort known as Smuggler's Notch in Vermont. We were able to corroborate that information through witness statements, photos, and phone and financial records. In addition, there was a hard drive that backed up to a Palm Pilot, which was the defendant's date book, And in that, and again, this is chronicled in the bail application, but in that date book, it's indicated that his wife is in Virginia at Smugs from July 20th through July 27th.
So let me ask you, Ves, is this a case where they're doing all the investigating, or is the family cooperating and saying, listen, on these dates, we were somewhere else?
I think it's been no secret that obviously we've cooperated at every turn when we were asked to cooperate, because there's nothing to hide, and because my clients have been excluded from day one. And as you know, each superseding indictment has shown and each bail application has shown that it's not just something that the DA has said. You know, there's actual physical records and corroboration that shows that they were, you know, either very young children, not even born yet, or somewhere else when these acts allegedly occurred. So again, we've made ourselves available. We've said that from day one. We have no problem with the cooperation. It just has had to have been done in accordance with their rights, their civil rights, the constitutional rights, and with the requisites of due process, which is all you can ask. And again, that's why I keep saying that, you know, no matter if there's 6 bodies or 60 bodies, these are just allegations. And, you know, I'm a defense attorney at heart and a skeptic in my soul. So I have to say that. And the minute we stop saying that is the minute we can crumple up truly the Bill of Rights and throw it right out the window. Because if this case isn't one about due process, then I don't know what is. And it may seem perverse to say it, but it is. And again, I understand that in the court of public opinion, there's a very different perception of Mr. Heuermann, but in the court of 4 walls, a jury box and a bench, he's not yet been tried, much less convicted.
And you're speaking to the right audience. This is Court TV. Our viewers understand that. And there are cases where they are even more skeptical. One of them we're covering right now. Ves Middev, appreciate your time on a very, very busy day. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
When we come back, we're going to turn our focus onto the victims and their families.
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession.
To ask you just quickly, is there anything you wanted to say towards any of that stuff?
No, I think it's just the same old. You know, I agree they don't have anything to do with it. And no matter what, all of the families of offenders, and I am speaking from experience, they go through their own, they are victims in another way as well. So unless there's any kind of evidence or something that proves that they have knowledge or involvement, I think that people need to tread lightly with them. They're dealing with something pretty horrific as well. So
I mean, and the thing is, like, we're talking about like freaking FBI and all that shit. They've said from the get-go, and still say to this day, that Asa had no knowledge and she was out of town and type of thing. Is that what kind you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as for the kids, honestly, I honestly don't care about the money part of the disability or what they get or don't get. I remember that they talked about this right near the beginning of when this case exploded, about the ones, I think the son. Yeah, don't even think about coming in here, B. All right. About the disability and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I just want to see Rex Heuermann held accountable for any crimes that he's done, and then to continue to look for any more persons that are on that. As for their financial whatever, like, that's like the least of what I care about, to be honest with you. That's for them to care about. But so for the money part of like the disability or whatever the kid gets, I don't care. Whatever they have or don't have, like I said, that's their personal life and stuff like that. Bottom line is that, their lives were turned and flipped upside down. And of course, right, the children having just victims of it too, and stuff like that. But all I ever care about is that justice is brought forth to any victims killed by anyone that's had their lives taken away because of somebody else. Or in Sebastian Rogers' case, that, all we can do is help by really sharing. We're not going to solve his case unless someone goes on YouTube or his YouTube channel and says, yes, like, I legitimately have Sebastian here, type of thing. or somebody confesses that they helped aid in his disappearance, or maybe for all we know, he's just not been found and he's off dead somewhere in the woods and we just don't know it. but who knows, right? But at the end of the day, it's this is just crazy that somebody's life can get flipped upside down and just like that. It's kind of like if somebody dies, like your husband dies, in a sense, and your life just totally flips upside down,
Changes. Yeah.
and you just are lost and whatever. Now, this is a totally different from obviously the death of a person that you love and stuff like that.
It's kind of, I mean, it's kind of the same, and you're coming to the realization that it wasn't who you thought they were, but they are
Yes.
gone.
It's just I'm just floored that these people exist in this world, but then again, I'm just floored by how many pedos live in this world that like children. I think that that's so disgusting, and I don't even understand. But like I said, obviously in the upstairs unit, things are malfunctioned up there and stuff like that. But these SKs are a whole different breed of people that, like, you can see, like Rex Heuermann. Like, this is something that I would love to know what happened, like, as well. Maybe in time we will, because this man just didn't stop. Like he doesn't seem like somebody that would just stop. This is something that he planned out, enjoyed. You know what I mean? Like almost like addicted to.
Yeah.
Um,
And they
addic-
are.
yeah.
Like the rest of us, we get our dopamine. We can become addicted to the things that give us joy, to make us feel that passion and excitement and happiness. We get addicted because, well, it's all about dopamine and chemicals going to your brain, and these monsters just so happen to have that same reaction to all the words that I'm not allowed to use in the YouTube streets. And are you in a cranky mood today? I'm just wondering, because you're not your like friendly.
I was reading this and I was actually trying to understand what's don't conflate. And
Don't confuse. I just
Okay,
feel
okay.
like Anna's having a little bit of a day today because she's usually not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you're doing here, Anne. I'm just getting a vibe.
wait, don't conflate suspicion of her as not having entirely. Okay, make me understand this sentence because
Okay, so don't confuse anybody that is suspicious of mom, Essa, or whatever,
Asa.
as the same thing as like saying that it doesn't, like, we can't have separate and distinct absolute respect and compassion for the kids. So just because we're suspicious of mom doesn't automatically mean we're suspicious of the kids. We feel terrible about the kids, but mom's got definitely something wrong with her.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, is that towards somebody in Jack? Because, like, for me, I think that Asa and the kids are all victims to this.
As it sits right now, yeah, until there's evidence or something. And I mean, we talked about it. I don't know what I would do if she truly, truly believes that Rex is innocent, and she cannot for the life of her put these pieces together with this evidence and stuff, and she really, really believes in her husband, and this is the narrative that she wants to put out to the public and offered $1 million to do so. Okay. But I'm on your side. I really am. When I think that she probably is putting the pieces together, and she probably is wondering why so many burner phones, why he's always sending her out of town, why in her mind, but willing to do this for that money. And I'm with you. I'm really with you.
Well, the key word there is if I were, but nobody is here.
That's right. How would we know?
So my thing is, right.
I mean, there's your moral compass, and most of us can say that I'm not going to go on and try to get this monster free from jail or get him to beat these charges after so many women have been brutalized for money. I'm not gonna make this lie and carry this lie for money. Most of us, I think, would not be okay with doing that as part of our moral compass. But
the thing is that, again, unless we've walked a mile in somebody's shoes, who am I, honestly? Who am I to really sit there and put too much judgment on? Like, when somebody tries to tell me how to think, feel, or be, I have an issue with that, because I'm allowed to think, feel, and be however I want. If somebody likes it or doesn't like it, that's their problem and not mine.
But that was my point, though.
Yeah.
If she truly, truly believes, and she cannot put these pieces together, and she truly believes in her heart of hearts that her husband couldn't have done these things, then to me, that's not swaying away from her moral compass to stick to that narrative and do this documentary. That is a different thing than questioning, possibly knowing, and still agreeing to say the lie and keep on with the story for the money. Those are two completely different things in my mind. And I think that's kind of what chat is getting at. I think maybe I don't know, maybe you guys are totally talking about something else, but that's what I mean. Like, if she truly believes it and she's willing to go out and say this and they're paying her to do it, I get it. But if she's questioning and she's doubting, but she knows there's $1 million there for her, and all she has to say this lie, that's a different story to me.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
Exactly. Again, and I don't honestly, I don't know. I mean, I know this saying, of course, but it's never the money, it's never the gun, it's the people behind it. So meaning, people have choices in life. If you found a wallet with money in it and you knew that nobody would know that you took that wallet, would you keep the money, or would you try to find the person that actually owned it? And you can kid yourself sometimes, but that's just about it. Meaning, someone here right now could sit there and say, I'd find the person. Well, again, I've been in that position, and I've given the money back because I couldn't sit with my own conscience, knowing full well that there's a name right here in the wallet and I took money. But some people could easily do that, no problem, and be like, well, nobody saw me, type of thing. So I don't like it when it's kind of like the root of people are the ones that make weapons dangerous when they're in the wrong hands. There can be a shitload of weapons out there, but in the wrong hands, obviously it's going to create. But it's the people, and it's the people behind the money that make those decisions to me. I
would like to do a study. If anybody wants to give me like a pile of money, I'll let you know if I become evil.
Yeah, come on, you guys.
We'll do a study. Throw us money, and we'll try to remain good people.
Let me tell you. What's so funny is every time I say to my husband, I'm just like, honey, maybe we'll, like, we were talking about something yesterday. I'm like, well, I bought a lotto ticket. Maybe we'll win that $40 million. And the first thing always out of my mouth is, I could help so many people with that, because I know that's exactly what I would be doing, type of thing. Whereas usually my husband's like, be divided between us and us and us, type of thing. And I'm just like, no, So it's really, so when somebody says something like that, I'm just like, no, nobody needs $40 million, type of thing. You can do some great things with that.
Also, that money doesn't buy happiness. That would also be part of my study, Betty.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take one for the team and give that all a go. So if anybody knows a millionaire, let me know, and I will let you know how it goes.
Yeah, I look at it like this. Imagine right now the police knocking on your door, arresting your partner for heinous crimes. Nobody knows exactly, I just, I mean, I know we discuss cases and different things and have our own opinions and thoughts and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'm very realistic, and I understand that in this world, we're very judgmental, easily judgmental. And I know in this world, myself included, that we are the biggest hypocrites of what we say and what we do as well, and stuff like that. Nobody can walk away from this saying different, because we've all done it. We've all done things shady, and we've all done things really good and stuff like that. But, I just think at the end of the day, I can have my say or opinion, but at the end of the day, it's worth nothing, because like what families do or don't do, at the end of the day, they're the one that has to either live with themselves and their moral grounds or whatever and stuff like that. But for me to sit there and even imagine what Asa's going through and to put judgment on her doing a documentary and stuff like that, there's just too much with this case that who knows. As long as, to me, as long as you're like doing it for the right reasons,
Exactly.
you know, like, yeah, then what's the issue?
Exactly.
You know, it's everyone's life. If it's their story to tell if they want to or not. The story's going to come out anyway, regardless. But we don't know everything about anything to do with their real lives behind closed doors or what they're going through. And at the end of the day, you just hope people do things, just even on YouTube creators. You know, you like to hope that people have some moral ground. And you know that a lot just don't, you know. But hey, each to their own, right? I don't know, it, but like you said, Charmaine, too, like, right? Like, there's people out there that could easily bullshit and just want the money for it. And you know, do whatever they want, like, or say whatever needs to be said in order to get that money and stuff like that.
That's right. And we have no idea what her motive actually is.
My thing is this, it's called karma, right? At the end of the day, to me, it's just called karma. So if you want to do something like that and you're not going to be truthful to yourself, well, when karma comes and bites someone in the ass, don't bitch. You know, right. So if Ass is not doing it for the right reasons, then she can't bitch if karma comes and bites her in the ass for it.
Which it will. It absolutely will. Like, because I mean, I will guarantee you, I would bet my savings that when that documentary comes out, we are not going to hear her saying, I wish I would have seen this, and this, and burner phones and addicted to whatever workers. We're not going to hear that. We're not going to say, I can't believe it, I'm a victim because my husband did all these things and I didn't know. We're not going to hear that. We're going to hear, there's no way. This is why there's no way. He was always loving. He was always great. So, you know.
That's going to be the gist of the documentary.
That's right.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that Delphi documentary, to be honest with you, is like when it was very lopsided there toward Ron.
Very disappointed and very spun.
Yeah.
And edited and
you
know, the things we learned afterwards, even about Ron's ex there, it was like, why do we do this kind of shit, News Nation? Like, what are you doing? Or CW or whoever did it. Like, what are you trying to do right now?
Yeah, on there. But, well, because at the end of the day, honestly, we do know that magazines with gossip sell. Anything that goes against the grain is going to drama and stuff like that, whether it's in the Sebastian Rogers case, you know, is going to provoke more people to watch and views. It's just it. So if this goes against the grain and everything that's going to come out in this, like you said, Rex Heuermann with Asa there, it's going to be like, you know, no, like, you know, like I would have known or this or that. Or, you know, it's going to be very probably lopsided.
Yeah.
Towards, you know, no way that Rex could have done this.
Yeah.
On there. Right.
On her side of things, I think that they'll use the evidence and stuff that they've got to
show that
to show that he is probably guilty.
Yeah.
But they're going to show this poor, meek woman who was caught completely off guard, who will never doubt her husband. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be
absolutely. Yeah.
There's going to be a dichotomy, I think, in the storyline, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna put this a
kind
little
of predictable.
Yeah, I know, right? It's gonna,
Okay. 48 hours on Court TV. Coming up next.
Did you watch the other one too? Like he did.
Friday night, the WNBA is on ice.
Hey, what'd you say?
I'm trying to think. I think, what did I watch? I saw this one, and then Vinny did. Oh, Vinny and the Tangents. Oh, that's not the one. But I think Court TV did 2 of these, like back to back, one Thursday, one Friday. And then Ashley Banfield did one. And I think it was the second one on Vinny here that John Ray, that lawyer, was on, and he puts out a bunch of accusations, I guess, for lack of better terms, but there's more than one lawyer on that one for the family side, and not this lawyer that we're hearing now, but the other one is very, very outspoken, I guess, on how wrong John Ray is and what John Ray's motives are. It was very
have that one
sensational.
Is it in your history?
I could probably find it.
Yeah, just okay. Let me play this out and see if you can. Then just send it to me. Thank you.
This week, the Mystics host the Fever. Then the Storm will take on the Aces. Coverage starts Friday night at 7. Check local listing for games in your area. It's on at Reverie.com.
Jessica, my darling daughter, you will never be forgotten. You will always be missed. You will forever be in our hearts.
Victim advocate and attorney Gloria Allred speaking on behalf of one of the victims, alleged victims of the Long Island serial killer, who's back in court today. Body count is now up to 6. He's been officially charged with one of the newest ones, Jessica Taylor. And here are some images that were provided by her mother. Let's take a listen to more of Gloria Allred's statement today.
Jessica was my daughter. She was loving and compassionate and so funny. She loved to make people laugh. She could always make people laugh. She tried very hard in school. Jessica had 2 brothers, and they would always play together. She and her brothers were very close. Jessica loved riding her bike. She loved playing board games, Monopoly, Chutes and Ladders, Candyland. She loved playing cards, especially spades and rummy. She loved cartoons. She loved to sing. She would sing along with the radio and was in the choir at church. She loved to cuddle with me and her brothers when she was younger. They would pile on the couch and watch TV together. I miss how she called me Mommy and Mama. It's a tragedy she never had children. Jessica would have made a great mother. She loved kids and loved working with them. She worked in the inner city with the kids in summer camp as an aide. She loved supporting kids and helping to take care of them.
And we have another statement. This is from Jasmine Robinson, Jessica Taylor's cousin. Jessica was a beautiful person. Simple memories such as sitting down to dinner together, drawing pictures, dancing, jump rope, and sleepovers with her and my sister are memories I cherish. I was lucky to share my childhood with her, and I wish every day that we could get the chance to create more memories. When I think of her, I see her smile first, big and bright, lighting up her face, beaming through her beautiful eyes. Jess was somebody that I looked up to. She was a force, one of the strongest women that I know with a heart of gold. She was and still is loved immeasurably. When her life was stolen, a light went out. She is forever missed. This year has been 21 years since she was taken from us, longer than the chance she got to be alive. I can't express what this day means after waiting and hoping for answers. Joining us in New York, the attorney representing the family of murder victim Shannon Gilbert. John Ray is back with us. John, thank you so much. Shannon, not one of the victims in the new charges here, so still not there. But your reaction to everything that we've learned today, going back to 1993 now, 27 computers seized from inside that home, cell phones, hard drives, everything. Do you think there's going to be more information coming out? And do you see hope that you get an answer for what happened to Shannon Gilbert?
Well, I do see much more information coming out, and that will be steadily coming out for a long time. The electronics that the task force has to delve into already is so formidable, it will take many months for them to do that. And they've done an incredibly wonderful job so far. I'm very proud of them and pleased with them in the way they've handled all of this. As far as Shannon is concerned, we are going forward with her case and finishing it in court. And in the meantime, yes, we're looking for the connections that very likely exist as between Shannon and Rex Heuermann. You know, we have a witness who was examined very closely by the Commissioner of Police Department in Suffolk County, along with me for 2 hours, who saw the 2 of them, Shannon and Heuermann, in the Sayville Motor Lodge. And so he is connected. We'll just find out in what other ways. You'll notice that in his paperwork, in his plan, he mentions, I think, at least 3 times that he's hunting. And I have several witnesses who have survived him, who have given me statements, and I've interviewed where they were hunted. They were stalked by Heuermann, and that's what he did to these other girls as well. He's a hunter. There'll be a connection between his hunting and some of the other people in this case who are not clean, and who are connected through all the sexual underground, the filth of the sexual underground that's just barely beneath the surface all through our society today. You will see these connections, and they come through such hobbies that he has or had, such as hunting. You know, the marsh is a perfect place on Long Island for duck hunters. There's even a duck hunter club in Oak Beach. You will see that Heuermann is a big hunter. He says so himself. But something else he said, and that the district attorney said that caused me to look carefully at the list of things that he did or that he wrote. And I noticed something. I don't know if it was noticed or not, but on page 22 of the indicting papers, we heard from the doctors who were here, or the experts, that he likes to collect items and he likes to make a list, and he feels good about that. I have a slightly different point of view of that. If you look at what he's written, everything he writes is about his attempt to cover up what he's doing. He's very much concerned with cover-up and organizing that cover-up. Let me say it to you a different way. I get the impression that this man has a very poor memory. He has a big memory problem, a very poor memory. And he writes things down so he doesn't forget them, that he can use them. He doesn't overlook them when he's trying to hide himself. If you'll notice, the misspellings are pretty awful. They're such bad misspellings that even if he was a poor grammarian, he wouldn't make some of these spellings. They're impossible. They're absurd. That suggests to me that he probably has a drug problem, and maybe he gets high when he does this and then doesn't remember what he's doing, so he's got to have a list. But here's the thing that I noted. On that page 22, if you look at what he lists as supplies, and what amongst which he has lye and acid, so that the bodies rot much more quickly, the only thing he lists where more than one human being would need them or use them on his list is hair nets, plural. Hair nets, plural. Somebody else besides him needs a hairnet.
Wow.
It's the only time he ever says that.
John,
So,
we're out of time for tonight, but we're gonna talk about this again tomorrow night. It's television, unfortunately. We have these breaks. It's but we appreciate your time. No, you're not rambling at all. It's all significant, important, and great insight. We appreciate it. Thanks so much, John.
Okay.
I hate cutting him off because he knows he's been living this case and story for so long.
I was gonna say, I mean, that guy can definitely talk on there. So 1 second here. Show me
He
something.
certainly can, yeah.
Yeah.
So this one was like almost 2 hours long. So it was around 1:34-ish when the lawyers started talking.
Well, I was going to go ahead.
It's just, to me, it's a little, I mean, I get it, but it's a little dramatic. But I mean, it's all fair statements, so it's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So I was looking at this one, Sherman, and like I said, I was like, well, this one he just did a couple of days ago, but I kept seeing Karen Reed, and I was like, oh, is that the same one I was just looking at? And then I guess he was doing both cases on this one.
Yeah.
Karen Reed's and this one. Okay, so let's listen to this one here. Some of it.
Gilbert, John Ray back with us. John, great to see you again tonight. And I want to continue our conversation because we ran short of time last night. And you are skeptical, or you believe there may be more people involved or knowing about this? What are your thoughts about whether or not this guy is acting alone or with help?
It seems to me that over the years, with the killings that he's done and the hunts of other women who escaped, which he's done, he's not acting alone. Sometimes he is, and certainly when he's in his house and there's nobody home, he can be. But it strains anybody's common sense understanding that in a 1,343 square foot house, his wife of many years had no knowledge of what he was doing, even though she had knowledge of all of the sex workers he was bringing into his house. It's just not possible. In fact, you know, with the supplies that he listed in his inventory, where he was planning always to try to find ways to hide things, he lists one thing that I think is very interesting. He lists that one of the items that he's going to have to account for are hair nets, plural, hair nets. Hair net goes on a head, one hair net. Hair nets, more than one head. There's an accomplice involved here. And I say that the wife is in the circle of suspicion in a big way, with her hair found on the dead. In addition, with all of the items that are found in her house that she pretends that she has no knowledge of. All of those electronic devices that were there, she didn't know about it. The picture of the girl downstairs who looked like Harris, the girl that was killed in Illinois, looked exactly like her. This destroyed girl in a big portrait in the basement. There's something going on here, and the family is aware of it in different degrees. I just feel very sorry for the young lady who grew up in that situation. God knows what effect it's had upon her and her thinking behaviors. We can only just imagine. But the wife is in on this, and there's plenty of evidence of that, not least of which is that I produced a credible witness who came forward in January, and she was involved in a swingers incident with Mrs. Ellerup and Rex at her house in Massapequa Park, and Karen Vagata accompanied this girl to that house. So there's other evidence that Miss Ellerup is involved in this. There's also the book that's found on the kitchen table. There's a book written by a fellow named Jack Huddleston, which is supposed to be death scenes, horrifying photographs of dead people in California from the 20s and 30s, a woman whose body's chopped in half, sex workers who are chopped up and dismembered, sitting on the kitchen table where the girl was present in the house, and the mother had just left the night before. That needs real explaining, and it hasn't been done. I think when the lawyers that you're going to have on in a short time were asked about it, they said, oh, they didn't know about any book. And anyway, it's a free country. You can read those books. Sure it is. But this certainly needs a lot of explaining on that score. I have other evidence, too, that we haven't revealed yet, and regarding the knowledge of the family of what's going on in that house. And anybody that denies that.
So the information that you have that you haven't revealed, who are you going to reveal it to, and to what end?
We're going to reveal it when it's appropriate. I haven't chosen the moment or the time, but we do have it. We're firming it up. And when I have it firmed up, I am going to reveal it. Now, I have given to the task force many of my pieces of evidence that I found over the course of months, and we will continue to do that. But I think the public should know about what the evidence is that we have, and there'll come a moment when I do that. But you look at these kinds of things that are going on. There's the police take down walls because they think that there's blood that are on the walls. That there's cadaver dogs. There's medical examiners that show up at the house. And you mean to say that this guy had, according to his own notes, he had girls hanging from hooks that, they use a thing called a pointer, and they hang girls up and they rape them and torture them. And this guy's a torturer, and he kept these girls alive for a while. He didn't kill them right away. Just read his own notes. He was even into the Stockholm syndrome, where you take your time and you get the girl made a slave into being addicted to you if you're a captor. That takes time, and that takes space. And you're going to tell me that this wife had no idea about it?
And you believe this is all happening inside the home?
Yes, I think it's happening inside the home, maybe happening elsewhere as well. This man has properties. If you don't think there's other murders, look at this girl, Harris, in Illinois, coming from Las Vegas to New York, where her body is chopped up and she's dismantled. He had properties in Georgia. Just today, we've made another connection with his property in Georgia and a murder out in the West. He's got other properties in New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, North and South Carolina, and Alaska. And you know that already the nation is beginning, the police departments are beginning to look at their unsolved cases to see if he's connected in all those different places. This guy is ubiquitous, but so was his wife. They were everywhere, and they went together very often. This is not somebody who's, this wife is not somebody who's abused. I think there's a cultish element here, and there's evidence of cultish elements as well. That book that was on the table, by the way, was made into one of these Mondo movies in 1989, 92, and 93. And Anton LaVey, the head priest of the Church of Satan in the United States, he narrates those movies.
Leaving John O'Keefe's house as she backs out of the driveway.
Okay, what happened?
Now, she may have hit John's car here. A lot of people believe it's obvious.
What did I do?
He did something because the other lawyers talked at the end of
the
John
kitchen table where the girl was present in the house, and the mother had just left the night before. That needs real explaining, and it hasn't been done. I think when the lawyers that you're going to have on in a short time were asked, they hang girls up and they rape them and torture them. And this guy's a torturer, and he.
Let's go there. It's probably there. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'll hit play in a minute. Okay. What was your thoughts on all that from John Ray?
You know, when I first, because I know, and that he's been on this case since Shannon Gilbert. I do know that, and he represented Shannon's sister when that tragedy happened with their mother. I know, and I respect this guy, his hard work, his dedication to the case, all of that. But I can't help but wonder if he's not so
biased now,
biased and invested and jaded that he can't see the forest through the trees is all. So I would like everybody to hear what the more loudmouth, I'll say, lawyer here has to say, because he's very brash and abrupt, but who knows who's telling the truth. I mean, it does raise, when I first watched it, I was like, wow, if all of that is true, then she does know. But then I kept watching and I heard this and I thought, well, now where's the truth? Is it somewhere in the middle, or, you know? So yeah, I just play it out, Sonny.
My bad. I bent down in my chair to put some cream on my leg. And
did you fall down?
No, it's just that the chair squeaked, but it sounded like a fart to me, and I was like, "No fart, guys." But anyways, because I bent down, because I have, like I said, I have a owie on my leg, so I'm putting my cream on it. Bent down, and I was like, all of a sudden it was like, and I'm like, "Ooh, that sounded like a fart." No, it didn't fart. If I did, I would own it. Anyways, wife's out to get sus to send this guy a cease and desist. Funny, not funny. Okay, so the lawyers, other ones are talking next?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
She doesn't know about any of this because it's obvious, and prosecutors are saying it too. The DA is saying they're gone when all this is happening, but no suspicions of anything.
Okay, a lot of the evidence we speak of was taken from hard drives of computers. So when you say, how could she not know of it?
Well, they also said there are 27 computers, though. They said there are 27 computers that they grabbed.
Okay, I can tell you, have been to that house for the past, 11 months. It's a house that I would describe almost similar to hoarders. I don't think they ever got rid of anything. That was a house that Rex grew up in, that he got from his parents. Nothing, I don't think, was ever taken out of that house in the past 50 years. So having been there. So they kept the old computers when they got new computers. They kept the old cell phone devices when they got new cell phone devices, new laptops. Nothing went in the garbage, which unfortunately you could tell by the outside of the house. What do you think it looks like on the inside of the house? So the other thing that's concerning is the more time we give John Ray, the more credibility he loses. He's never spoken to my client. My client has never given any statements regarding any of these allegations. So for him to put words in her mouth, it's disingenuous and reckless. They do not own properties. He does not own properties in any of those jurisdictions that John Ray mentioned. They own the house Massapequa Park. They own property down in South Carolina, 12 acres of vacant land. All the other properties he mentions are non-existent. They own shares in a timeshare. They own points in a timeshare program. There are no physical properties. These are a figment of John Ray's imagination. Again, the more TV time you give him, the more he comes up with. This is Rex Heuermann is the third suspect that John Ray is accused of committing these crimes. His one and only client, Shannon Gilbert, is not part of the Gilgo Beach homicide victims. It was an accidental death ruled by the Suffolk County Homicide Squad over and over and over again. He's not accepting that. The task force that Ray Tierney has put together in this, exceptional. The work they're doing is exceptional. They've dismissed John Ray as almost irrelevant in this act. So he had his press conference, Rodney Harrison, the former police commissioner. The DA gave a scathing response to that. We have to stop giving him so much airtime. I know it's made good for TV, but he's becoming reckless. He wants my client to sue him, to give him more attention. He makes these bold, blatant statements about her that are reckless. She's not involved in this. Ray Tierney has no obligation at all to mention her or her family anywhere in the bail applications, yet he articulately puts out there she's not involved. He doesn't have to say a word about her. He has to prove his case against Rex Heuermann, not disprove his case with Asa Ellerup. It's like I said, it's reckless for John Ray to constantly get on here and bash Asa Ellerup. There's one motive, financial for John Ray. He wants a civil defendant to bring in an action to regain some financial resources that he spent tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over the last decade chasing his tail, trying to find somebody to sue for Shannon Gilbert's homicide or death.
Well, I got you. I understand. I understand your perspective, and I understand your point of view, and I get where you're coming from. Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you about the hair. Can I ask you about the hair? Some of the evidence that was found that is consistent with your client, and also could not eliminate one of the children of hairs that are found on the victims in this case. What's your perspective on that?
We're talking a total of 3 or 4 hairs between Asa and or the children that were on the house. If Asa was ever in the vehicle, the Chevy Avalanche, if Rex was in the house and sat down in the kitchen chair and Asa's hair was on that kitchen chair and then transferred to Rex's shirt, there are many ways to transfer a hair when people are in the same location, in the same rooms. I have people in and out of my office all day long. Their DNA, their fingerprints, their hairs may or may not be in my office right now. So to say she was involved because there's 1 hair or 2 hairs found in different victims, there are many ways. We all know that. Many ways for a hair to be transferred to Rex through a vehicle, through inadvertent contact. To say that she's involved because there's 1 hair, again, she was not in the jurisdiction at the time any of these homicides were committed. And the one in 1993, she wasn't even married to Rex. He had his first wife. She wasn't even with Rex.
Do you believe, Vest, that these murders took place in the home?
I believe only, as I said last night, I'm a skeptic in my soul, and I'm a defense attorney at heart. So until and if there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't know what to believe. As Mr. Brown said, he doesn't know what to believe because all the evidence has not been laid out yet. All we know, and all I can tell you is that for my clients, as far as they're concerned, they're in a vicious vortex, and they're what's compelling about their story, obviously, is that we're watching them become wounded in real time because of this, and because of statements that were just made in the preceding segment. I mean, these wild allegations are being hurled, and that hurts, right? And you can't take those back, and that wound will never scab over so long as these kind of frenetic hyperbole. Frenetic hyperbole is allowed, and unfortunately for them, again, as I said last night, they're trying to piece their lives back together. They're having a very difficult time of that. So until and if there's a conviction in a courtroom, not in the court of public opinion, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, which is putting one foot in front of the other. And they're not going to be speculating on, who did what, when, where, why, and how. That's up to the district attorney to prove.
Bob, how is Asa going to be there in court as case after case, or if it's one big trial? goes by, or is she a potential witness in any of this? And if so, does she have anything that either side could use as information to help the jury get to the truth?
I don't believe she's a potential witness. I think the DA has the financial records and the documentation to even avoid putting her on the witness stand at any point in time. They have what they need. They can get it in through other sources. And I don't think she has anything relevant to offer. She does plan on attending the trial. Whether or not she's going to attend each and every conference court date, I don't know. We'll address that at the time. She is away out of the jurisdiction now in Florida. She was away prior to the execution of the search warrant. She has not returned to the residence since they executed the search warrant in May. But again, I'll pick up what Vess said. The constant reckless statements that are being put out there, it just reopens the wounds. They're victims. They are collateral damage to whatever actions Rex Heuermann may or may not have done. If he's found innocent, there's still collateral damage. Their lives never getting back to what they were. And if he's convicted, their lives are going to have to go on as, being the wife or former wife of a serial killer. So their lives are forever changed.
And when you say their lives are forever changed, does it depend upon the verdict for you as to whose fault all of this is?
Whatever the verdict is, their lives are changed.
Right.
Whatever Victoria Heuermann, Rex's client, Victoria, she's 27 years old. Who is going to hire her? Where's she going to go for a job? She's a college graduate, an intelligent young woman. She was working for her dad at the time he was arrested. Who is hiring her right now? Nobody. She can't go get a job. Asa, she was unemployed. She hadn't worked. Rex was the sole provider for the family. Where's she going to get a job right now? Who's going to hire her? So these people, again, no one's looking to minimize the victims' families and the impact they've gone through. It's horrific. It's horrific. But they are collateral damage to the actions if Rex did this.
Vess, how much did the whole family have access to the basement? And is the entrance to the basement just by the doors on the outside, or can you get into the basement from the inside of the house?
As I said before, I think it's such a small house to begin with that there's no, I know they keep describing it as a soundproof room, et cetera. It's not soundproof at all. And the house is so small. And of course, there's, to our knowledge, there's no parts of the premises that are cordoned off or accessible by only a special lock or a key or a cipher like that. So I appreciate the question because, it's one raised, I suppose, by our preceding guest, but there's no indication whatsoever, again, that they were ever privy to any of these allegations. They were outside of the jurisdiction. And even if, you can say whatever you want about the house, but it's so small that you could hear a pin drop, downstairs, upstairs. So again, the narrative that it's somehow this masochistic dungeon of sex and iniquity and all these other things, that's just narrative. It has not been proved in any court of law. There's no evidence to support it other than, again, wild, frenetic, hyperbolic theories that are spun by people who have never set foot inside that house, et cetera. So that's the answer.
Appreciate your time tonight.
To pick up on that.
Go ahead. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Go ahead.
The neighborhood, you've seen the neighborhood. The houses are 20 feet apart. So to say Rex, even if he was down in the basement alleging that they killed people in the bus, how's he getting those bodies out with nobody in the neighborhood for 30 years seeing him taking out body parts or putting people in the car to dispose of them? The neighborhood is very tight-knit community, very close together, the houses. Impossible to do that.
Bob Macedonia and Vess Mitev, I know the family's in good hands as you gentlemen are representing them. We appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thank you.
All right, folks, up next.
It's the trial everyone has been waiting for years. Sarah Boone.
Well, we'll take her face off first of all. Go back to the other one.
Yeah, complaining about her 8th attorney. How bizarre.
Yeah. Wait. Which case was that one?
Sarah Boone.
Oh, Sarah Boone, right. Whatever. Sarah Boone. Looney Tune. Herself.
Oh, shit.
She stuck him in the freaking thing. She intended to kill him. That was the whole point of the video she took and stuff like that. And she probably, went and passed out. But she was like, totally guilty. None of this hide and seek, especially with that video, with her own freaking video.
Yeah.
On there. Anyways, what were your thoughts on this? I'm seeing some comments that I'm going to totally disagree with.
I feel like like I said, he's very brash and clearly doing his job representing his client, but just pretend for a second that there's some truth in what he says, that he didn't own all of these properties, and what the other lawyers saying, and that it's a very small house and the acoustics aren't very protected or whatever. I mean, you listen to John Ray and you think, wow, that's crazy. But then you listen to these two and you're like, okay, so then which is it? It's one or the other. So I don't know.
Just a question. So the guy to the left is Asa's lawyer, right?
The yellow tie is,
yeah.
Yes.
Wait, the guy with the blue tie, who's that? That's Asa's lawyer as well?
That's the kid's lawyer.
Oh, the kids. Oh, okay, gotcha. And Asa's is the guy with the yellow tie. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Clearly, like, he is all in for Asa, and I get it. He's being paid to do a job, and yeah, he's doing it well because I had just listened, and like I said, I had been listening to John Ray for years and years and years, thinking, this guy is invested, and he is 100%. He is all in. But could he be jaded? Could he be maybe tunnel visioned a little bit? Maybe, and the emphasis put on the plural hairnets to me is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
kind of
like, that's really digging for me. I don't know.
Yeah. I still personally don't believe that Asa knew anything about this, to be honest.
No.
I don't get that vibe. Now, as for the big ass cockroach thing, what the F, what was that? That big freaking ugly ass plastic.
I didn't even see it. That made me laugh out loud, Lone Pony. I couldn't believe I didn't even see that until she said that.
I honestly, I wasn't even noticing it till I came back from getting water, and then I'm like, I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, oh my God. And the thing's moving as I first look at it, and I'm like, is that like a real bug? And then I realized I was watching it and watching it and watching it. I'm like, no, it's only when he's moving that you see the thing kind of move. That thing would have.
And the thing is, he's a very flamboyant and loud dresser usually, so he was very kind of muted on that interview. So I get why I didn't notice the big bug on his lapel, but at the same time, I literally, like, I laughed out loud when I seen the comment, and I looked back and I was like, oh my God, how did I miss that?
Yeah. I do disagree with some of these comments. Like, I think Elizabeth said something like, change her last name, daughter can work. That's not how it works, honestly. All one person do is to remember your face from the internet, from the news, the clips in the media. You can't hide. Honestly, you can't hide. There's always somebody that's going to see you, know who you really are, and stuff like that. And so it's not that simple at all. And do I think family needs, in something, a case like this? Myself, my own personal opinion is this: unless, again, you walk in somebody's shoes to know what their financial situation is and how it's been interrupted, considering Rex Heuermann was the provider of this family and stuff like that, I wouldn't just say something like, she can change your name and work and stuff like that. It's not that simple. When you're splashed all over the media, one person, it just takes one person to go, hey, that's Rex Heuermann's daughter, and stuff like that. And your job is going to be gone so fast within that 3-month probation type of thing, because nobody wants to be associated regardless. But that's a serial killer. To me, that's one of those things that, like I said, however, whatever they need to do to survive and pay bills and eat food and whatever, type of idea. But to sit there and just think that Asa or the daughters and not just get a job just like that by changing a last name, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, their lives have been, they've been thrown upside down and changed forever.
If it was
no matter what they do, there's always going to be somebody that's going to recognize them or know or find out. And they're to insinuate that they can change their name and then just continue having a great life, I think
Yeah,
is a little bit naive.
I think that's pretty cold, to be honest. No offense, Elizabeth, because it's your thoughts and just like my thoughts. But I kind of think that's a bit cold. She's not a child. She's 27. Her dad's a freaking SK that's being charged with the murders of 6 people. If it was this small case, sure. This isn't a small case. This case is known everywhere. It's not that simple. And so I kind of find that a little bit cold, to be honest with you. Just my feelings on that, because it's not just like, oh, just go move somewhere. You can go work in Florida. You can go work here, and they're not going to know who you are. No, there's a person out there that's going to know exactly who you are. And again, honestly, during the midst of this, who the hell is, like, seriously though, who the hell is going to want to work knowing that there's people out there that are going to accuse the family of knowing and that are going to do that stuff? I don't know. That's, yeah, I just think it's a little cold. I think several of the victims do not have the middle class savvy of the wife. That Ray guy has been the only one giving them a voice for years now. Kate, can I ask you something? I don't think that what's Melissa? No, Gilbert. What's her first name? Is it Melissa?
Shannon. It's Shannon Gilbert.
Shannon. I couldn't remember it. Duh. Anyways, I don't think Shannon's Gilbert has actually anything to do with Gilbert Beach at all.
No, other than, they were looking for her when they stumbled upon the rest of them. But,
I think that, yeah, because I mean, I've listened to that story and, like I listened to it all because, at first when I didn't know anything, I was like just listening to it going, oh, yeah, it has to be. And then after I listened to like whatever documentary or whatever it was on it, I was like, I honestly feel like it was more of an accident than anything, to be honest with you. I think that she's almost sounded like she was paranoid and all that stuff. Anyways, I do almost feel like that one was more of an accident, like they said, but I don't think it had anything to do with Gilgo, And as for this Ray person, yeah, he's kind of like, what he reminds me of for some reason? Willy Wonka,
yeah,
like with the top hat and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I like respect the man for constantly fighting for it, but I'm not really buying, like, I'm not really buying the whole that the wife was involved in all this. And do I believe that a hair can absolutely get transferred? Look at that pigsty. Absolutely. Even 27 years ago, I'm sure it was a pigsty, so to
I'm
transfer
surprised they
a
didn't
hair,
find more, honestly.
yeah, to be honest with you. I mean, because especially when you got animals and different things, but I could see why her hair might have ended up somewhere on a piece of tape or whatever. I could see where, if there was a bunch of them, maybe that'd be a different story. But I can honestly, between those slobs that live in that, like Rex Heuermann, like these guys are a bunch of meaning it's not the children's fault. They grew up in that freaking disaster zone, that became hoarders. Rex Heuermann puts on this outfit. He probably wears that same damn outfit without washing it many times. So he's presenting himself as if he's all dressed up and whatever. But when you look at the house, these people, they're dirty, like meaning the house is dirty. They're dirty in
Yeah.
a sense. Like they don't clean up. They're hoarders. They're messy. They don't live in a nice, clean type style home that you would think that people would when you see that, that's just disgusting that actually people live like that, to be honest with you. And what sickens me is that you bring children into this world and then they live in that shit. And then that's how they grow up knowing their life to be a freaking kerfuffled mess of a area. That's
Well,
disgusting.
they come to think it's normal until they
I
see
know.
their friends' houses
But
that
it looks
aren't like that.
great.
And that's the only way they know that it's not normal.
Mm-hmm. I just I hate it when like children are products of their environment. I mean, even just looking at the way they dress and everything, it's just a
The way they
reflection.
talk and the way they treat other people. Yeah,
Mhm,
absolutely.
But yeah, so that place needs to get burned down to the ground after frickin' they're done with it. It's like a shithole. Like, you know what gets me? For somebody that's doing all these killings, and then their house is like an eyesore of the whole community, of that whole area. It's like a disgusting eyesore, in a sense, right? Back in the day when it was, fit in with the other homes. But honestly, you would think that you wouldn't want to draw people to your area, but anyone walking by that home, a huge difference to the neighbor to the left and to the neighbor to the right and everybody around. And then you see that red home that looks like it's a shit shack of a home, you know.
It makes me wonder, like, why didn't they? I don't know. I don't know. Why wouldn't they hire forensic people, like cleaners, to go in and clean it, like go in, collect all your evidence, and then have people, like, the house needs to condemn it, something, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's honestly, I wouldn't blame Asa for not going back to that home. Probably wouldn't have went back to it the first time, but again, like, if somebody is reliant on one person, that has a good income, and then all of a sudden, and I don't see Asa being in charge of where the money goes and this and that. I just see her, myself, just being that wife that doesn't pay attention to stuff, to whatever. And and she might not be the dumbest bumpkin in the world, but I don't think, like, her lawyers would have said, you know what, this is what you need to do to protect yourself, is file for a divorce. And this, it's not like Asa's sitting there thinking of all these highly, things to do while somebody's being accused her, whatever, of an SK. She would have been given advice on what
Absolutely.
to do. But like, you can, like, when you look at her, like, unless I'm totally missing the boat, which I rarely do on a person's personality, even when you look at her in the videos as she's looking at people, and she does answer some questions for them, and she's just trying to take her dogs out there. Like I said, I don't see this rocket science genius that was sitting there beside Rex going, yeah, okay, husband, let's take care of this body over here. All right, now give me that hairnet. Gotta do my part and all this.
I mean, I don't want to sound mean or anything like that, but she doesn't seem like a very public person, a very social person. She, like, just her look itself looks like she's very indoorsy, private, to herself. I don't know, and I know what I'm trying to get at, and I'm not going to say it, but she doesn't look like she really goes out a whole lot.
No, because she's gaming. Yeah, she's a homebody through and through. And honestly, if she wants to file for damages, wouldn't you? If they go in and ransack your place and destroy it and stuff like that, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if they tore apart my whole freaking home and don't put shit back and break things down and stuff like that. I'd freaking probably sue too, to be honest with you. Especially if she's
all the while having to come to terms with why that damage is done.
Yeah.
What's actually happening and why this has just happened in the war zone that you're left to live in, both figuratively and literally. I don't know, it would be terrible.
I'll agree, Lone Pony, on that one. Watching true crime has increased. It has for me. I don't want to necessarily admit that, but as I've gotten older, if I was probably younger and seeing this, I'd probably go the opposite route. But as I'm getting older and stuff, like, I normally wouldn't think twice about going out for a walk by myself at night in the darkness, and I wouldn't think nothing about that. Now, heck, that's all. When I go outside, I don't even think to walk by myself at nighttime, without freaking always looking around to see if I hearing something behind me and stuff like that. Like when it's dark out, because again, it's because of these psychos and in the world that make us fear that. But yeah, so I'm gonna agree. Like, I would never have known about 90% of this stuff. No, not 90, maybe 80% of this stuff that I know now that I would have never known if I wasn't in true crime. Honestly, it's a real wake up call to the stuff that truly goes on in this world that's all around you. Like, I'm not gonna limit myself to everything, but damn, if I'm gonna be like, husband, want to come for a walk with me, you know, type of thing. But normally I would just go outside, like I said, stroll down, didn't care if it was dark, wouldn't even think about the fact I was gonna get attacked or something. But look at the trails, like women
I
on
was
trails.
just going to say, look at the women on the trails. Like, and like that doctor said in the last clip that we watched, this kind of stuff does change the way we move through the world as women. It really does.
Yeah, but she was probably going to all those freaking events, those gaming event things. Like, I wouldn't doubt it if she was probably, like some of these gamers, like just like CrimeCon has theirs. So it wouldn't shock me if she was doing that. Hey, Travis. Early today. Yeah. Well, I'm just doing lives as I can do them. I won't be able to really do anything for the most part of next week. Because my shifts are all 12 to 8 and 10 to 6:30 and stuff. And after I'm done a day shift, from troubleshooting all day, and it's honestly very exhausting because it's hard because in a sense I'm used to positivity, not I don't like negativity, but in a sense what you're doing is negative stuff. You're trying to give people a positive, outcome to a negative situation that they're trying to solve or whatever. And so it's like, yeah, it's very exhausting all day going, let me fix that. Let me walk through that, and especially the elderly. Not okay. Technology, not their friends, anyways, so I don't know. I get, probably invest more time back into this case again, to be honest with you. I'm very curious, like, because someone like Rex Heuermann just doesn't stop cold.
No.
Like that would be no, not somebody that's admiring his work, loves the thrill of the chase and the thrill of the
and learning and evolving the way that he was and documenting.
Yeah, I don't. So go ahead.
No, just like even in management and project management, we do lessons learned meetings, right? So we figure out what went wrong, what can we do better, how's the next one going to go even better, and that's what these documents are. This is proof of him learning and evolving and adapting, and it's chilling, beyond chilling.
Yes, CJ. Yeah. Hey, okay. So one thing I'll disagree again with Ray, that Ray guy. Hey, he ain't writing that stuff down because his memory's hurting. He's writing that stuff down because he's a preparer.
Yeah.
Right? He has his list. It's not because he's doing it because he can't remember. Oh my God, I forgot. I forgot to write down, that I got to write down that I'm going to chop off the head and hands and do all this. No, that's just, he's a lister.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you call a person that lists things. Like, it's like when in the hotel, you give somebody a list, go off and do it, and they do a great job. Ask them to create a list for themselves. It's going to take them a lot longer.
I'm gonna throw this out there. He's like a diabolical, evil Tom Webster. Hey, with the lists and the spreadsheets and the learnings.
I know.
Whoa. Place the linker on the 2 new victims on Heuermann. Found more remains recently or just took time to connect them? Yeah, no, they found these remains years ago.
I like that. Just trying to do it when I can. Yeah. I hate to honestly think of the total of people that he has harmed. I wonder what the number will eventually might be. let alone what still could be attached to them but can't, or something
So
like that.
over time, and I mean, I could be wrong here, but over time, LISK, the Long Island serial killer number, was thought to be, I believe, 11. And I think, like myself, you're looking at the Eastbound Strangler in Atlantic City, close by, and then all of these other sporadic ones around the country. I mean, the number could be astronomical. With the time frame, 1993 at the earliest, or at the latest, sorry, is when he started. Could have
Right.
been years before that.
Could have been. Exactly.
And the amount of detail and effort he put into the documenting his learnings and his lessons and his prepping, it would be very hard to believe that this is it, just 6. I mean, I don't think I'll ever believe that.
And, again, technology is so different nowadays. Back then, so to be able to recover off of certain devices, it really depends, because like I said, you got to think about even the technology, let alone the DNA. But the technology, if it wasn't something that you could do back then in a computer, in a sense, to recover certain stuff, not the way that they can recover today. So, like, who knows how old that computer was that those files were on for that. I don't know if they were like 1993 or if he carried the files over, or if they were from that time frame. I don't know. Like I said,
I
I'm
think they're
just
from a computer, from what I can't remember where I read it, but they were from an encrypted device and deleted. So forensic people had to find it first, and then they had to kind of piece it back together in order to restore it, to find it. And even just getting into an encrypted device takes them time.
I was going to say, when you think about the amount of devices that, and the SIM cards, all that different stuff, when you think about that, they probably have just think about the energy or time it takes just to, first of all, get into there. And then to go through all the files, however they do that. And to think that how many freaking computers were there and hard drives
50?
and like all the hard drives. Like, imagine the time. So I think that there's more information that perhaps like, who knows how far they've gotten into looking at every device and every hard drive, all the SIM card. It's just, I don't know. Like, maybe there's more information that they'll come across along the way as they're doing it. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that they've managed to sift through it all by now?
No, absolutely
I don't
not.
think so
And I mean,
either.
the way it was I want to say it was a detective or somebody, or it was in the press conference, actually. It was the DA that was saying there's so much data,
Yeah,
so
okay.
many devices that they have to get into. It's a very slow process, and they're going through it all methodically.
Yeah.
So it's going to take time. And he said that on Thursday. They're
Yeah,
still looking
you're
at
right.
it.
Yeah. I only listened to a partial of that. I like it when he sits there and he goes, "Now let me tell you, that is like whatever it was to the 63rd power, 10 times the 63rd power, to which basically makes it." Then he said something like that number doesn't even exist in a sense because it's that
That
long.
much. Yeah. Yeah.
That's how much that they know that would be that person's profile.
Right.
You know.
It's a crazy amount of information. And to think that there's that much potential evidence, hopefully they take their time and they're going through it.
Yeah, BTK
methodically.
is probably going, "Now, Rex, this is what you do next, dude. Okay."
No, it's Keith Jesperson, the happy face killer.
Oh, right. Sorry,
wrote
Keith
him.
Jesperson. That's right.
But he was trying to get Rex to confess like a year ago, and Rex said, "No, I think I'll take my chances and wait."
Yeah.
Like I wonder what he's thinking now after they found even those 2 documents that they found.
I know.
That is pretty damning stuff.
That's pretty damning stuff.
How are you going to explain documenting the need to remove the hands and head And now we've got DNA connecting you to a victim who had their hands and head removed. How are you going to just say coincidence?
I think so.
Are we talking like Kegan Kline level coincidences here?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bit much.
Yeah, I know. I know. And if anything, I don't know, that whole Kegan Kline thing with Delphi, that is amazing to me. That something like that, like, now, I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those things that, again, I always believe that, like, roads collide and people collide, whether it's kind of like that poem, A Reason, a Season, or a Lifetime, is that sometimes you bump into people to teach you a lesson and then they leave your life. Other times you might remain long friends, type of thing. But there's always, to me, a reason why something happened. So even if Gang Glide had nothing to do with Delphi, that freaking road freaking collided,
So many
and
coincidences. It's hard to fathom that could actually be just coincidence.
I know. I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, what are the chances that Kegan Kline talks to Libby, right? And the whole thing kind of breaks open because of that, like, for the whole Kegan Kline thing, because of all of that. And the chances that he messages Libby that morning, talks to Libby, and, he fakes his Facebook timeline and all that stuff, lies and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, there's no way he had nothing to do with Delphi. Not that he, like, I always just took Hagen Klein for being like a third party in a sense, that, that somebody, whatever, asked him to lure from the account or something like that. That's how I always took Hagen Klein. Never, ever did I ever think he was ever involved in the actual
Rich guy
murder. No.
or trotting down the trails, or no, I didn't either. But the culmination of all of those coincidences that all came together to the end of that river search, where 2 weeks later we have an arrest not related. I mean, it was just too much.
And yes, Travis. Yeah. So yes, exactly. They found more than 4 remains.
They found the remains of, I want to say, 11 people.
Yeah.
Charged them with 3, then charged them with 4, who were considered the Gilgo 4.
Yeah.
And the other remains were not connected for other reasons, like the how they were disposed of, and this and that. They weren't connected.
But they could be.
But they could have been. People were saying there could be more than one serial killer out there, or sorry, SK out there hunting Long Island. But now they've started to connect those other remains to Rex through hair DNA.
Because where's that picture? 1 second here.
I want to say it was in like 2008 that I remember Nancy Grace, when they first started finding all the remains, when they were looking for Shannon, and she did a big thing on all of these remains. Like her headline was possible SK dumping ground found, and she was on it for like a week straight. And I remember watching like the Nancy Grace show. I think it was on TLC or whatever she was on back then, and everybody was saying, oh, there's a serial killer. And then it started to kind of trickle out that they weren't related. They weren't connected. So, I mean, it was absolutely bizarre.
I was going to say, let me just stop on that and we'll bring that up. Hold on a second here. Yeah. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So Costello, Bartholomew, Barnes, Waterman, then the Asian male, Jessica Taylor. Oh, Jessica Taylor. That's one of the 2, right?
That was 1993.
Yeah, that's 1993.
That was the head and the hands.
Yeah. Jane Doe, which was, I think, identified member, and
with the toddler. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was the Asian trend or cross dress. I can't remember if it was a.
Wasn't that the Jane Doe one, or is that in here?
No.
No, Asian males right here. Asian male.
Right.
Yeah. So
those 4 that are really close together were the Gilgo 4, but then all of the other ones had certain things done to them that didn't match what those original 4 had. So it was I don't know if it was assumed or if law enforcement came out and said it. But also remember, there was all that corruption and stuff going on with the law enforcement back then. They said that they weren't connected. The Gilgo 4 were connected, but the other ones weren't. So, and that's when everybody kind of started talking about more than one SK in the area.
Yeah. Let's see too. Okay, so yes, Sandra Costilla. Was she on the map there?
Asian twink. What is that?
What? Oh, because remember, there's that whole list, Charmaine, of things that he had put.
Oh, I forgot about that. What a pig! This man is a monster.
Yeah. Remember all his searches? And one of them was the.
I thought maybe I misspoke and said that. I was like, I hope I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't mean to say that.
Great.
Oh,
So
that's terrible.
Still, yeah. 6. So yeah, just okay. So hold on. Let me look at 1 second. I'll bring up this one here.
Yeah, the number could be 8, and then I think we went. The Eastbound Strangler was 4. 10, 12. I don't know why my brain is stuck on 11.
Yeah, I don't. I thought I was thinking 9. To be honest with you.
Okay.
1 second here. Okay, 1 sec. Present. Share screen window. Okay. Let me just take down this here for a sec. Okay, so God, I don't know their names in order. This is Castillo. And that's Jessica Taylor. But Castillo was in the part of the, let's see here. Okay, so he's charged with murdering one of those women, Jessica Taylor, previously unknown victim, Sandra Castillo. I said Castillo, whose cases date back to 1993. Architect, okay. Oh, what's this? What am I watching here? What is this? Let me see something. There's something here. Let me watch this for a sec. I'll put this down for a sec. I'll stop screen. What do I see here? Something's playing. Okay. Let me just play this.
Now we're at 6.
17 years of terror on Long Island. 2 new victims added to the suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer's hit list. The chilling evidence investigators now say they've uncovered. That is where we begin tonight at 6 o'clock. I'm Natalie Pascarella.
And I'm Chuck Scarborough. Disturbing and shocking new twist in the Gilgo Beach murders. The 60-year-old New York architect, already accused of killing 4 women, is now accused of killing 2 more.
Jessica Taylor and Sandra Costilla, the latest victims. Costilla not publicly associated with this case until now. Her murder extends the timeline of brutal Long Island killings all the way back to 1993.
Okay, so hold on. So Maureen, right? Melissa Waterman. Oh, okay. Sandra and Jessica, the latest 2. Oh, that's why I was getting them mixed up, because of Costello and Castilla. Okay, that's why I was going, what?
The last known victim of the Gilgo serial killer disappeared in 2010.
Police revealed morbid new details today of the alleged serial killer's meticulous planning, including making lists of potential problems that could trip him up and how effectively to dispose of his victims. This was Greg Sergelis live in Riverhead with all of this for us. Greg?
Chuck, Natalie, as you guys pointed out, this murder investigation has taken some turns over the last couple of months with new police searches at Rex Heuermann's home and in the woods of Manorville. Today, prosecutors revealed why those searches were ordered. It's all the result of an unexpected discovery that has changed the direction of this case. Alleged serial killer Rex Heuermann stood silently in court today as prosecutors told a judge they had discovered a chilling computer document. Suffolk's DA called it Rex Heuermann's blueprint for murder.
His intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them.
The DA says the actual Gilgo murders match to a large degree what's written in that document. It was found on a Heuermann laptop after prosecutors say he tried to delete it. One note there reads, "More sleep and noise control equals more playtime."
You've already made that assumption that he's the one who drafted it and he's the one who created it. I don't know that.
Heuermann's lawyer must now defend his client against 6 murder charges, the so-called Gilgo 4, and 2 other women identified in court today.
Jessica, my darling daughter, you will never be forgotten.
Lawyer Gloria Allred read a statement written by the mother of Jessica Taylor. Today, Rex Heuermann was charged with Taylor's 2003 murder and the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, a woman not previously linked to the Gilgo case. Prosecutors say strands of hair found with the bodies of each new victim have been tied to Heuermann through multiple DNA tests.
I can't express what this day means after waiting and hoping for answers.
Suffolk's DA said again today Rex Heuermann acted alone, and he confirmed that items taken from Heuermann's home last month are now being tested to determine if the murders were carried out there while Heuermann's family was away.
The investigation continues. The investigation has been expanded both to the bodies that were found on Gilgo and beyond.
The DA also said today that Rex Heuermann is now a suspect in the murder of another Gilgo victim, Valerie Mack. Late today, the lawyer for Heuermann's estranged wife released a statement saying that Asa Ellerup continues to doubt that her husband is capable of these heinous acts. Heuermann will be back in court in July. We're in
July. Okay, hold on a second here. Where are we? There we are. Okay. Hold on. I feel naked without the banner now. Okay. So really, is Valerie Mack? That was the unidentified one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what Travis is saying, that it's still pending.
Yeah, like she was the one that wasn't identified. Let me just get back to that window here. Okay, so we got boom, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Jessica. And, okay, Asian male. Asian male. Asian male. I thought this one here was Valerie Mack. The one with the toddler. I'd have to go look again. Asian male. So 1, 2. Is this one by chance? The fuck? 1 second. Okay, well, hold on. I mean, they say it. Okay, well, hold on. On the picture, they show it. So
Do you know anything about the toddler? Because I thought that the unidentified and the toddler were related to each other.
Okay,
and is that who they've ruled out? I don't
know. 1 second here. Windows. Which one am I looking at? So here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, okay, so let's see here. So, darn, what was, okay, on that clip, 1 second. Let me go back to the clip here. Come on, where is it? Just trying to find the picture. Okay, so Maureen Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, Amberlynn Costello, Jessica Taylor, and Sandra Castillo. I wonder if that was, I wonder if that was the Asian Sandra.
That wouldn't be because he was a
Oh no,
biological
that
male,
like,
so that wouldn't have been
yeah,
his.
that doesn't look like, no. But I thought this was Valerie. Let me take a look. So Jessica Taylor is this one up here? No, Jessica Taylor. This is Jessica, right? Oh, I'm just trying to remember now. Shit. Because this is Jessica. This is the one where the grandmother was speaking at the press conference. Okay. So if that's Jessica, which one is Castillo? Because that's the 4 here. Huh. Just trying to look at the pictures that they have. And Sandra Castillo is like Asian looking. It looks like it anyway. Okay.
Yes, Shannon Gilbert. It was ruled to be an accidental death. So, but we still have a woman and a toddler who I don't think their identities have ever been released. And I don't think the Asian male's identity was released.
Well, this one here is the one. I think that's Valerie. Is it? I think that's Valerie.
Let me pull up my podcast episode, my notes
1 second.
when I was doing my research.
Valerie. Let me see. No, don't think so. I'm just kind of confused now. May 20, no, it's May 28th, 2020. Just kind of confused now on who this one is, because there was somebody identified. I remember, you guys, and my apologies on this one, because honestly, I haven't really covered Gilgo since when it first opened up. I've been paying attention, but not paying attention by the same token. I know that stuff's happening and I listen to certain things along the way, but kind of like, it's like the case happened before, and then, like I said, this mapping. So my apologies if I'm not remembering now exactly whose names or who that lady is up in the right-hand corner. That's the one with the toddler. And when I just pulled up,
I don't think that her identity was released.
No, I believe it was. That's a thing. Because I remember when they identified it. Because if there's a picture out there, I'm pretty sure that they identified it, her. But it's been a while. My brain can't remember. I just remember one of the people that was unidentified got identified.
So I've got here in 2011, authorities found a partially dismembered woman, later identified as Jessica Taylor, unidentified Asian male, 2 unidentified women, and an unidentified female toddler. The toddler was determined through DNA testing to be the daughter of a woman that was discovered 7 miles away, so not even on that picture. They have not been identified. That was my research about a year and a half ago. So I mean,
Um, um, just trying to take a look here for a second.
Travis, plug your ears. And have you never heard of the saying, never feel sorry for a defense attorney? I'm totally kidding, Travis.
1 sec. Oh, I'm still here. Let me just, I want to look at something here. So on June 6th, he was charged. So June 6th of 2024, which was 2 days ago, he was charged with Jessica and Sandra. There was the four. The who four? I don't know. My brain, you know, when you're trying to look for something fast and it's like.
And I mean, I can't say for sure because I'm all over the place sometimes, but I mean, I would have dug as much as I
Here it
could
is.
to find those names.
Well, it says on May 9, 2011, police speculated that because of the similarities in the cases, Valerie Mack, who at the time was unidentified, and Jessica Taylor may have been murdered by a second separate serial killer.
Right.
So Valerie Mack was one of the people that was unidentified, and then they identified her.
Mm-hmm. But still thinking it was not connected to the original Gable 4 because of the way that she was dumped.
Yeah. So at the time, who was unidentified? Well, why can't they just fucking put the names underneath those people? Let me just see if there's one that actually has it. Okay. Let me just take a look here. Let me find.
And just because it says that their identities are unidentified Asian male, unidentified mom and toddler, doesn't mean that they don't know their identities. That just means that they're not releasing it to the public. So, like, maybe it's not criminal or.
So Jessica Taylor's there. Unknown female remains. Matter. No, I just want somebody to put the name there. 1 sec. Okay, so that is Valerie Mack, up in the corner there. I'm just looking at it now.
Valerie Mack is up top, and then
Valerie Mack is that one that's to the top right on there.
Jessica Taylor is the one beside Asian male.
Yeah. I got two mouses to show on my screen. Where does it look like I'm circling? Just to ask. Does it?
It's on the Gable 4 right now. On the red pins.
Yeah, see, because it's kind of like there's a second cursor. So, okay, so it's this one. So now you should see it on Jessica Taylor, right?
That's Jessica Taylor, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I see. I don't know why suddenly it gives me two cursors, a big one and a small one. I don't know what I've ever done to. It just started doing it. I don't know what I ever touched or didn't touch. Whenever I bring up something now, I see two cursors.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I know, because it drives me crazy a bit. So Gilgo Beach on this one. Just looking at these things. So they have like Melissa, Amber, Megan, Maureen, Jessica, Valerie Mack, and Shannon Gilbert on this one picture. And then they have like 4 empty spaces.
Shannon Gilbert's not on this picture. Are you looking at something else?
Yeah, I'm looking at something else.
Okay.
I'm just curious why they have 4. They got like, here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Let me just copy and paste okay, let's just see here. Okay, 1 second. Boom, 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 boom.
Did anybody watch I want to say it was on Netflix, but it was about, I think it was called LISK or Hunting LISK or something. It was a series. It was actually really good. What was it called? It was actually really, really good.
Defense attorneys are people too. Are you sure? Are they? I don't know. Ask Travis. Travis, are you a person too? You people? Do defense attorneys' lives matter? Yeah.
All lives matter.
Right. All lives matter. One of the big subjects of NARC on there. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure that they've looked through that whole area for more bodies, but I guess it just depends. Like, I don't know, because
Well,
obviously,
like Anne said, I mean, that is an excellent point about the hurricane. And I kept thinking back to that documentary or that series where there
about the
was
hurricane.
flooding and there was a lot of, well, speculation, I guess, nothing from law enforcement, but concern from the people that were doing the documentary that weather and hurricanes and flooding could have destroyed a lot of the evidence. Yes, they were both escorts.
Yeah. Weren't they all?
Yes, yes, they were. I mean, that's 100% how he met his victims. And we've got that, what's her name, Nikki, I want to say, the woman who had a date with him and got a weird vibe because he was talking about true crime and specifically the Gilgo 4 or
Yeah.
the Long Island case. And she was also a escort at that time.
Can't always help think about Picton.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, right? It's like the people that they feel like nobody truly cares about of the world. Like it just reminds me of pussies.
Yeah.
Like all your victims have to be these people that are prostitutes and people that in a sense are deemed as I don't know what, the lowlifes of society or something, like the easy targets is what it seems like.
Vulnerable population. And I mean, to me, and I mean, don't
Yeah.
hate on me for this, anybody from Texas or anywhere else, but to me it's a lot like baiting for an animal. Hunters baiting for an animal. There's no you sit up in your tree and you've got a bucket full of food that bears are going to come and eat, and then you shoot them while they're eating.
Yeah,
It's
right. Right.
kind
I
of
know.
easy pickings.
No, and like I don't know what other people think, but I personally don't believe that Shannon Gilbert is part of the Rex Heuermann line of people. I just think that is one of those coincidences. Something fell into place here, which made them look for her, and and it ended up leading them to the Gilgo Beach. Um, yeah, I mean, I've listened to the Shannon Gilbert side of it, and I just don't feel like
It's very fishy, very suspicious listening to those 911 calls.
yeah.
But
Well, whenever you listen to those 911 calls, don't you kind of think like, doesn't it remind you of somebody that's like going off the wall because they're on drugs or whatever, and that
yes,
they're hallucinating shit?
yes, you can hear the terror in her voice, and I feel terrible that she was so afraid whether she died accidentally or not. That was the terror that she was feeling.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So I know because it's like I don't know. Like I said, listening to it, like I said, I don't feel no connection there, but it's well, like listening to the guys, like the people that were talking on that 911 call, type of thing. It's almost like, hey, they came across like, get this freaking loony out of the house, like now, type of thing. Like, come on. And she's like, no, they're trying to kill me. So it all kind of like almost matches with it, but I don't think it is. But, like,
Totally. And we all know, I think we should all know that,
hold on.
what?
Oh, no, I said you went on camera and I was like, I'm ditching you. I'm going off again for a minute.
Just that, so Shannon Gilbert had two sisters, and one of the sisters was struggling with mental health, like serious mental health issues, schizophrenia, and ended up killing
Her mother.
Yeah, and that's how John Ray became involved. I don't know. I guess John Ray was involved before that, but over the Shannon Gilbert discovery. But he also represented that sister.
Yeah, isn't that crazy about that?
It is a crazy, unfortunate, tragic family story, really.
Yeah, like honestly, that just takes right there.
Yeah, her disappearance led to the discovery of all of these people, which led to, you know, this man being arrested and charged now with 6.
Yeah, and then you know that there's more out there. There's more. There's going to be more down the road for sure, I believe. Or at least what they can hopefully prove, I suppose. You know, I mean, hey, if they can do 1993, and that we don't even know if that's when he started, and or you know, but obviously this. So, what do you think about that, right? So this was his dumping ground for obviously quite a few of them. I think he has another dumping ground somewhere.
I mean, it's very, very possible. Obviously, I think, like I said earlier, he traveled. He was known to travel. He was a gambler.
Yeah.
That the eastbound strangler just kind of left his victims in the drainage ditch behind a certain hotel. And then somebody had mentioned earlier that he did own a house in South Carolina. So look there, he owned timeshares, I believe, in Las Vegas. And then traveled Denver, other places too. So
yeah,
I think it's more unreasonable to believe that there are no other victims.
I know. Yeah, there is. It's not just these. There's more. You know, there's more. You know, now so a serial killer doesn't just go, "Oops, let me just stop at this like a line," and then commit nothing between 2014 and 2024. Come on, he's a sick, twisted individual. That you know, like it's to ever look through the eyes of a SK, you know, or their brain and what they're thinking and stuff like that. I know there's books and all these different things, but
that he was reading and he was learning. Like I said at the beginning, like when I first got here, I read John Douglas like almost originally, like exclusively. I've got all of his books, and I read them because I mean I'm fascinated by why people do the things that they do, but to realize that an actual SK was using that same reading material to learn and grow and adapt and not get caught for so long is jarring to me. It's upsetting to think that this could affect how we learn information. Like maybe they'll slow down and stop writing books on profiling and criminal minds and, you know, because just in case. But I mean, I'm sure they already knew that was happening, but I don't know. I think it's terrible. This man is a monster.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious about this comment from Travis. It says, so there are 3 unknowns left. One of those 4 was Castillo. No, Castillo. Like you talking about Castillo or Castilla, the other one. It's 2 different, same kind of spellings. And when she was found 30 years ago, yeah, I think you spelled that. That was so one of those 4. Castillo was in the first grouping, and then I guess we're right here. Don't make that in front of our face. Castillo, and hey, where's the
yeah, exactly. You're missing one up there. Shannon Gilbert's up there. Shouldn't be up there.
Yeah, the other one should be up here. The what was the name for that one?
Costilla or something.
Yeah, because yeah. Or I must have closed that one. But anyways, yeah, Castillo. There's Costello and Castillo on those. But okay, but they had the smarts to keep the hair they found her like 30 years ago. They had the smarts to keep the hair they found with her body. But I've watched many cases where they keep all this evidence and keep bringing it back out myself because of like I keep seeing like 50-year-old cases being solved because of the DNA of something that they found, whether it was a hair and stuff like that. So I'm confused by that because even if technology they didn't know advanced, it still was a piece of the evidence. Now, the only thing I am confused on, because I'd have to go listen to it again, is obvious. Okay, so they obviously had, say, the victim's sweatshirt, and they talked about using tape. Is that because they went back and used the tape and to see off of that sweater, or was that done back all those years ago? Something I'm confused on when I was listening to that conference.
I think in 1993 there was still like we knew about DNA and that technology was advancing, and I think that they were, even back then, even in the 80s, they were collecting and saving evidence for the day that it could be tested for more than just blood type or whatever.
Yeah, because the hair was a common thing to me.
That's the one I was talking about, Travis. I'm sorry, Sonny. That's the one, Samuel Little. That's exactly the one that I was talking about earlier when I said he was like,
yeah, the one you talking about earlier.
Yeah, that he had this meticulous memory of every single lady's
Right.
neck. Like he had a thing for the necks.
Or cigs and shakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch them. There's going to be another raid.
I've got an order I've got to go pick up for my food.
No, I got to get going anyway. From where?
Pizza.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting hungry too. I see a big fly up there coming in the window. Yeah, no, I'm good for today. It's like 5:30. It gives me time just to unwind, watch my iPad, make something to eat, and and then I gotta work again tomorrow. Yeah, it goes by too fast. It was nice when me and my husband both had Saturday, Sunday off.
Yeah.
But now it's like on my regular Sunday through Thursday shifts now. But I don't know. Like in 3 weeks, although I got a week off that I took off, so I'll use that. Yeah. Well, husband's birthday falls on a Saturday anyway, so I'll have that day off. But mine fell like on a Wednesday. I'm like, let's just spread that sucker out.
Birthday week. Yay.
You know what? I kind of always like to have that little time period off for some reason. And I think it's because it's my birthday during that time. And plus it's Canada Day and you get a holiday. So it's a really good time. Usually when there's a holiday that falls on like one of the, Mondays or the whatever, it's always a good thing to use up and make your days off seem a little bit longer because of that extra day and stuff. And yeah, so all I know is that I think I have to use 5 days and I get like, let's see, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go back to work, I think the 8th. So like 10 days, right? And like 5 of those are vacation days.
Nice.
Everything. And then there's the holiday. So that's like 6. So yeah. So you might as well work them to your benefit, just like a Christmas.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys. Okay. So, prayers for all the victims of the murdered and the missing of any of the cases. Again, as for Sebastian Rogers, I'm not going to be overly covering that case anymore. I don't like the way. Okay, there's a separate thing here. There's no movement in Sebastian's case. If there is, besides the drama of the parents, of course I'll cover it. But after watching this, circus act of the parents and the joke that they're turning this into, and with this cease and desist, just, you know what, the embarrassment of how these parents are handling Sebastian Rogers, you know, and they want to play games. They should be grateful and thankful for anyone that wants to bring awareness, and they need to stop creating their own drama around it. They can sit back and accuse YouTubers of creating the drama. Honestly, the drama started from them originally. Okay, it all started from them originally, that they couldn't work together, that they were too busy. It all started with the whole Proudfoot thing and the whole Seth Rogers, his sister opening up a GoFundMe, and that was just the tipping point. And Christopher didn't like that, and he had sent a message saying that he's going to sue if they don't close it down, or threaten to sue if they don't close it down. And it became about money. And like, he can say all he wants that, you know, like, we were supposed to work together and we weren't supposed to do this. Okay, fine, but it happened. But it was always about Sebastian Rogers, and they themselves had made, to me, I'm just embarrassed that like, I'm embarrassed just the fact, because I feel like they should be embarrassed by how they're acting and on this, you know. And again, when you watch missing people's cases, so unless you're like the Chris, what's his name, you know, I don't like to say his name, but, you know, Christopher, whatever, not Christopher Proudfoot, but what is it about Chris's? You know, Chris Watts. So, you know, so unless you're like him, where you're blatantly like lying to freaking the in-person reporting and stuff like that, you know, okay, that's one thing. But these are literally parents that have a child missing, and they're creating their own drama. I feel like it's one of the most embarrassing cases that I've, you know, watched, to be honest. Hold on, sorry. And I truly hope that Sebastian is found. But honestly, those people need to, like I said, learn to just shut up and go on a show and just talk about proper Sebastian questions and answers, instead of this joke that it's all become of this and that. And that's Seth and everybody included. Seth, Robin, Christopher Proudfoot, you know, like I said, grow up. Just act like, I don't know. I'm so embarrassed, honestly.
Grow up and find your son.
Grow up and find your son. Work together. Put your shit beside. Quit stabbing each other in the back every which way you can, and accusatory of each other and this and that. And take away from Sebastian, because that's all that's happening, is that they're taking away from legit good conversations about talking about Sebastian and keeping his name out there properly. Right now, it just looks like a freaking horse act, the little donkey's act going on. And it's like, well, who's the bigger of the asses now?
Yeah.
You know, on there. And so anyway, so prayers for Sebastian. We'll keep talking about him here and there, like, meaning I'll show his picture and stuff to keep awareness at him. But as of this moment, there's nothing going on with Sebastian's case, and there won't be until something breaks open. So whether or not he's missing, whether someone helped aid in him, whether the Proudfoots had anything to do with it, who knows? There's nothing to show anything. And maybe one day those answers will come out. But either way, we can still bring awareness the proper way. But I refuse to be part of their little circus for that stuff. And I'm not going to talk about that stuff, because it's just a joke, what's going on here. So we'll start covering more of like the Gilgo Beach and other missing people, because there's a ton of other missing people. But we'll keep Sebastian's, like I said, at the start of the live, and that show that just as a reminder, and move on from Sebastian's case that way until some breaking news happens. But as for the parents' drama, forget it. Whatever. Grow up. As for the victims here, again, prayers to the missing and the murdered. And my biggest wish ever would be that anyone that's a victim, that justice is given for each of those victims. Doesn't happen to all cases, absolutely not. But, you know, just hopefully, I don't know, that on earth or wherever, that justice is paid for what somebody did to another human being. You know, it's so sad. It's so sad. And I'm glad that Robert Pickton died, by the way.
Absolutely.
You know, another piece of shit off this world on
That's
there.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Charmaine's got to go get her foodie. Thank you guys. You guys have a great night.
Yes, they're calling. Okay, I gotta go. Love you all. Bye.
Love you. Bye. I'm gonna head off in just a second here. Just want to see what Travis said there.
Hello.
You go ahead. Oh, see, she's gotta go. Your food's here. Drama over everything on that, search groups, etc. So what's the lesson in all that? Don't give interviews, or do they do press con? You know, the lesson to be learned there is when you're putting yourself out into the public arena and you're wanting someone to help look for a child, don't bring your shit all into the mix of it and start each of them pointing fingers and calling each other this and blaming that to each other. You know, that's so like it's one thing that, you know, if like, you know what I mean? It's one thing to have a channel and if YouTubers It's another thing when it's actually you're physically your own child. And to go on there and make such an embarrassment out of yourselves is ridiculous. Doesn't mean that the YouTubers and creators, some people didn't over dramatize it, but honestly, that information, most of it or a lot of it came out of Christopher Proudfoot's mouth or Seth Rogers' mouth. And I find it just absolutely humiliating on their part that this is where we sit today, is that it's like, well, he did this. No, Katie did this and and you started to go fund me and this and that pissed us off. And we're going to work together. But now we're not because you said this about my wife and whatever. So we're not doing this and we're going to go and we're going to hightail it up in our freaking RV camper, you know, and then go, well, Sebastian just could be anywhere. You know, I'd hate to be the mother of a child and ever act like that, like the Proudfoots have when it comes to a missing person, let alone Seth Rogers going off on people. And like I said, and Robin Rogers and stuff like that with this whole cis and deceased and the whole Tony thing. But like, do you know what I mean? Just grow up, go on interviews and just act appropriately. Is that so hard for the missing child that's out there? That shouldn't be too hard. You know, I think about Dylan Rounds and how much his mom was just fighting, you know, and she was going on interviews and, you know, like appropriately in a sense, right? And then this is like a circus act. That's what this is. Yeah. Find your son. Amen. Yeah. Guess this all means I'll have to go back to finishing the book and semiconductor chips I've been doing. And yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to go lay in bed with my iPad with the air conditioner on that's off right now and go get something to eat and lie down for the rest of the night. That's what I do. I watch somewhat of true crime and then I go watch BB the monkey. If I just want to relax, I'll go watch BB the monkey. He's so cute. He's just so adorable. I love you know, just like downtime, more like frick the true crime stuff. Just relax and enjoy some of that other stuff that's out there. You know, whenever Seth came into the chat, so I was left. I feel bad for a situation, but you know, Buddy Gaze, well, you know, I still feel for Seth that he's, you know, he's trying to be as honest and genuine as he can be and saying his thoughts, you know, and it's one thing, but then he's been going off because now frustration's kicking in, you know, he's seeing some people in a different color of light, or he's offending some people or this or that. But again, it's like I said, this is a child that's missing. When you involve yourself in all that drama and get in the mix of all that, you know, then you're not doing yourself any favors. And now it's just like slinging shots at each other. And I know like that Christopher Proudfoot's enjoying every ounce of this because he always felt like here, like I'm the bad guy, Seth is the good guy. Well, yeah, and I still think that's basically true for the most part when it comes to looking for Sebastian. I at least feel that when Seth talks, you literally feel your heart pull when he's talking about Sebastian and how much he wants his son back. Great. But what's really behind the closed doors of all these people? You know, that Sebastian left and didn't want to, you know, no kid is going to leave their home because they enjoy it there. But after watching this circus, it makes you truly wonder, if Sebastian just wanted to up and out of the whole thing. Like, honestly. Like, Seth can plead how much he misses his son, but is what we're seeing truly? Is it Seth's version of how things were? Or would Sebastian say the same thing? We don't know that. With Christopher Proudfoot, he's been opening up his mouth from the get-go pretty much. He's giving you a pretty clear idea that he is basically a drill sergeant type of thing that has what we would consider, like, I don't really call it old school, because I'm not a believer that a child should be in fear of you. And I would think that Sebastian, the way Christopher talks about his penalties or whatever for Sebastian Rogers, honestly, Seth made a comment that really stands out to me, and it could be true, could be not. But when Seth was talking about Katie on Jennifer, and he was saying basically like it's like he was at home, but it was almost as if to say that that Katie wasn't really invested in being a mother, almost like it was like a thorn in her ass type of thing. And that Seth ended up being this stay-at-home dad. And it was kind of like, we needed this life talk, and, you need to figure out what you want to do. But, so the two kind of go hand in hand. So if you kind of believe what Seth was saying there, that it's like he was more the hands-on parent than Katie was, I mean, I think that kind of speaks volumes in how Katie's representing herself now. And when it comes to Sebastian, you don't see this outcry of, oh my God, you guys, please help me, da-da-da-da. It's like, yeah, I've been crying for a month, da-da. And then they start going and giggling on show. Like, it's just what I would deem as not the actions. And I've seen a lot of experts recently say that as well. That when something, like, none of us could all be that stupid, eh? Like, obviously there's something clearly wrong when a lot of people can see, like, including the experts, when a lot of people can see that the actions of what's going on with the Proudfoots isn't what you would expect from a parent. And that's just it, is that there's a clear, like, it doesn't mean that everyone has to act the same, but come on now. There's a difference when red alarm flags just keep going off. So it's not that they even had something to do with the disappearance. It's more of, well, it's like a lost cat. If you come back, you come back. If not, but you guys, you definitely don't run away. But, you went out that front door just like that. You took off out that front door. Never did anything like that ever. So did Sebastian just want out of it? Did somebody aid him? Is he off dead in the woods? Did the Proudfoots or not? I don't even want to say Proudfoots. Maybe Proudfoots. But Katie was the last one to see her son. I think that there's more to their bullshit story than what they're trying to portray. That doesn't mean that they still had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian, but their home life, I think, is a lot different than what they were trying to portray. And just as time goes on, it starts seeping out. As time goes on, Seth's true colors are coming through. And when I say that, I mean, it didn't take too long to see Seth has a potty mouth himself there, and stuff like that. The question to Seth moved from Sebastian. The questions to Seth moved from Sebastian to the two Proudfoots, and he is the sort who will give you an honest answer. No idea what the optics are. They go. Oh, is that typo? They go to the other side and say, Seth says this. Not really understood. I sure understood that whole sentence there. And people eat that shit up. Oh yeah, I get that, Travis, for sure. If you go back and look at the coverage in hindsight, a lot of which I got to see on here, you can see where TV is going, no movement, so they go to drama. Okay, correct. Because I've seen probably 95% of the interviews out there, all of them. And so, yes, hindsight's 2020. But if there's one thing that's as clear as day, is that Seth had the people backing him. And the people turned on Seth by Seth's, most of it, not all of it, most of it by his own doing. most of what he's been doing, from the PIs, from Tony Mathis, from going off on people's YouTube channel, the man is exploding left, right, and center. And honestly, if there's a right road and a left road to pick, he's picking that wrong road most of the time. And now, as for the drama shit's going to happen. But these people, they're playing into it. You know, like honestly, do you think it's really acceptable, regardless, that that Seth is telling people to F off? Like, the Proudfoots and I are working together. If nobody likes it, basically F off to those people that want to stand in my way. This is my son. This is this. Okay. But he didn't stop there. He's just spiraling down. And now the consensus really is, the pages are turning very fast on Seth, and it's more of a 50-50. And I know for a fact, like I said, that Christopher Proudfoot is loving every second of this, because he hated the fact, because he's such a narcissistic person, that he hated the fact that he was seen in a bad light. And I get it. If you had nothing to do with something and you're being accused of doing something to Sebastian, and Seth is coming off, well, you know what? It's Seth's emotions that people attach to. Christopher Proudfoot lacks emotions. No one's going to attach to, mostly, unless you're a bottom feeder, in a sense, that just likes to stir drama, cause drama, and all of a sudden, like, Christopher Proudfoot's their next best friend. Up until when? Up until what point? Right? Yeah, come over here. Come on our lives, you good old buddy, you pal, you. Oh, your case is gone. Oh, who is Christopher? Who are you again? You know, we don't really remember who you are. But it's just, so there's lots of people that are like, you know, oh yeah, I got it in with Christopher Proudfoot. Good for you. Oh, I got it in with Seth Rogers. Good for you. You know, Pascal was a really good show. I like the questions that he always asked on there. But the way that this is going, they created their own mess. It doesn't matter about what the internet was doing. They only enhanced it by swearing, cursing, blaming each other. Look what happened on Web Sleuths Live there. That was like a freaking tornado waiting to happen, you know? And as soon as Seth says that they're working together, he's on somebody's live basically bashing Katie. You know, like, why would you even think to do that? Seth needed someone to guide him, but I'll tell you right now, that person was not Tony. You know, nothing, sorry, Tony, nothing overly against you, but honestly, you don't sit there and claim that you're stopping chaos, and then in the next thing I see you freaking on a live, and you're talking about, you know, creating chaos. You know, because some channels are saying this or that, like, come at me type of thing. It's like, what? Really? You know? I don't believe they're fake. Maybe I know you think differently on there, Carl, still, but I'm just looking at the whole picture of all of them now, in a sense. You know, like, I believe Seth's genuineness in his wanting his son back, that he's broken up. He shows every sign of that, right? From whenever he cries, and it's like he cries at the times that you would typically cry. You all of a sudden are talking about your son, you look at something, you can't help but be reminded. I can't say the same for Katie and Christopher. Well, Christopher, in a sense, I kind of leave out of it, because he is not the stepdad that I'd ever wish for to have, you know, honestly. Just in general, he's not soft spoken, he's not whatever, he's abrasive, he's abrupt, and he's just ignorant, and he's full of himself. And he can be full of himself all he wants. And as far as that takes him in life, so be it. You know, that's his personality. If he wants to come off like a jerk off or a a-hole and say he's an a-hole, great, so be it. You know, I might be brass in this, but I demand respect and I expect it to be given back. Dude, honestly, I can't even respect you saying that, because you really don't deserve respect. Don't sit there and lie to the people about polygraphs and play games and then demand anything. Go on YouTubers and say that they need to give their money Like, shut the front door, stop your drama, go on about Sebastian. Put your shit aside. Even now, put your shit aside and then just stop and just work for Sebastian. Work for going on a live, answering questions, work together. That way somebody can, when they're on a live, and if you're both on the same live, you know, what you don't know, Seth, then Christopher, well, not Christopher, but mostly Katie, knows the answer to. Christopher is just getting regurgitated information for the most part that we know about, you know, but they should just be, if somebody's on a live, it's like, you know, like this happened. Yes, I got to the house and this happened and da. That's how it should be happening. I don't follow enough that covers parents of people who searching this one. This one girl from East Texas, the boy, Cumberland River, the boy down in Corpus Christi. Enough of that covers parents of people who are searching. This one and the girl in East Texas, the boy in Cumberland River and Chris, to compare one family to another. At the end of the day, honestly, if a child's missing, go on media, use it for the purpose it's meant to, and try and stick out of the drama. Like, honestly, it's embarrassing. Like, it's just that I don't recall a case. Like, I just don't recall a case where you have a child missing and these parents are acting like buffoons, you know, on channels. One more than the other. Christopher Proudfoot more than Seth, I think. But I just can't recall this. And Robin, well, she just needs to shut her mouth. Hypocrite. Got your food, Charmaine? But how did John Ramsey initially come across emotion or no emotion? But you see how people with money handle the situation. Very soon after she was found in the house, Ramsey's had, but the thing is, but they didn't make a spectacle of themselves. Like, they didn't make a spectacle of themselves doing interviews. You know, there's another case. I thought there was some movement in Madeline's case, Madeline McCann. I would absolutely love to see John Benet Ramsey's case come to an answer. You know, that would be sweet if that happened. That's one case that I just keep praying that happens in my lifetime, that we ever finally know the truth for her story. You know, it's hard not to attach that because I remember when it came out and it happened, and then you, for years, you know, you kind of hear about it, and it's just always a case that's stuck in the head, you know, kind of like OJ's case, stuff like that, like certain cases. But John Benet Ramsey's is definitely one that I know that the world would just love to know the answer for that one. But anyways, okay. You guys have a great night. Thanks for joining. Yes, and I respect you, I really do, but you're trying hard to, you know, you better shut the fuck up. Seriously, Carl. You're really pissing me off. Don't tell me you respect me and then tell me I'm trying to save face. I'm not a fake. And I realize, I realize by your statement here, you're just speaking your mind, right? But it's not very respectful how you come across. I've told you this over and over again. But you're trying to too hard to save face. This is what I'm going to give you for that, Carl. Okay, I'm not pretentious. I don't try to save face on shit. I just talk from my heart and speak at will. What am I trying to save face from? And honestly, so if you think I'm going to walk away from my computer being upset that you said this comment, absolutely not. Just remember that. I've learned more from CP about Sebastian than I have from SR. Respectfully. What am I trying to save face on, though? I'm not understanding that. What am I trying to save face on? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't care. I don't give a shit if you said respectfully or not. But when you're sitting there saying you're trying too hard to save face on what? Because you think all along that Seth, is this the opposite thinking of how like most people were thinking about CP and Seth. Like your thing was for Christopher Proudfoot. I can sit here and say I've learned a lot about Sebastian and their whole freaking life from all of them, except for Katie. Katie, somewhat. It's more been from Christopher Proudfoot and Seth. Because I'm not actually biased towards about Seth or CP. I call a spade. I call it as I see it. Either you're a nice person in this world or you're a dick. Okay? And Christopher Proudfoot is clearly a dick. And Seth Rogers, he's not a big of a dick. He can be a dick, but he's not quite the dick and narcissist that Christopher Proudfoot is. Christopher Proudfoot, if we could sit there and go about 10 feet deep up into him, honestly, that's how far his head is up his own butt. Seth Rogers, he's got a mouth on him for sure and stuff like that. But he honestly, and it's only because you're blind to this, so Seth Rogers actually has emotions. And anyone that has a heart, which you clearly don't, Carl, anyone that has a heart can respectfully, Carl, by the way, anyone that has a heart can see genuine emotions. So I don't know what I'm trying to save face from because I'm not taking your side of things or whatever. But I'm not sitting here trying to go, oh, well, I just want Christopher Proudfoot or Katie to be guilty of Sebastian or whatever. It has nothing to do with the actual case side of it. I'm just calling a spade a spade. As a parent, I would never in my life expect a parent to act like how the Proudfoots are. Get off your effing asses. Go ahead, search, go do some real work when it comes to your son. Instead of running off in your RV, taking off his photos, shutting down your Facebook pages, and you guys are trying to portray like you're the frickin' Brady Bunch when you're not. Or Seth, who's speaking from his heart, which is genuine, unlike the other two when they're speaking. You have Seth who speaks with genuineness, but he's acting a bit like a doofus lately because he's letting people either tell him what to do and he doesn't know which way to go and he's making these wrong choices and whatever. If anyone needs to see faced, you are biased, apparently, because everything I've read from you is clearly showing that you only support Christopher Proudfoot stuff versus Seth stuff. They've actually very equally said a lot of things about Sebastian as a whole. I just honestly, you're that little jerk, that little freaking gnat in my freaking leg that's like just gnaws, But honestly, I still don't care about you. I didn't say he's searching, but he searched a hell of a lot more than freaking Christopher Proudfoot did, didn't he? Or Katie, for that matter. Like, seriously, I don't know what planet you came off of, Carl, but it's certainly not the planet Earth, because anyone that cannot see true emotions, honestly, lacks emotions themselves. You want to go by this little scripture of a book, okay? I actually can read people because obviously I have a heart and I know when people are being genuine or when people are trying to bullshit you. You obviously have the total opposite about Seth Rogers being fake and Christopher Proudfoot being real. Oh, I thought I heard water dripping on there. Well, it's just ridiculous. But when somebody sits there and says, but you're trying hard to save face, you keep telling me about how I'm feeling or what I'm doing and all this shit. Take your advice, shove it up your butt. For all I care, I do not care, Carl. In fact, I wish that you would just, you know what? I'm just going to block you because you're irritating me. Ban user. Honestly, like, I've never seen someone with such a one-sided thought. And he's such an idiot. I can't deal with that type of stupid in somebody. First case we covered together. What's your theory on, are you talking about Sebastian? That's right, Charmaine. Tell him, Sonny. Miss. Hi, Gaming and Sleuthing. Honestly, I just can't stand that type of stupidness. But it's the ignorance to go along with that. Like, I don't know. Did he not get a soul when he was born? Like, seriously? That, because he honestly, he talks, the way he talks is like, I can come harsh at you in your face, but he talks like he has no soul. And any moron could put two and two together that Christopher Proudfoot isn't coming off as this soft, compassionate human being, and that Seth at least is literally just sitting there. Like, when you're listening to Seth, you can tell the difference between someone faking it. He's crying. Seth is still crying months later. Is Christopher and Katie? No. They're too busy talking about cake pops and lollipops and shit like that. Oh, yeah, we miss Sebastian. Oh, yeah, we're just going to go here. We're just going to go camping in Mississippi, and we're going to go take off the flyers, and we're going to go camping up in Yogi Park, and blah, 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 blah. Like, honestly, it's embarrassing. I wouldn't want them for my parents ever. If that's what I had to look forward to, no. Yeah, he's Christopher Proudfoot, like Carl Ferguson. Like, if he could stick his own head up that. But the bottom line is that he keeps coming in here saying how biased people are, how biased I am, how I'm trying to save my face. What? By seeing Seth do things that even I think or whatever. I'm not blind. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm clear from an effing idiot when it comes to people. But obviously Carl isn't. Carl is. He has no heart, that person. So honestly, when I see someone talk like him, I'm just like, who dropped you on your head? Like, who? And obviously you suffered empathy during it. Armageddon Carl. Oh, you know what? When I think of Carl, I think of Mr. Beast and that Carl dude that's on it. Well, you know what? Most of the time, SRB, most of the time we've ever talked about Sebastian's case, it was never to blame Katie or Christopher or Seth and stuff like that. It was always about the perception and what the plausible thoughts could be of what happened. And for first and foremost, because Christopher was overtaking Katie from talking on most things, even like there's times I watch and I still get irritated because Katie's about to say something, Christopher overtalks her and stuff. But at the end of the day, right, regardless of what happened to Sebastian, I think it's pretty clear that we can see that there's a lot of stuff underneath the surface than what we would have originally known had it not been for these stupid arguments that they each are having. You would have thought that they would have kept a lot of that stuff private, like certain things. But no, this is just like a full-on war going on about, that Katie was this way and this way and this way, and Christopher was this way, and Katie did it, and Katie's not really speaking and stuff like that. But I'm just giving my own personal observations. And Christopher, he's a douche. Okay, just a douche. Katie, again, as a mother, I would be embarrassed for her to be my mother. If you're searching for me, Katie, please, you're probably like the last person I would want to ever search for me, because it's a joke. No parent, hey, we don't see everything. We know that they were handing out flyers and we know but their appearances, how they've been handling everything. When Christopher was going off on the chick or whatever on that taped recording, Katie's in the background, just love you, Christopher. You just tell it like it is, Christopher. She's just as bad as him, to be honest with you. Hey, and if that's your cup of tea, a Christopher Proudfoot and a Katie Proudfoot, hey, if that's your cup of tea and you guys just love, Katie's a fake to me, okay? Katie's a fake. She's not meek and whatever. Now, Seth, to me, is genuine, but he's making some really poor choices. Robin Rogers, another person, very vocal, but she doesn't know when to shut her mouth, to be honest with you. She keeps saying a lot of shit. And then it's kind of like, oh, well, if you say this, like what she did to JLR by sending that email. Okay, it's one of those things. Quit adding to the drama, parents, grandparents, whatever. Just focus on Sebastian, and keep it classy. Instead, it's trashy. What they're doing is just trashy. Tony Math is coming onto the case. Sorry, Tony. The public opinion about you, you're not going to be liked. You'll never be liked. People don't like you, or then they're really turning on Seth because of all these different actions that he's doing. And I don't blame them. Honestly, I don't blame them. Like I said, these are the parents of a child that's missing, and they're acting like they're freaking tots, and it's embarrassing. Anyways, Christopher Proudfoot is not a good person. And every time he has a chance to defend himself, I'm not an abuser. I've never done nothing. I mean, the child was in my arms as she came and swacked me upside the head, acting like he's all innocent and stuff. That personality is not innocent. 5 marriages ain't innocent. Okay? It's not a rocket science to see that Christopher Proudfoot is full of himself and that he's not a good person. It's not rocket science to see that. It's not also rocket science to see that Seth isn't the most upstanding person either. He's probably a hell of a lot better than Christopher is, but I think he's a far cry from being this, what we would consider an upstanding citizen. I think that, obviously he holds a job, or I'm not even sure if he still holds the job or not, to be honest with you. But to sit there and think that he's trying to leech money off of people, that he wouldn't talk to John Ramsey, that he wouldn't talk to, or that he's getting paid for stuff. I don't believe any of that crap. Okay, certain stuff, those don't make sense. And if people are trying to propagate that and say that Tony's behind all that, I just don't buy it. Seth has been doing interviews, and maybe he's not doing as many, but I just find that Tony, honestly, at first I was okay with him. Now I'm just like, you know what, Tony, Seth would do favors, I think, now, honestly, if you didn't come into his life and try to help, because it's done like the opposite of what I think Seth thought it was going to do. But I don't know that Seth sees that. And Seth is doing these things now that are just, I don't know. And this whole cease and desist stuff, I mean, just honestly, what a joke. Don't talk about Sebastian. You're not allowed to talk about my name either. But I'm going to keep continuing creating posts. Right, Robin? Just all of you guys just grow up. Come together. Honestly, just come together and work together to find Sebastian properly. That's what needs to be done here, but hey, it's your circus, not ours. It's your child, not mine, so if this is how it's all going to play out, so be it. At the end of the day, I mean, honestly, if this is what Sebastian's, once things get unearthed is like, freaking, I wouldn't blame him for bypassing his shoes and heading on out the door, to be honest with you, if that's what happened. I don't know. I just find it disgusting. Anyways, so kiss my ass, Carl Ferguson. Come in underneath a different name, but I'll know you because you're heartless. Anyways, you guys, okay, that's my rant. That's my rant. Now I'm gonna go find something to eat on there. No, don't remember. I actually don't really get upset and mad. I get someone like Carl that's like freaking stupid as shit. That's literally doesn't have a heart in his body and stuff like that. I think when there's nothing going on, that the drama pot stirs. So I think that that's what's creating all this. When there's nothing going on in a case, that's where the drama stirs. So there isn't anything going on in Sebastian's case, right? So then again, Seth introduces Tony Mathis. People didn't like that. So everyone made a big deal out of that. Okay, Seth going off. Okay, I can understand why somebody would go off, but just remember that you're in the public as you're going off and looking like an idiot, by like I remember on whose was it? Was it Cluminati's? Was it whose was it? That live that he went off the other time. And it's just like honestly. But the plot just keeps sickening ever since Tony Mathis came. They tried doing it with Seth and Thing and the twisted turn. They're trying to turn it around about the money on Seth. And I just find that disgusting because Seth isn't sitting there he's not sitting there doing this ooh, I'm going to make it raking in off my own son's disappearance. Anyone who thinks that, go bang your head against a wall. Seriously. The guy's not sitting there yeah, if he wants to continue looking for his child and people want to help and donate, so be it. Let people donate. It's not your damn money. If you don't want to donate to him, don't donate on there. But if Seth is trying to still look for his son, I mean, how many of you guys could go back to work and concentrate knowing that your child that you gave birth to, that slid out of your VJ, right? That you're attached to, like most normal parents, right? How many of you would be able to concentrate on working? Well, I'm sure Christopher Proudfoot had no problem with that. Got to pay bills. I get that, But then again, he's not overly attached to Sebastian anyway. You can tell. Katie, is she back to work? I don't know. I couldn't concentrate if my life depended on it if my son was missing. Because 3 months went by fast, but yet it's no time at all. Some mothers aren't motherly and some fathers aren't fatherly. But it's one of those things if people want to help him. I don't buy that Seth won't do any interviews unless he's paid. That's just a crock of crap. Unless I hear that personally from Seth's mouth, that's just a crock of crap. He has done interview after interview after interview with people, trying to put Sebastian's story out there. He's not going to turn around and go, oh, by the way, Tony's my agent. If you want me, excuse me, Ramsey. No, it's coffee. No can do. I don't even think he was at CrimeCon. I'd like to see proof that he was. I don't think he was at CrimeCon. People just want to stir shit and add to it. And it's created. But the thing is that this is the joke of it. Some YouTubers are, they stirring the pot and whatever, right? To ever get their clicks and their views and blah, 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 blah. But the thing is that they're feeding into it, And then Christopher Proudfoot just wants to clear himself and explain and do all this shit and whatever, And Seth Rogers is losing his shit on lives and stuff like that. And then coming back saying, I apologize. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you went off on your rants. Because honestly, Seth Rogers, he's kind of coming off as somebody with 2 split personalities there. Just the way it's looking a little bit there. It's like 1 minute he's calm. And then on somebody's live, he gets riled up. And then the truer Seth comes out when he's riled up. And it's like watching someone on a high and a low and a high and a low. It's like this for me, And then I'm thinking to myself, geez, you're really inconsistent, but being consistent in coming off, talking, but it just depends what lives he chooses to go on and the drama of it all as well, and then so they're getting caught up in their own drama that they created, but they're just feeding into it, especially when they're going on channels that are all about drama and stuff like that. So, hey, you reap what you sow is all I can say. You reap what you sow. At the end of the day, Sebastian Rogers is missing. Those parents need to stop their stupid shit and just work together and cohesively to find Sebastian, even if they don't like each other. Work together on putting out whatever information they can are allowed to. For people to understand the timeline of events. If the Proudfoots came out and gave, if they can. I mean, there's a lot of shit out there. There's a lot of shit that Christopher said in one interview and then I can't really talk about that. Oh, shut up. You already talked about it. And your wife already outed you on certain stuff. One interview saying whatever. He said he got home just after 1 But anyways, it's just the different things that he doesn't stay consistent with because he doesn't remember after going on all these people's different freaking channels, what he said he could say or couldn't say and this and stuff like that. But honestly, if they would have given people a better insight about Sebastian's case right from the start, they wouldn't be tangled up in this whole probably blame game on them as much, to be honest with you, but because it's been such a sporadic of inconsistencies and pulling of teeth to get a timeline and stuff like that, like if they came out and said, look, we can't talk about this stuff, type of thing. If there's certain things that the LE said, look, you guys can't talk about this. And if they weren't able to give a timeline and stuff, but no, we pretty much got the timeline down pat, according to Katie, for the most part. But if they would just be transparent on that whole day, right? Within time, I mean, we got pretty much timestamps for most things, right? Breakfast, spaghetti pancakes, right? Then they go out, they get a phone call from Christopher Proudfoot's niece, right? They pick her up. Oh, don't forget, he was on the phone, FaceTime, Sebastian was, right? And then we get a timeline. Oh, okay. So the niece actually went over to BJ's and the mom was going to be there, the niece's mom. And so that's hence why the mother would have drove home the niece and it wouldn't have been Katie, because Katie was already picking her up to drive her over to BJ's. And then that they would have parted, because then Katie says that they went alone to the bowling alley. Hi, Auntie Ree. To the bowling alley and to Texas Roadhouse, right? Now, according to the waitress there, yes, it was just the two. So, there's a timeline. And then, but again, I'm just remembering this from all the different, the freaking things that they've said here and there, but never consistent. And then we hear about Katie sitting on the couch reading a chapter for school, because apparently she was taking business administration or whatever, right? And then after that, right, she never brings up at all the timeline, like, with the phone call. That's strange. That's strange when somebody's asking you about a night and you don't bring up the phone call ever. Why? What are you hiding by that? That is strange. Don't you guys agree that is strange that she never brings up the phone call? She's only talked about the phone call when it's been brought up by Christopher or the news or the show, the YouTuber, right? It's the only time, or the news media. That's the only time it's ever been brought up. Katie has never brought in that conversation up. Why? Right, the thump. I think in the WSMV one, she talks about, she actually doesn't say the thud in that one. In that one, she says, and I don't know what he was doing in his bedroom, like toys or something, but, I said, whatever you're doing in there, but she never actually said thud until in a later interview, right? And again, and that came into play after the fact. I'm not buying this whole, but a month later, 2 months later, a month later, guess what? There's a thud. That thud. I forgot to tell you guys all about that. But you never told us about the phone call either. And so again, this is a mother looking for her child, and you have to literally prod just to get that information. Or you could just willingly talk about your day properly, like most people would do. Yeah, I just went over to my friend's house. We played, some charades or whatever like that, drank a few beer, da-da-da. And if somebody asked me, okay, so like what time did you do that? If somebody asked me and my child's missing, here is exactly everything that happened that day. There you go. Everything. I'm going to tell you probably the times, if I can remember them. I'm going to tell you everything that happened that day, because that's what a regular person would do typically. Not, Katie, here, give me your tooth. Yep. Now can you tell us? I never spoke to any of my kids from across the house without saying their name. She doesn't say his name much in any of her talks. You know, I mean, that's been mentioned. Again, is there guilty knowledge of something? Is there? I just think that it's not as it seems. I definitely don't believe that this big truthful, I don't believe that the truth is totally being told here in regards to Sebastian. I think that there is a pretense of, you know, Sebastian, and we just love him so much. There's just going to be just hordes of people coming over. Once he walks through that door, I would just love it. You know, but the actions aren't matching that whatsoever at all. And to sit there and pull teeth, you know, to get a timeline. So it's hard to believe in the sincerity. If Christopher's bullshitting about polygraphs, calling into shows in a different voice, you know, calling people B's and C's and stuff like that, going off and acting like whatever, immature on, you know, these things and stuff like that. And then he tries to play games like in that same live, he's like, no, look, I didn't say who took the test. The person clearly asked him in that same interview, in that same live, you know, so you both took the test and you passed. And he's like, yep. Oh, but I didn't say who those two people were. I'm pretty sure it's apparent when somebody says to me, so you took the test? Yep. Pretty sure I'm not referring to Bossy over there. You know, so it's stuff like that. Is that odd? Weird stuff going on, you know, with playing games and stuff like that. Is Christopher's narcissistic ego so much in the way? You know, because he honestly, like I said, to act like he gives a shit about Sebastian, please. I don't even know how much either of them actually seem to give a shit about Sebastian, to be honest with you. You know, based on what Seth said, and then just based on what we're seeing happen as the parents. I don't know. But like I said, and then you listen to experts, you know, talking about like cops. Like I was watching a police officer the other day. He was on a live talking about it with I think it was Jennifer Coffindaffer. And Jennifer, she tries to stay very like even keeled on what she says. And the cop was too, but he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna say it. I think that there's really something sus about the mother. Like those are actions that just there's something not right there. Right? So if you feel it, it's typically because someone that's tuned in with stuff, if they feel it, it's typically because there's something wrong. There's something not right. There's something off of what's going on, what's truly going on, you know? And I don't think that Seth, like he might not tell you his full details about his past and everything like that and come out with that until people dig it up. But do I feel like he's been pretty open and honest with his feelings? Probably too much so, to be honest with you. You know? Like he's probably saying a lot of stuff that they're, you know, Ellie's probably going like, dude, you know, tone it down. You know, we need to keep certain shit to the vest. And, you know, like about the garbage truck, for instance. Christopher Proudfoot didn't say it was a garbage truck. Seth said it was a garbage truck. Probably too honest. I'm sure that Ellie didn't go like, here you go, go tell the world that it was actually a garbage truck. No, they don't care about us, the Ellie. They just care about the case and keeping it tight so that when if an arrest ever comes or if the information has something that, you know, it's not getting all told. Anyway. Evil lives among us all. Yeah. And now I don't want to diss this person too much, but some of his little short videos are irritating me. So that evil, like, only because you reminded me of it. So there's this channel called Evil Exists. Dude, you're just posting videos that even you know are full of shit, but you're posting them anyway. Because you're just making videos to make videos off of Sebastian's case. There's some videos I was watching at first and I was like, oh, okay. But honestly, dude, he's searching for everything and anything to pretty much put up there for Sebastian's case. And, just making the shit up about, like, I don't know. Like, he's just posting whatever, all in sake of making a video. Okay. And honestly, so I was watching a few lately and I'm like, dude, you know what? You're making me puke now, to be honest with you. You're literally creating videos just to make videos. You'll feed off of any drama out there just to make a video about Sebastian. You'll make, and that whole thing, okay? And this is where Bullhorn Betty's wrong, okay? So you can't go around sitting there saying, I knew it. I knew she was in bed for 10 o'clock and blah, blah, blah. Okay? Why wasn't the rest of that played? Right? But then, so like Betty, who wasn't even really, I hadn't watched too much of the Duchess video, and stuff like that. Like, come on now. If anyone with half a brain listened to the rest of that, it first of all was the Duchess that said 10 o'clock. Katie, those words never came out of Katie's mouth. So Duchess and Katie and Christopher were having a conversation earlier, right? And the Duchess says, so, and you said you were in bed by 10 o'clock and this and that and whatever. Okay. Katie never said that. The Duchess did. Katie could have told her the thud happened at 10 o'clock, hence why the word 10 o'clock came out. Duchess got it mixed up in her head because right behind that is Christopher Proudfoot going, let me make this clear. Let me just make this clear. That there's a phone call that happened between me and my wife at about 9:43 or 9:46. And yes, she was starting to fall asleep, so I told her to put the dogs up. Now, don't forget, people, she was doing a chapter for her books. You know darn well she talks to her husband for hours on end, which I don't think is abnormal at all, because I would be doing the same if it was my husband, But in saying that, it's like, so all of a sudden you got this, oh my God, the truth's out now. She was asleep at 10. There's no thud. There's no this. There's no that. And I hate it when I see shit like that. Because it's just like, come on. Like, evil exists. Oh, yeah, let me just put in that part of the clip. But don't let me put in Christopher Proudfoot's part of the clip where he explains it. And the fact was, Katie Proudfoot never said 10 o'clock. Right? Duchess said it. And she probably got it mixed up. Crystal clear? What do you mean? The email's right up there, Lacey. Come on now. acrimingshame@gmail.com. Right up there. See, right here? Right above me? Do I make myself crystal clear, Lacey? Yeah, crystal clear. That's what I thought you said. I know. That's why we all know that Christopher Proudfoot wrote that one big-ass post before. Just to make it crystal clear for everyone. God, he says that a lot, though, doesn't he? Let me make something perfectly clear. Let me make something perfectly crystal clear. Anyways, all I know is that Sebastian Rogers, I just pray and hope that he is found alive. The likelihood of it, who knows? Probably more unlikely than likely. But hopefully he is still alive out there. Hopefully someone did just assist him in helping him leave, because I don't for 1 second think that Sebastian would have left without his shoes, no foodies, no snackies, no phone, no nothing, and just, took off. I can understand, you guys, I can understand if Sebastian got by some cameras. It's not like that's an overly populated, circle where he lives. So I can understand it if it was truly dark and and there's no lighting. Okay. There's legit no lighting. The only lighting you're going to get is because somebody's floodlight went off or a vehicle was coming down the street. Right. But obviously, a kid's not going to be a dumbass and sit there and go underneath of a light if he knows the chances of it going off, da da da. But who knows? Even if the light did go off, doesn't mean that there's a camera seeing him. So I could see that with the new development going on, the darkness, it is likely that Sebastian could have gone being unseen. No coat. But that's just it. So do I think that Sebastian could not be seen by cameras? Yes. But do I think it's realistic for anyone to believe that no jacket, no shoes, no money, no phone, no snacks, no knapsack, no favorite blankie, no nothing. Okay? That's the sign of somebody that didn't leave their house. That's what that would tell me. Oh, I hear my husband out there having fun. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I get really wound up with Sebastian Rogers' case when it comes to Sebastian and what could have possibly happened. But give me a minute. I'll be back. Charmaine, enjoy your food. Okay, I'll ask this question before I go. I'll be right back. Okay, so again, Sebastian Rogers. If you had to say how Sebastian Rogers disappeared, right? Is he dead? Was he aided? Well, I don't know. Whatever your thoughts are, just put it down. And when I come back, I want to see. And oh, by the way, if there's any people having birthdays this week, I just want to say this. Happy birthday to anyone's having a birthday or just had a birthday and stuff like that. Because I know that I know that Charmaine and Sharon Parker have had birthdays and some other people and stuff like that. But I thought to myself, you know what? I need to try to remember. Doesn't matter if I don't know you or whatever, but if you're having a birthday, had a birthday, just happy birthday to you guys. Can you play the Jeopardy theme first? Yeah. Da, 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 dum, 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 dum. Boom, 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 boom. Da, da, da. Now I feel like singing "Tip Me Over and Pour Me Out," but yeah, it gets a little dramatic as we get to it. But okay, I'll be right back. I'll be there in a minute still, guys. Okay, so I thought I was talking to you guys for a second. Apparently, I was still muted. Okay, so Lacey, Charmaine, or anyone that's thinking about, well, let's go over these. Okay, and honestly, yeah, give me just a couple more seconds. I'm just trying to whiff down a cookie, drink some. I got oatmeal like raisin cookies that I got from Save On Foods, and they're so good. But anyways, I'm trying to do that. Drank my third bottle of water, had to go pee. That counts too. And then vape. So let me just have my moment. But let's go over each of these scenarios. Let's okay. So as I ask this question, my thing would be this. And I know that there's say 22 people and It's a Crime and Shame and 27 people on Twitter, but nobody on Twitter ever talks, and I find that odd. So if there's one person on Twitter that could make one comment, that would be great, because I just want to see if it's like a YouTube thing, because we used to have people, it would like show us that someone was talking on Twitter, and I'm just curious if there's one person on Twitter right now that could just put in a message, even just say Sebastian's name. Is there anybody on Twitter that can actually do that? Because it used to be that Twitter would show up, and I know that I've gone on and sent a message and I've seen it, but it seems like things changed at some point. So I'm just not sure. And I just find it very strange that nobody on Twitter is making any comments at all, even when we had like over 1,000 people at times in the chat, even 2,000. So if there is somebody on Twitter that's watching this right now, out of the 27 of you, just just one person, if you could, try to put a comment. And I just want to see if it shows up. Anyways, I'll be, my question to you, big guy. In this channel right now, who here believes at all, okay, the one theory, that Sebastian ran away himself and left everything he owned behind? Does that make sense? Yes or no? Thanks, Charmaine, because it just seems so strange. Lacey, that's fine, Lacey. You're allowed. Yeah, it works. Tweet from Twitter. Thanks, Charmaine. I guess everyone's just silent on Twitter. I guess that's the thing. We're all just the strong silent type. Well, Charmaine's came through, so that tells me it works fine. Okay, give me one more minute, and I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about we'll talk about the different situations and how you guys feel about it. Okay. Okay, so let me go back into okay, so let me make this bigger. Okay, so just talking about it. Yes, I did, Charmaine. Thank you. Yeah. I just want to make sure it wasn't broken. Obviously, we got some strong types on Twitter that like to only listen but not comment. I just want to make sure it wasn't broken for them. If people were like, I can't talk, I can't say anything, but yeah, it's right here. See? It's right there. Charmaine, Crime Story Podcast. Tweet from Twitter. Tweeting you. Yeah, I can't make me call it X if your life depended on it properly without saying Twitter. Yeah, so it works fine. Thank you, Charmaine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't broken just in case. People were like, yeah, I can't comment. But obviously they just don't want to. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So just to give you just an overview. Now remember, these homes are built up a lot more around here. This pretty much subdivision is all there. Okay. But I just want to give you this to stare at because, at the end of the day, it's dark, right? It's like if I put a black screen on, the only thing that you're going to see is if somebody's lights come on, right? Or a vehicle is driving because there's no lights. Well, is there now? Because what the hell are these things? Like there's lights now, right? Like what the heck are those? Those are lights, right? Are those lights? Or is that just a post? Oh no, those are just posts. Mind you, this imagery is from 2023. It's funny when we look at it from in exit street view. They kind of look like a light post, don't they? But anyways, let me just twist this back around a bit. Nice pool. Nice pool at that house. I bet you Sebastian visited that house. A few people got pools over here. But anyways, dark road, pitch dark, very little see. So again, could Sebastian have basically not been seen on camera, pitch dark, black clothes on, and just took off. So I believe that that's possible. I just don't believe that a 15-year-old high functioning would not take anything at all with him, and that the dogs perhaps wouldn't have barked or something. But I mean, typically the dogs sleep with Katie, but Seth also made a comment that she could sleep through pretty much everything. Jessica thinks Chris and Katie done it. I think Chris's mom was part of it too. Charmaine thinks is kind of leaning towards the OD thing and more of the Gannon Stouch stock or whatever you say thing going on there. What about the money found in Sebastian's room but didn't know about it and his flashlight? I haven't heard it mentioned anymore. No. So Christopher Proudfoot, so Katie brought up about the flashlight on the Duchess, the very first interview. And then it was kind of brought up because obviously once it went around the internet, then people were talking about it. But they never really talked about that flashlight too much after that. And as for the money, now keep in mind that the whole talk about the money in an ATM machine, that came from Christopher Proudfoot. Okay? So Christopher Proudfoot, and I'm not saying this in a suspicious way, what I'm saying is just like the phone call that him and Katie had, that came to us from Christopher Proudfoot, who started that. As for the money, Christopher Proudfoot on, I'm not sure whose interview it was, if it was Smiley's World or whose, he's the one that talked about finding the money about a week after Sebastian disappeared in his bedroom in like this little ATM machine that he built, and that no money was missing. I don't know how they know if no money was missing. Maybe it was the way that this little ATM machine was built that you would know if somebody went in and took some money from it, or if Sebastian told his mom, or his mom knew how much money was in there. But again, that was information from Christopher Proudfoot that told us that extra tidbit in a sense. Now, someone can read into whatever it is they like. All I just know is I take it as information. It's that simple. So that's why it's kind of like, okay, so this child takes no sleeping bag or no knapsack, no munchies, but he loves his munchies. So this kid didn't run away. He didn't run away. Sebastian would have loaded up his freaking knapsack. This kid ran away. He's going to put his shoes on. He's going to definitely go in and get some snacks. He's going to bring his phone. He's going to perhaps bring his Nintendo Switch. He's going to take some stuff that means something to him, more than just a keychain flashlight. You know? And as far as Katie knows, that flashlight still has disappeared. You know, like meaning it still was never found. Well, I mean, again, everything's all based on the Proudfoot's, you know, what they're saying about clothes and this and that. Like, I mean, everything, right? You would just want to believe that they weren't being deceptive about stuff, but we don't know. Like, meaning even with like where Christopher was, what time he got back and all that stuff, that's all great that they keep telling us about that. But they did lose trust with the public to a lot of people. But it's one of those things is that if they had nothing to do with it at all, then that the timeline and their whereabouts should be truthful. but we don't know that for sure. But if you put that in conjunction with the LE saying, look, the parents have been cooperative the whole time, and that they, and if they pass polys and those were truthful polys and passed, and everything to show that there was nothing, right? Then maybe truly that there wasn't anything at all to do with the Proudfoots. I mean, if it's truthful that they passed polys, if it's truthful, that Christopher Proudfoot was in Memphis and arrived back for the first time after 3 weeks of being away, on the 26th around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If all that's truthful, then, and what time Sebastian did this and that, then, and the LE is saying that they have nothing to show any foul play, and they have, and the parents are being cooperative. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a neighbor that said that as well. Actually, I remember hearing that person talking on somebody's live, talking about that night, about how dark it was and stuff, and how you can't see shit. I mean, Seth saw the video of Sebastian supposedly taking the garbage to the end of the driveway, which is probably true. But he couldn't make out it was Sebastian because it's too dark and the kid's wearing black. Now, I don't know what he changed into at this point, because he was wearing jeans and a black top and white sneakers. Like you would think perhaps the sneakers you could make out, but it really depends on the quality of a video that they're staring at, and that it's pitch dark outside. Even though I wouldn't think it would be pitch dark out at 7 o'clock. It could be, I guess, because this happened February 26th. I mean, I can't see it being like dark though, but at 7, if you did take the trash out around that time, because the way it sounds, it almost sounds like when they got home from the Texas Roadhouse, the way it comes across is like Sebastian, took the garbage to the front, because that's his chore, and then he kind of played in his room for the next couple of hours while Katie, was looking at her books and for school, or doing her chapters and talking to Christopher. It would be nice if any of those things made sense to where Sebastian Rogers is or isn't. Mm-hmm. I'm leaning now. He went up to that construction site and met up with somebody by prearrangement. So do you believe that? And then I guess that you believe that his footprints, the 5 of, like, you'd have to believe Christopher Proudfoot, I guess, or whoever else has been talking about it. I don't know. That 5 dogs went to the retention pond area. And the retention pond is like somewhere, hold on. Retention pond is here near the school. Like, okay. But then they said that his scent is just gone. Maybe. I could see Sebastian meeting somebody at the school, to be honest with you. Like, how many of you guys believe that Sebastian, okay? How many of you guys actually think Sebastian, like, between what we're being told and the inconsistencies of the true events, how many of you guys, so even if those aren't Sebastian size 10 foot at the retention pond, how many of you guys believe that Sebastian went to the retention pond? That the dogs, 5 dogs of them, whatever, he went to the retention pond? But there's got to be school cameras around if he met somebody up there with a vehicle. Does anyone believe that Sebastian met up with somebody in a vehicle? And he did go to the near the retention pond or around it? Doesn't let us go there. Little man doesn't let us go there. So this construction site here is fully developed, right? Like that that area is fully developed. I think 2024. Yeah, as furthest we can go is 2023, January, February, March, April of 2023. But Cluminati or whoever it was driving around this area, and those homes are all there. But the construction was, I think there was some more construction going on somewhere here, somewhere over here. I mean, I guess you know what? I'm not honestly sure because we heard the LE talk. You know what? Hold on. Where's that? Let's go listen to that call again. 1 second. Let's go. I want to listen to that again. 1 sec. Narc divers. Well, one sec. Okay. Let's watch J for Justice for a minute. Oh, hi. Hello. Too close. Too close. Get away from me. There. No, it's too big even still. Let's do that. But let's watch J for Justice on the dispatch, just because it's the first one I'm coming across. And this has some pictures, it looks like. So let's watch this. Minutes.
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so note that.
Juvenile, 2008 Concord Court.
Okay, so note that time though, you guys. And I've said this. The call came in at 6:33. Remember an LE officer saying about 6:33. Then someone said something about 6:20 something, but Anyways, that's what they're saying here. 6:33. Let's play that one more time.
For the search process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Heading missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male was not in the bed. Medium white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4, remember.
37. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Yes.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
I'm in the area. Check long hauls out. Just same way. You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile.
Next big track back up. Going into the construction site over here. Next big track back up. Going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
The house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Yes.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
I'm in the area. Check long hauls out. Just same way. You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile.
Next big track back up. Going into the construction site over here. Next big track back up. Going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
I'm behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on.
Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond.
No shoes, just footprints?
My shoes, but Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
1247, what kind of shoes does he wear? Size 10. So to any units they're going to be assisting with 1008, please come to 1008 Stafford Court. Yeah, can you just hold up the parents from there with just on down the feet, owns a white purple hoodie with Homer Simpson on it.
10-4. Anybody that's at the residence, can they ask the parents?
Mom doesn't advise that she can recall one. 10-6. 12 Central.
12, go ahead.
What did
Can
that
we
say there?
make sure that this is in mode?
That's at the residence, can they ask the parents?
Mom doesn't advise that she can recall one. 10-6.
What does she say there? What does that person dispatcher
12
say there?
Central.
12, go ahead.
Can we make sure that this is in mode out to Hendersonville and Gallatin? Also, They were at Dragon Square last night, just bowling at some games. Can you have a unit go there and just go around and make sure that he hasn't returned there? Make sure he didn't want to continue his day. 47 to command.
47.
1011 and 1015 have ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
Okay. 1011 and 1015. 1011 is the place where a police officer lives, which is the lower house. Aha. So that is right. Why didn't I pay attention to that part before? We'll go look at that in a second.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1006, no contact. 1008, made contact. Haven't seen anything. 1010.
Okay, let's listen.
Contact. They hadn't seen anything either. Nothing on ring doorbell.
47 to command.
47.
1023 and 1024 both have ring cameras, so no one's home.
10-4.
I gotta hear
Command
that.
the unit.
Haven't seen anything.
Cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1006, no contact. 1008, made contact. Haven't seen anything. 1010. Contact. They hadn't seen anything either. Nothing on ring doorbell.
47 to command.
47.
1023 and 1024 both have ring cameras, so no one's home.
10-4. Command the units on Stafford. I'm going to the command zone. If you say anything, I'll be out of pocket for just a few seconds. Command the units on Stafford. I'm going to the command zone. If you say anything, I'll be out of pocket for just a few seconds.
1012 Kellen Lane through 1020. All check. 1012, let me go through the entire house.
All right.
The lady at 10 runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas.
10-4.
Couldn't make that.
68 line. Go ahead. Hey, on at 1017 Kellen Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked. 1018 Stafford. They are reviewing their camera footage right now.
10-4. Are you guys giving them numbers to call if they find anything?
Several cameras.
184, your low volume. They got cameras checked.
People 1018, they checked the cameras. No contact.
10-4.
464.
Go ahead.
Going to walk through road of the cemetery. There's to the west of Beach Hospital. Going to walk through road of the cemetery. There's to the west of Beach Hospital.
10-4.
And I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 1085. Check along.
Just one chair.
On foot.
Yeah.
Hendersonville 517 to command.
517, go ahead.
Your assignment, all units. 12 all units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford.
Command. Contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
On the house. Kellen Lane has been checked.
10-4, direct. All houses on Kellen Lane have been checked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Davenport has been checked as well.
10-4, Davenport.
So it ends at 10:17 a.m. and Dangerous one out at 11:17. Okay, so that's J for Justice for that one. Now, 1 second here. Okay, that was J for Justice. 1 second. I'm going to go back here for a sec. Okay. Now, let's go back to this video and listen to this first. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was present this video. Wait. Oh, hold on. 1 second. Because it opens up in a different window.
I read the article from the actual
Okay,
news.
let's listen to the best as we can with the wind sound.
From an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way.
I'm going to turn it up as loud as I can.
There was a dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say, the dog's got a scent, it's over here, it's wrong.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say, no, it wasn't out of bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what.
Deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's what everybody kept saying. And I'm like, there's got to be some truth to this because that doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So.
Yeah, and then like I said, the path that they tracked. So ours, if you're in that subdivision,
yeah,
directly the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria Place.
Okay.
The scent that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Keller. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right they're cutting in a new road that will link
all this together. Okay.
Yeah. The scent.
Is that what he's talking about directly right there? Oh.
So a track. There was no question. The dogs were all there. Yeah, it was 100%. And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what.
From where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out.
Yeah, I remember that, and I watched it as well.
Before, after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay, so they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's where he says he's 5'9". Just FYI, if anyone's wondering how tall Christopher Proudfoot is. Same height as Vinny, eh, Charmaine?
And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah, so they actually.
Because I went on being law enforcement, they can put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they've done that with.
Okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information than what everybody's out there running their mouth.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going public with it.
No.
But honestly, I'm tired of the BS in the rumors.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's, the kid. Anyway, I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said,
Yeah, he's standing in the new construction site that I was showing you on Google Maps.
So to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
Okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. started on the front porch.
Okay.
Because off the front porch, the dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
Right.
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
Okay.
it's going to be the right hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard, and that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay.
Wouldn't they have
They've had dogs.
for sale signs out front if they were for sale?
Day one, there was 5 dogs. There was a Belgian Malinois, a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track that's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air that's closer, they'll go to that direct scent. So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is
And the fact
this is the play,
that
like
it
the
was
spot to
reported,
figure it out. Because if it would have
weren't they
cross-tracked,
happy about
like actually
Auntie?
headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
Here, 1 second. I'll play that back.
I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if it would have cross-tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
In the 8 days of the variance in searching, in the 8 days, on day 1, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, 3 different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day 1, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the bloodhound and the blue tick.
It was probably a better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. Path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the bloodhound and the blue tick.
It was probably a better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches he trains canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path. From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that
Right.
path.
And they went to the strongest path, the strongest, most recent scent.
And there was a couple dogs, like one dog went over to Long Hole Pike and got there and he lost his scent. The rest of the dogs all picked up scents, but then they go in all different directions and they lose.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm gonna try to figure this out and keep on working at it. And if I get anything, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that guy I sent you his info, Ken Wagner.
Okay.
He's the EMA director for Summit County. He was the one I guess they were doing. He was responsible for the ground searching and the waterways and the caves and everything.
Okay.
If you can, reach out to him and he can give you more details as far as like the water.
What's been covered.
Yeah, and the caves and stuff. He'll probably even show you, maybe, I don't know, but I would reach out to him and he will give you the best physical aspects of the search that took place. He's the one that was in charge of it.
Okay. I can do that.
All right, man.
All right.
If you need something,
yeah, I'll give you a call.
okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So I picked up bits and pieces of that, but it's really hard unless, I literally go and listen to that. So something about 5 dogs in 8 days, 3 of them picked up. What did you guys all hear out of that? About 3 dogs, something about, hold on, let me Stop screen for a sec. And go back to this. Okay. So we know that it was like what Quentin Christopher was like the dog, whatever, dogs, whatever. But this one went up here, back over here, or sorry, up here, back here, then kind of like beeline this way. Went over to Kelly Lynn, this construction site. Like I said, you know, when the Illuminati was there, you could see that people lived in those homes. You know, usually they will have for sale signs on them, but most of that subdivision has already been filled up, you know, with people. And that he said, like, there's a 4-way stop, which is obviously, I guess, here. 4-way. And then went over to that retention pond area. I'm trying to, like, in my head, whoops, on there. Here, let me make this bigger, sorry. Adult son picked up a load of, there was a load of blah, blah. But, you know, the thing is that it could still be true. You know, like Sebastian could, like, okay, so this is 111 here. Let me just bring this person down for a sec. Okay. So this is 1011. This is the number that I called one day, and the guy's like, you know, I said, you know, hey, I was just going to ask him a question about the camera. I said he was a police officer and that he doesn't deal with YouTubers, that all his doings is with the police or whatever. So good on you, dude. But obviously this wife or something's been talking, because if this is 1011 and they said that they could see that the front door, well, hold on, let me just see here. They also said, which way are we going here? Okay, that's 108, 109. Okay, another one that they spoke about was 115. So where's 115? Usually odd numbers. So where the heck's 115? That's 110. That's 108. Where's 115? Oh, how does it go to that? Okay. 113. So obviously 115's up here somewhere. That's just too far. But I guess they could have some camera footage perhaps. Are you 115? Yeah, 115's like right here. Okay, but the house that was talking could see the front door and the garage side. So that's why I've always believed it was that house. So that to me confirms that it's that house that could see their front door and their side of their garage. So probably wifey over here is the one that is talking about the camera, stuff on camera, about the garbage and stuff like that. And then, you know, 123, 125, you know, so there's quite a few people that have Ring doorbell cameras. But I mean, as they said that they're going over footage and that nobody has nothing. And then obviously as well, it came out that there's no evidentiary value to that flashlight video, or basically there's nothing, no evidence to show anything about Sebastian leaving the home that night, you know, because there's nothing on camera to show it. Is it plausible that he just still did? Yes. So let's just say a person was aiding him. So if that person literally said, don't take anything with you, Just come meet me here. Don't even put your shoes on. Just come meet me here. You know, it's just that it just seems so hard to believe. You know, it just all seems so hard to believe. I mean, there could have been somebody that said, take nothing with you, just head on out your window or whatever. I always thought the thud was the window, even though, see, I always thought the thud was the window of a window kind of shutting down, but I don't know that their windows are actually, oops, I'm on the wrong thing here. Am I on, oh, here we go. One sec here, make sure I'm still showing this. Oh, I accidentally made this full screen on myself. There we go. Let me go back to the, Ellie says, no evidence. I believe Ellie. I know that it's easier to see on Google Earth. No, on Google Maps on this. You know what I find strange about this window is that I see all the pictures on the website, and there's actually, unless that room, the picture is really exaggerated, I actually do not see this size of window, which leads me to believe that perhaps on the tour that they've exaggerated the size and what stretches it out, because there's no window on the front side that in the actual like tour of the home or the pictures that actually quite matches this window. But I mean, these windows, because it has the outside cross, it leads me to believe that more of these windows you would open wide, you know, and if that window is locked, well, Sebastian ain't going to be coming out of the window and then locking himself, you know, from the inside, which you would have to do if there was a window involved. I don't know. It just, honestly, it's a freaking headache. Where does that blue trail go to the woods? Oh no, this blue trail, my blue thing? No, that's just me marking the path from here to Long Hollow Pike. Because there was something in there where Christopher Proudfoot said like one of the dogs went to Long Hollow Pike or something like that. Down Long Hollow Pike. You know. I don't know. Like, my mind just keeps flip-flopping. Is it possible that it was so dark out that nobody seen Sebastian leave? You know? Like, you'd almost have to go back to February 26th and just see how truly dark it is. But if none of these cameras picked up anything, and trust me, people are busybodies, they're more than happy to look over their footage and see if they can find this kid on their footage. And if nobody can find anything, was it so dark? And those are just Ring doorbell cameras, really. But the dog supposedly went up here. I would think if Sebastian was going, he would kind of cut through. But I don't know how it is over here. If there's a big ditch, you know? I don't know. Long Hollow Pike is like a main road. Yeah. This is like the main road. So if Katie Proudfoot looked around the neighborhood and then went to the school, you know, in her blue Affinity. Yeah, it's funny because I actually used a blue Infinity. I wasn't even sure of what color it was in my timeline video. You know, volunteer. So I think Anne's talking about she'd like to see camera footage like there. And absolutely, Anne. If there's footage of Katie's car looking at that time frame and stuff like that, you know, and that they could see her traverse down Long Hollow Pike and then, you know, back down towards home and stuff like that. Obviously, we don't know the answer to that. Could very well be that that's part of one of the things why they say that there's nothing to show, you know, because they very might, well, just have her vehicle on camera, you know, and then coming back home. Yeah. See that building on the right side of Long Hollow? I see a building, but which one? Which building? This one, this one, this one. That's the church. On the right side of Long Hollow Pike. Oh, this one here, down, whoops, down here. This one here. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that too. This case really hurts my brain because, you know, you should be able to come to some reasonable conclusion, you know, of what seemed more likely. The least likely to me is feel too big. Feel too big here. The least or maybe I should, is it here I should be? Maybe. Okay. The least likely to me would be that Sebastian ran away on his own and didn't take anything. That would be the least likely to me. Ain't no kid gonna do that stuff. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. If I had to choose, I would say that somebody assisted Sebastian in helping him get out of there. If I had to pick between all the different angles, that's the one I would probably choose, which is, you know, whether it was a teacher, somebody, and Sebastian. First of all, I think Sebastian communicated a lot more on the internet or Wi-Fi than what we actually know, because of stuff Seth Rogers has told and said. I don't know why. I just always keep getting the vibe that Sebastian was talking with someone, you know, in a sense about how much he maybe didn't like it and didn't want to do this, you know, and some savior came to be like, you know, help him out, assist. I just can't believe that he took his own life, suicide attempt, like suicide, left everything behind and was like, la la la, you know. I don't know. Unless they missed him. He could have. I mean, he very well could have. And took something and just, you know, hated his life. Who knows? You never know unless you're in somebody's mind, you know, about if they were so depressed and all that stuff. You never know. Yeah, well, 1 second, I'm going to yawn. Travis, there's a couple that I know about on the Tennessee. Let me just see if I can. Give me a second. Let me just see if I can pull that up again. How did I do that before? 1 second. No, I don't want that. I don't want an ad either. One second here. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Let me just stop the screen for a second. Okay, so here's Hendersonville. Just have to get myself sorted here. There's Long Pike Hollow here. There's Shackle. Okay, so hey, they have a Walnut Grove here too. Okay, come on, where did you go? Where'd my Shackle Road go? Come on, you can't be too far. You're up here. Oh my goodness, how do I lose my spot that fast already? Come on now. Okay, these are the pedos, but the pedos, oh, there it is, Shackle. Oh, I gotta zoom in more. Okay, so Proudfoots are, I think, here in this subdivision here. So if this is Long Hike Hollow, right, the pedos are like this part. I remember when I was looking, there was one that was a 5-minute drive and the other one was like a 10-minute drive. But that's just by the registry. Wish I could make this bigger. Well, I could do it like this, I suppose. So if Long Hike Polo's up here, you know, so there are pedos in the area, but that line doesn't make sense to me because they would have checked the pedos right away, you would think. And it just doesn't make sense because there's no vehicle, you know. I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense to me. The whole pedo line of thinking. Yeah, no. At least not according to Tennessee. This is their registry site. But we all know things are only as good as people input information and correct information. But yeah, but nobody in the exact immediate area. I doubt self-harm just because I think if that were the case. Well, yeah, but you know what? I just don't trust the process on certain things, only because I've seen it be failed. And not because they didn't try hard, but because lots of cases, the person was in an area that was searched. I don't know. No, right. Okay, no. Yeah, I definitely think that this is where I don't feel like Seth is totally being honest, because obviously in order to watch video games, you have to have Wi-Fi, and he tried to minimize that when he was on like Nancy Grace's live. And the bottom line is that I think if people can read between their freaking tea leaves, that Sebastian had a lot more freedom at his dad's house, for sure. I think Seth hasn't been fully 100% honest on just exactly the most freedom that he actually did have, more so. I gather when the boy was at Seth's, he would have been alone while Seth was at work. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends what days Seth had off compared to his son, but he would say his son would come down there, like for summer and stuff like that. So there's plenty of unsupervised time, I'm sure. Yeah. I don't know anything about that channel, um, Bossy. I've heard it. I've never went to go source it out or look. I know Seth Rogers has he's had a channel for a while, but I don't really know anything because I think that I don't know what the purpose of that channel is. Like if I pull up Sebastian Rogers YouTube channel, I would have to everything Sebastian is going to come up. So is this the one with 134 subscribers, and they got that one video showing what is that from? That video is from a different case. I don't know if this is the same one. It says at user FPK FP9KL 134 subscribers. Yeah, that's the one then. I don't know. Could just be somebody trying to create the name, for Sebastian Rogers posting, and then they gave up on it or something. No, I can see it. Pretty sure you're talking about this one here. I think you're talking about this channel here. Is that the one? I think Seth is in a lot of denial, not to be unexpected under these circumstances. I think that he's definitely, I don't even want to think that he's in denial as much as that if it's your child, are you going to try to stay positive, even though I'm sure he's very much aware that the odds are against that something could have happened to Sebastian, but because there's no sign of life or death, that he's just being very hopeful. And for all we know, Sebastian is still alive, to be honest with you. Yeah, Bossy. That's about, trying to remember that part of the case. That's about oh, I remember watching this video. I remember watching this video, not on this channel, on another channel. Piece was this about? Oh, yeah, I remember that though. It's a different case. Oops. 1 second. Oops, wrong button. Present. Yeah, I mean, it's a different. It's bugging me because it was when the girl was clueless. Remember, we played it, and the girlfriend was still putting money on the books, and she was all confused and stuff. Yeah. Boy's access to the internet at his house. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I think that boy was definitely using that internet more. It's funny because, if you listen to the Proudfoots, and this could be exactly why, is that according to the Proudfoots, like Sebastian, you almost had to force him to take his phone with him. Yet when you listen to Seth, he's attached to the phone all the time, watching Minecraft videos and, stuff like that. So, I mean, it's a far cry, the two different homes for sure. I don't know how strict Katie was or wasn't when Christopher Proudfoot wasn't around. Who knows? I just think that at the end of the day, there's still definitely untold things going on with the Proudfoots and not full disclosure. And I think Seth has been pretty honest, but I think that there's some gaps missing there as well, especially when it comes to internet usage. Thing is, though, according to Katie, boy really needed his meds and regular diet to stay regulated. So if anyone absconded with him, there would be problems pretty quick. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's not like it was life threatening, but again, maybe that's how Katie thought. Like, I don't know, right? I mean, these people are the ones that lived with him. Yeah, I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna get going because I'm starting to get tired now. 1 second, sorry. Yeah, I'm starting to get really tired now. It's like another 7-hour live here, 7:48. Yeah, I just want to go chill now. And Sebastian's case, yes, it's mind-boggling because you can look for the different reasonings why Proudfoot's, or at least why, with Katie being the last one, you can look for different reasons there. You can look for different reasons that, that somebody did help and aid him and stuff like that. And it's weird, just strange. Usually there's something, some sort of camera footage, something, to help aid, but it's been over 3 months. Sebastian just didn't take off by himself. That is clear to me that he did not. So unless he went and took his own life, which is again very on my low scale of him doing that, he could have, right? He could have been depressed. He could have just left, but really just to leave your shoes at home too. Who knows though? Who knows if he didn't actually truly have something on his feet, and we're just believing that he didn't because 3 shoes, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but it's very strange that a child would leave home being assisted or not assisted, and all those items were left at home and not touched. It's hard to overlook all that. Yeah, 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 no problem. And thanks to Charmaine for, jumping up here for a little bit as well and all that. And sorry to Aspen, of course, and Charmaine for ditching you guys yesterday on Friday on there. But anyways, yeah. But as for Sebastian's case, honestly, I'm just doing circles talking about the same stuff. And no matter how much we talk about it, we're not going to make any sense of it until there's movement on the case. Christopher Proudfoot can't offer up any new information unless, he goes, you know what, you guys caught us. Me and my wife absolutely had everything to do with Sebastian saying, but honestly, that's not going to happen. Who knows if and ever, who knows if it does go down the Summer Wells way. I just have a hard time believing if Sebastian, okay, everyone gets homesick. You could have the worst shitty parents in the world, and usually people get homesick and miss their mommy or their daddy and stuff like that. So I just have a hard time thinking at all that Sebastian just, you know what, take me out from life for a while, hide me, whatever. I don't know. Anyways, you guys, yeah, thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody. You guys have a great day. I have to work tomorrow. Don't forget, so I'm live tomorrow. But you guys have a great Sunday tomorrow and have a great night tonight. And thank you guys for participating in the live. Okay. And don't forget to give it a like if you haven't. And as for Sebastian's case, well, again, we'll show Sebastian, talk about it here and there. Hopefully at some point there's some movement with it. For whatever the other channels are doing, well, whatever. They'll do their thing. I'll do our thing here. And, there's a lot more cases to go on and forward with as well. We can just keep talking about the same stuff. Nothing's going to change unless some information changes. Other than that, you're just going to keep watching repeat after repeat. Christopher Proudfoot, there's nothing more he can actually say. Like if they're just telling the truth and he doesn't have anything more to offer, but no matter what, even when they're speaking, out of everything that's said, whether good or bad, between Seth and Christopher and Katie, all of the information is something to ponder over, think about, and just wonder whatever happened to Sebastian. Yeah, we'll stay Sebastian strong. Absolutely. Anyways, you guys take care. Have a good night. I'm going to play the outro now. Yeah, definitely getting tired. Maybe I've had too much sugar too, probably. I've had about 5 cookies today. Bye, guys.